Hi there, my name is Phixfox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. We're having a really good time. I was just watching a little bit of Liquid Yeti. He's playing right now on Twitch, and I don't want to like steal his thunder. I want to wait, but I also I usually stream at about 11 o'clock, and so I want to maintain consistency, but I also want to send people his way if at all possible. He's Spanish speaking. He's from Spain. Does an excellent job, but he also speaks English. So if you want to go check him out, please go and check him out. He's playing Spritely's King, which is going to be the fourth installment of the series that Tundar has made for us. Today we are playing the third entry into the series. That is going to be Spritely's Pirates. So I'm excited to have a nice fun playthrough. Tundar has made sure that everybody can see their quality as a map maker on full display, and I'm very happy to dive into this map and have a real fun time. Winnie Morrow's in the chat. Hello, Winnie Morrow. Nice to have you there. So Winnie Morrow, Tundar, Chris, and a whole bunch of other fun, wonderful people. Let's dive right in. So okay, here we go. We've got ourselves this beautiful map. Can I give you a happy tip, Tundar says? Of course. Roman's in the chat. Hello, Roman. Nice to have you there. I will take any tips you can give me. You're the map maker. I'd be an idiot not to take them. But 4-player, large map here with the FHeroes2. We cannot lose all of our heroes and towns. We must not lose a specific hero. So we got to defeat all of our enemies. We cannot lose a specific hero. Phixxy's families have been captured by the pirates. This is the third in the series. Tundar let me know in a private message on Discord, and maybe I shouldn't tell people this, but I will, that you believe that this is the most adventurous and fun map in the quadrilogy. And the last one, the Spritely's King, that one's going to be the one that's like impossibly difficult as far as you're concerned. But this one should be fun and kind of more adventurous, and I'm looking forward to that. But Tundar says it's just about the importance of getting Phixxan to the ship before Red reaches it in week 1. Okay, alrighty. I will do that. I will look to get Phixxan into a ship before Red reaches it in week 1. Let's see. We have the blue player position, which we are going to be in as the sorceresses. We could pick who the red and yellow players are. I think that there's no need for that. We're just going to leave that on random. And with this on impossible difficulty, folks, let's dive right in. This is the third installment of Spritely. Please enjoy in sequence. King Phixxy. Luna has gone on her honeymoon with her new husband, Sir Sandro. That's been one of my favorite little plot points. Oh, I've really enjoyed that Luna, the lunatic, and Sir Sandro have this weird little budding romance, and actually they've been in love for quite some time. Young love is always something that just makes me smile. Can't help it. However, they have been captured by pirates. Oh no, could you imagine being captured by pirates on your honeymoon? Is there something worse? I submit to you, maybe not. So you call to your sister, Phixxer the Redeemed, who is also taking a holiday in the area. Really, Phixxer is the Redeemed. Wonderful. I am so glad that she is now on our side. You warn her of Luna's capture by pirate, but it may be too late. Can she escape in time? Auntie Phixxy has been captured by pirates to the south. You have the kingdom's capital to the northeast. So Kingdom northeast, and then Phixxy to the south. It's worth going home for the resupply, but the pirates must be stopped. Okay, so that means that we're going to have to go to our one little town here. It looks like this is Spritely. Wonderful, wonderful. And it's got a little bit of everything. Cannot be upgraded to a castle. We do have Luna's druids here. And then all of these creatures, I think that these are going to slowly accrue over time. Nice to know. Cure, haste, bloodlust, if we can get here, again, might be worth the resupply. And then we start off with our hero, Phixxy the Sorceress, level 1, 0 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge. But what is this? We have basic wisdom and basic archery. These grand elves are going to help us take a lot of early game fights. And as far as forces and spells, look at this. So we have a resurrect. Very important that this is a resurrect and not a resurrect true. This means that we can potentially get through some early fights. Maybe we sacrifice a swath of dwarves and then we resurrect up to 5 of them at a time. Because if you do that, then maybe we're going to lose 10 dwarves and maybe you lose a little bit less, or maybe you're going to have just a little bit more power. One way or the other, you have to be very careful with the way that you use the resurrect spell. Bless and haste, very good for doing some shoot and run tactics with our elves. And then dispel and cure, never bad options. 30 spell points. That feels pretty okay to me. And then in the very far south, we do have Phixxer the Redeemed. Wow, she's a great hero. Level 19! Level 19, 2 attack, 3 defense, 8 spell power, 10 knowledge. And we do know that we are supposed to get into the water very, very soon. We do have the expert navigation. If there is trinkets and flotsam and shipwreck survivors and such in the water, I feel like this Phixxer the Redeemed will be very effective on the water. Any spells? Yes, Mass Slow, Mass Bless, 2 excellent AoE spells. And then with the 41 sprites and the 5 dwarves, I'm hoping we can find some other forces here. Peasants. Ah, lots of peasants. Okay, well, we're gonna make this work. We will find a way to make this work, I am sure. But in the meantime, where to begin? The hardest part of ending is starting up again. Phixxy, we'll start with you. Tundar says, if not, the game will take a lot longer if we're not able to get our hero into the boat. Okay, we're going to get her into the boat as soon as possible. I need to find the boat, first of all. And then Mushanky Pet says, top 10 best love story. Yes, with Luna and Sandro. Top 10 love story. Cannot go wrong with it. Cannot go wrong. Hey there, Mushanky Pet. Very nice to have you there. Hello. Chris says, BRB, just hanging up my clothes. You got it. You got it. For sure. I will not wait for you, but we will miss your presence all the same. We're going to go, let's see. Zombies, gold. Tundar is very good at hiding things in the tree line, just in case you haven't played the other 2 Phixxy maps. And so I'm going to be very, very careful of that. I think that it doesn't hurt my feelings to go out of my way for this treehouse, first of all. A group of sprites have a desire for greater glory and wish to join. Do you accept? You better believe I do. 150 up to 172. That's not too bad for us. Nice to see that we have this magic well. Because we have the magic well right here, that means I don't feel bad about using any amount of spells as we are working through this early game here. I see it looks like a dwarf cottage to the north. Those will slow my army down considerably, so I'm going to maybe come to that last. We'll pick up 500 gold. We'll pick up another 500 here. I'm going to take out these zombies because my rangers should have no problem with it, folks. A group of zombies have this desire for greater glory. Do you wish to join? Yes, I do. For this reason, these 20 zombies, if I can use them and lose them this turn, I will be very happy that I had them in my ranks. You remember the hut of the Magi has moved in north of Spritely. Perhaps they have eyes on the prize. Okay, we'll give it a try. And I saw these lots of iron golems. For this fight here, I'm going to try and sacrifice these zombies as much as possible. We're going to split the stacks. We're going to put them in harm's way. We're going to hope that the dwarves can get up to defend the grand elves. And let's fight this fight as best as we can. Ah, you see? Look, they're very useful. It's about 200 hit points worth of zombies. You can't possibly go wrong with that. Oh. Phixfox, you can't possibly go wrong with having zombies in your army. Immediately, it bites me. Very sad. Okay, well, so we do have the negative morale, and clearly that has cost us at least 1 salvo of damage with these grand elves. Let's see, the Bless. There's no other spells I want to layer on, so I'm just going to cast the Bless now. No, I'm going to wait till very first thing in the morning. As we move the zombies down the battlefield, save the dwarves, save the sprites. Everybody else, do your damage from afar and take it real easy. Looks like with the Bless, we're going to be killing 1 steel golem at a time. Oh my goodness. The bad morale is not looking too good. All of a sudden, I feel sheepishly sad about how I'm using these elves and these zombies in conjunction, because if I lose 1 more grand elf turn, it's just gonna be bad. How long does this last? We got 2 spell power. I better wait on another Bless. No, remember that there is the nearby magic well. So I'm going to cast the Bless now because the elves' Bless is about to wear off. So you might as well use it while you got it. And like an absolute slaughter, these poor zombies are going to get obliterated piece by piece, play by play until they're finished. This is going to give me the opportunity to let the dwarves step up and do damage to this big group of iron golems. I'm going to do that in just a second. We're going to hope that we can actually kill this full stack. Somebody forgot to bless their elves. Couldn't have been Phixfox. Phixfox never fails. Phixfox failed. I admit, it happened. It happened. But I will lose dwarves, I will lose zombies, I will not lose sprites if I can help it. Let's keep the sprites alive as much as possible. And actually this 1 zombie staying alive makes it so these dwarves can not take as much damage as possible. So long as they don't get surrounded, I'm going to be feeling okay. Let's kill this iron golem right there. Steel golem, rather. There we go, there we go. Time for the Bless, I think. And you know what? If I take a step back with the dwarves, they can actually stay alive for 1 more turn without having to do some damage. The sprites are going to have to get into the fight this upcoming turn, but this was about to happen anyway. I don't think that there was anything else I could have done about it. So let's plan on doing this bless here. Let's hope that the dwarves get their turn. It's a shame that we have to hope for the best and plan for the worst, but that's just kind of where we are. And with dwarves stepping up to here, sprites will step up to here. Kill 4 to 8. 1, 2. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. All right, we'll do this. We kill 5 iron golems there. We do lose 1 grand elf. We're going to lose 22 sprites. We're going to lose another 10 there. This is not the fight that I would like, folks. In fact, I probably should have just evacuated these grand elves a turn earlier. That actually would have been fairly okay for me. As it stands, dwarves are going to kill here. Sprites are going to peel off. No more damage should be taken for the rest of this fight, but that was an opportunity that was missed. I'm not saying that you have to win every fight flawlessly, but there are times where if you see an opportunity to lose 0 forces, you might as well take it where you can. 1 grand elf and 4 dwarves. We don't talk about the zombies, but we do care about these 30 sprites, 4 dwarves, and the 1 elf. However, look at this. Estates or logistics, what an interesting choice. This is always going to be helpful to have additional movement points, but then again, early on, having the early estates, that is going to add up. I see lots of treasure here, and that makes me think that the logistics is not too bad. So we're going to take the logistics, just like so. And we're going to hope that that movement point's going to help us move far and fast and do very, very well moving forward. We're going to get full spell points. And then there's another treehouse over here. I think I might as well take that since I'm just kind of wandering in this direction. And then we will see where we go from there. 1,000 experience early on actually feels okay. Ballistics. Now that's an interesting question. We are probably going to have some level of castle fights we're going to have to deal with. Generally, if I recall, Tundar has more towns that you have to defeat rather than castles, but eventually you are going to have to take castles, like pretty much always, almost always guaranteed. Ballistics is a really good skill. I'm going to take this. I think that you have a great reason to say, Phixfox, you're going to have the sorceress troops. They're not going to really rely upon or need the ballistics. I understand why you might not want to go for the ballistics here and go for the wisdom instead. I'm going to take ballistics just in case it turns out to be more useful than otherwise we might think. Okay, and then folks, all this treasure here, so much gold. Let's pick up, looks like 1,000 gold here. If there's 1,500 experience, we will take that. A small sprite lands on your shoulder. My lady, the pirate, know you're here. If quick you leave, they are on their way right now. Okay, I shall be very quick, my friends. Treehouse, that brings us up to 58 sprites, and we're going to accept the peasants. Any amount of forces could be useful. That's 47 peasants, that's 1,500 more gold, that's 1,000 experience from this gazebo. Pack of dwarves, do we even need to fight them? 3rd level spell. It's only a pack, we definitely win, there's no question about that. Then again, if the dwarves want to join, we shall let them. For 2,000 gold, we're going to take 10 dwarves into our army. We're going to get much stronger. We're going to ignore the idol for a moment because I'm just not sure if the luck is going to matter that much. And then folks, with that being said, we're going to go to the end of month 1, week 1, day 1 into day 2. Alrighty. And Boreaster's in the chat. Hello, Boreaster. Nice to have you here. No dice trickery today. No, there was no choices to make. Sometimes the dice are very important because we don't want to leave just everything up to Phixfox's decision. Sometimes a little bit of luck. Sometimes the dice will inform us of what we ought to do. Today, there was just no need, and that's okay. You cannot go wrong. Famous last words. Yeah, seriously. As soon as I say, well, you can't be wrong with having these zombies, and then you lose your turn due to morale, you can go wrong, indeed. You warn your sister that she must do whatever she can to deny those red pirates a ship. You tell her you aren't ready to fight them. The fight with your demon king has hurt your forces. You know these islands. You inform your sister that Sir Sandro was taken out by the pirates, where she is currently. You plead for her to escape, not to delay. Every day matters. Reach the ship. I might be wasting too much time here then. I'm going to assume that the ship is to the north. If the ship is to the east, I'm not going to know until it's too late. I'm going to pick up this anti-magic. Every day matters, but I can't help it. Tree City, I'm going to pick up 36 sprites. I can't help it. I just can't help it. There's glittering prizes everywhere. Is that my ship? Oh no, my ship. 1,000 gold here. I'm going to ignore a lot of this. I'm going to assume that we have to get into the boat. That's what I've been told, so that's what we're going to do. Oh, I'd like to path through this treehouse and pick up these additional forces. We'll see. All right, lots of dwarves. This could be, remember, this could be a problem. If it's 20 dwarves, you're fine. If it's 50 dwarves, you're hating life. With the haste on these Grand Elves, we're gonna win, but we gotta be careful. Whenever it says lots, it could be really, really bad. In this case, 40 plus dwarves, yeah, that's not my favorite thing, but with no issues with morale, we're just gonna keep the dwarves and the sprites safe, and eventually the elves are gonna shoot and skadoodle. As many people here like to call it, the old shoot and scoot. I think that that's maybe the best way of putting it, because you shoot and then you scoot. Oh, don't love that the dwarves went south here. Let's take out this big stack here, so that way we don't have to run afoul of them. In fact, the sprites might be able to kill one full stack in just a moment here. 6 to 8, I'm going to assume that they're going to kill all of them. They do. And then just to make sure that we have no problems here, we shall scoot. We shall scoot. Should we scoot? Nah, we're just going to kill. 4 battle dwarves goes down for the enemy. Another one's right there. Let's just kill, I don't know, let's just kill 6 to 12 here. We might end up casting a haste on the dwarves so that that big stack gets to go. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do haste. I guess that the sprites are actually going to do more damage than the dwarves. So we should have actually hasted the sprites to make sure that there was no 2 dwarves left. That mistake cost us 2 sprites. But at least I can tell you my mistakes in real time as I'm making them. If that's better or worse, I couldn't tell you. Which is better, to never make a mistake or to recognize your mistakes and then make them anyway? If you would just slow down, you would make 0 mistakes, and then everybody would be much happier because none of your forces would have to leave. I'm sure that my troops would really appreciate it if I just slowed down just enough to make the very best decision. I will see if I can oblige them. We will see. An ensnared unicorn whinnies in fright. Murmuring soothing words, you set her free. Snorting and stamping her front hoof once, she gallops off. Looking down, you see a golden horseshoe. That's going to be +1 luck, and I really love luck. I love luck for the sorceress troops. They just do so very, very well with it. And of course, it doesn't hurt that they tend to roll into the luck themselves. They have a high probability of picking up luck. So if you can ever bless and get luck on a creature, well, that feels pretty good. Let's see if that happens. A group of skeletons have a desire for greater glory and wish to join you. Do accept? I sure do. We're going to do it again, folks. Did we not learn from our previous mistakes with the zombies? I say to you, no, we did not. Phixfox, are you ever going to learn? Nah, man, you can't cage me. Nah, you don't know me. Lightning above and fire below me. You cannot catch me, cannot hold me. You cannot stop, much less control me. That's Linkin Park for anybody that doesn't know. Okay, that's going to take us to the end of day 2. We're going to go on to day 3. And let's see, Jay Nasty's in the chat. Hello, Jay Nasty. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon to you as well. Always enjoy catching a Friday stream. I really do love these Friday streams. I really do. I was really happy. It would have been last week or the week before. Someone said, I really love the Monday streams because it gets their week off to a good start. Yeah, whether it's the beginning or the end, either way, feels pretty good to me. You know your aunt was captured while enjoying the Spritely beachfront just south of your current location. Oh, so we do need to go find our aunt, and we do know that she's to the south. Let's see if we can pick her up sooner rather than later. I see this throng of rogues. I seem to recall that there was something about a Hut of the Magi to the north, though. I don't know if I want to... I kind of want to fight these lots of battle dwarves with the skeletons and these dwarves just to kind of get rid of these forces. So I'm going to head in this direction. Picking up this gazebo, an old knight appears on the steps of the gazebo. My liege, I will teach you all that I know to aid you in your travels, plus 1,000 experience. If we're going to have the poor morale, I want it to be against these slower creatures. 5 speed versus 4 speed. That does make a pretty big difference to me anyway. Or... what about a group of battle dwarves have a desire for greater glory and wish to join you? Do you accept? I sure do. Hold on, folks. We do not have diplomacy. Have you noticed that not 1 but 3 different groups of forces have joined us here? Zombies, skeletons, and now battle dwarves? Insane in the membrane. We are up to 52 of these dwarves, and I'm feeling a-okay. Because that is just not to be expected. Not to be expected at all. Okay, we do see this observation tower. Clearly, this is where we need to go. Because I would rather lose the skeletons here on this fight, or maybe this fight? I think I'd rather lose the skeletons here for these champions. Then we can swing through the centaurs with the extra space in our army because the skeletons will be gone, and then we'll have 2 stacks, 3 stacks of sprites, and that'll help us take this fight even better. So let's try and lose 44 skeletons in the next little bit, and then go from there. Folks, have I mentioned that there's a breastplate of Anduran right here? I think that this indicates to me that this is the way I ought to go. This is hopefully the way to my ship. If it's not, I'm going to be very, very sad. I'm being led astray by the glint and golden shimmer of this breastplate. It is day 3. Apparently we have to get here before the end of the week. Let's skadoodle our boodle. Let's actually hope that these guys join us too. They do. 17 battle dwarves have a desire for greater glory. We'll take that. Oh no, there's no boat. There's no boat. There's a green dragon, but there's no boat. I think I can beat a green dragon. 23 sprites, we'll accept that. For the +5 defense, we'll definitely accept that. Folks, I don't see a boat. The boat's this way. We went the wrong way. Tundar says the breastplate lures you from the ship I see. You did this on purpose, Tundar. Run! Run back the other way! We're not even gonna waste time picking up other things. We're just gonna sprint. You've told me I need to go, go, go. I will not make this map worse for myself by failing to abide by the terms and conditions that the Mapmaker has set forth for us. Okay. Let's see. I'm actually gonna keep the skeletons in 1 stack just in case these dwarves want to join me. They don't, but they are worth experience. It's not worth 6 sprites though for the experience. So let's just play this fight out a little bit. Just nice and careful. Nice and easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The exact opposite of stressy, depressy, lemon zesty. Okay. Skip, skip, skip. Yeah, no, there's a lot of different ways you can live your life, and as little as possible do you want to have to deal with the stressy, depressy, lemon zesty. I don't know how lemons became associated with that, but they have. They sure have. Okay. Advanced archery or the luck. Folks, I know for sure that the luck is really, really good. I've already mentioned how much I love the luck. We're going to take the luck, assuming that we're going to get even better stats later with the advanced archery. So we're going to wait for now. And I am going to go through this pack of champions. I'm going to hope and I'm going to pray that these skeletons can do oodles of damage, but we are going to split the dwarves. Yeah, we're going to split the dwarves like so and just hope that we don't get bad morale here. Glorious victory. Let's lose all the skeletons and none of the sprites. Oh, look at this terrain. This is beautiful terrain. Yeah, I could not have asked for a better terrain actually, because now I think that we can do something where we put the skeletons here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So dwarves here, skeletons like here. Yeah, this should work out nicely. Yeah, just you watch. In fact, sprites might just slot in there. They'll kill 1 full stack anywhere they attack though. How about this then? Let's do this. We'll kill 3 champions. No, we killed 2. Not too bad. We'll kill 1 to 2 here. Not as many as I would have thought. Let's kill 1 full stack with the skeletons. Not quite. I don't want to leave a gap here, but this other group of dwarves is going to step up to there. So we'll attack here. Skip to here. And then because the sprites will kill 2 champions, we're just going to back off with them. Yeah, and let these other faster troops just go and have a real good time. Okay, 1 dwarf goes down, 2 dwarves goes down. Aha, and there, the skeletons are doing their damage. Not once, but twice. 3 hits do the skeletons take, and my masterful plan to let the skeletons join me only to die very, very quickly has come to fruition. I'm very happy. Thrilled, you might say. It's going to be 1 goes down here. Skeletons are completely out of the army. 44 skeletons, well used, and then the 186 sprites are going to clean up the last of these forces. Basically, this fight cost us 3 battle dwarves. Not too bad. Pack of iron golems. I want to get to this observation tower. I just really wanted to let go of those skeletons before I fought this fight. So let's... It's right here. Wait, what's that? Let's walk through this oracle. Nestled among the trees sits a blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. So here we are with Phixxy. Oh no, Tundar, what have you done? Tundar, what have you done? 93 attack and 79 defense? Tundar, I thought you said that this was the easy one. Tundar, I am hurt and shocked. I feel bamboozled. I feel like you were like, here you go, Phixfox, have a real nice playthrough today. Psych! Holy kittens, 93 attack, 79 defense. Look at this though, look at this. 1 spell power. This is a Mapmaker who is playing around with some interesting mechanics because they're saying, look, this hero can cast whatever spells they want, but they're going to be at a very, very low effect. It could be Berserk. 1 turn Berserk is still just as effective as a 1,000 turn Berserk, but really it comes down to the attack and the defense. Very interesting, very interesting. And then we'll be on the lookout for Yellow BAAACK and Purple AGAR. Purple AGAR, 27 attack, 21 defense. Keep an eye out, keep a weather eye out for this hero right there. Otherwise, is there any surprise that we are the last in most of these stats? I don't think so. I think that that's normal to me. Okay. Alrighty. That was very insightful. I'm glad that we got to see that. My day is not ruined yet, but we're happy to be here. Theftonomics with the subscription. Hey, thank you so much for the subscription. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. I appreciated getting getting a follow from you a while ago, and it's a pleasure now to have you here for the subscription. Thank you so much. I hope to keep you around for a very, very long time. There's an artifact here. There's a gazebo. Let's pick up this gazebo. Once again, 1,000 experience. And folks, early on, we're going to take this logistics. I cannot see this logistics being bad for us at all. I don't even know what this artifact is. This is wonderful. Traveler's Boots of Mobility. Okay, discovering a pair of beautifully beaded boots made from the finest and softest leather. You thank the anonymous donor and add the boots to your inventory. I'm pretty sure we just stole this guy's shoes. He was not an anonymous donor. He was swimming in the creek. He took off his boots and you stole his boots. You should feel bad. You should feel bad. I should feel bad. I feel bad. Okay, well, they're my boots now. Alrighty. And then this looks like it gives us an access point into this observation tower. We're going to go this direction, but very happy that I went out of my way. I almost didn't see that artifact, so very happy for that. I like how dense this map is. It feels like everywhere I go, every choice I make does matter, and that feels pretty good. You've been warned by King Phixxy that pirates are capturing the family in this area. You were enjoying this holiday, but now it's time for war. War, I tell you. We're going to pick up dwarves. And I don't know, should we even pick up peasants? I mean, you get a lot of peasants this way. Might as well. 1, 2, couple more. Up to 157 peasants. Where's my boat? On to day 5. And with that being said, yeah, the breastplate lured me from my ship. And then please stand left of the first treehouse. I will see. I will do my best to stand to the left of the treehouse. If I have to go back for it, that's not going to work for me because apparently I'm running out of time and I'm very scared. Winnie Maru, is this Heroes 3? Yeah, when you see 93 attack on somebody, you're wondering, oh my gosh, is this Heroes 3? Of course, Heroes 2 versus Heroes 3. Basically what happened is it takes 2 attack in Heroes 3 to equal 1 attack in Heroes 2. They lengthened out the curve so that way every point of attack gets a little bit diluted in its power, and so you can still reach these crazy offensive numbers, but it's much more difficult to do. Remember that in Heroes 2 you max out at 300% bonus damage. So you can only do 300% bonus damage, and that essentially equates to 30 attack over defense. So with 93 attack, we would need to have, what, a 60 defense hero just to kind of compensate and get us into the point where we're starting to consider doing negative damage or reduced damage. Yeah, we got a long trek ahead of us. A dwarf approaches you from the forest. My king, you helped rebuild my home during the Sisters' Revolt. Behind a demon cave in the forest are boots. Please take them as a thank you. The dwarf was right. What a wonderful addition to our arsenal. You look at how inspired our troops are by our newfound speed. Look at them running around in awe. I will take the diplomacy here. Maybe I was supposed to come at it from this area. Maybe this was not supposed to be accessible from the back end. It must be those boots. Unless... No, behind the demon cave? It doesn't look like it. Not yet, anyway. I'm saving this dwarf cottage. I do want my movement to be as fast as possible, but we are going to go into the demon cave. We find a powerful and grotesque demon in the cave. Today, it rasps, you will fight and surely die, but I will give you a choice of deaths. You may fight me or you may fight my servants. Do you prefer to fight the servants? Yes, we do. We'll just make sure we don't lose anybody. Chris says, damn, I'm back, but my internet connection is intermittent. That's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I wonder, I don't know, is it the weather? Is it that somebody else in your area is using all the internet? It is quite often that myself and the Phix wife, that we talk back and forth. Whenever our internet is running slow, we always accuse the other person of using all the internet. I know that that's not quite how that works, but there definitely are some dedicated internet goes here first applications in the world. For example, I believe that if you use Disney Plus, I believe that Disney Plus will use the internet first before other applications. And so like I notice if I'm trying to surf the web and my kid is on Disney Plus as opposed to Netflix, Disney Plus, it feels like I have no internet. If I have Netflix going on for my kid, not a problem. So just kind of interesting how that works. I'm glad I got these 2 stacks of dwarves. I'm kind of hoping that 1 stack of veteran pikemen goes to the south because I think that the sprites can actually help with that. And so I'm actually going to fight this bottom stack. Again, I'm hoping 2 stacks go north. No. Oh, they did. Perfect. And then I'm actually going to get the dwarves out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can reach. Yeah, so dwarves are going to get out of here to here. 2 to 5. I just don't know how many of these sprites. They're probably not going to kill all of them. So we're going to take a little bit of retaliation damage there. We'll kill 5 here. We're going to haste a mundo. And it's going to take us to here. And they can't catch us because we're too fast. I don't know. Maybe I should just use the rest of these forces offensively. Yeah, it's probably time to start using these forces offensively. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like these dwarves should be able to get around, so let's just brawl it out a little bit. And this is still going to make it so that we don't have to worry about troops going all the way around, just for 1 extra turn anyhow. And then the sprites really don't have to worry about their damage. They're gonna be able to kill 7 to 14. Should I just do it? Tell you what, let's do that. We're gonna kill 7 to 14 here. We kill most of them. We're going to do the haste again onto our big stack of these beautiful sprites. We're going to kill 3, 3, and kill. Bada bing, bada boom. Last time I hasted the dwarves, you don't want to haste the dwarves. You want to haste the sprites. You want to make sure that they get the turn order where necessary. Folks, this is a tough decision. Do you want to have max luck, or do you want to do an extra 15% bonus damage with the archery? I think that the luck is going to be better because we do have these sprites. Sprites can make good use of the luck at any time. Elves, they can also make good use of that. I think that this is just going to be a better and greater effect size, so we're going to take that. And finally, it took us forever, but we're finally here to this observation tower. From the observation tower, you were able to see distant lands. What do we see? We see, oh geez, Dragon City. I want that. I want it now. I want it yesterday. Treehouse, treehouse, treehouse. Lots of sprites hidden in the trees. Alchemist Lab, you probably do want that for phoenixes. Tree of Knowledge, Sawmill, looking for an ore mine. There's a jail, that's gotta be Aunt Phixxy. Spritely Beachfront, who even knows how many black dragons that is? That's very scary. Oof, very scary. Level 3 Shrine, several bone dragons guard a gold mine. We call it a gold mine. We know it's only 1,000 gold per day, but if anything, you'd rather have the gold mine that travels with you for free. +1 on the knowledge. There is an ultimate artifact on this map, so we got the obelisks here. And then, yeah, Spritely. We're going to want to go back to Spritely. That's for sure. We do have 7 ore, or rather 7 mercury. Before anything else happens, let's make sure that we don't lose all of our mercury every single week. So we're going to purchase the Phoenix now. And I kind of want to go, if I can go back up and around, I think I'd like to go to the Hut of the Magi. Maybe it's going to show me where the boat is. But I cannot get through this area. So we do have to go south and then go all the way around. Okay, well, good stuff. Good stuff. Again, a very dense map. Lots of stuff going on, and that makes for lots of good decision making. And the more decision making processes we have, the better we can make the very best of whatever situation's in front of us. So, an Orcish Wish Doctor living in the hut deepens our knowledge of magic by showing us how to cast stones, read portents, and decipher the intricacies of chicken entrails. +1 on the knowledge. Very, very good. Chris says, my friend is in the other room downloading a torrent. Tut tut. That's what it is. That's what it is. Hopefully, here's my thing, is that if you are the kind of person that will, if you use torrents, you better also seed. That's the way I look at it. I don't have any problems with downloading using torrents, but you better than seed because you can't just expect everybody else to do all the work. The halflings are awed by the power of our forces. I'm gonna take some losses here, but I'll take the experience. I guess I don't really need experience. Yeah, I guess I need the troops more than anything. And I'm not even gonna pick up the treasure. I don't know where this... Oh geez, there's an observation tower. I don't know where this thing is. Folks, I am terrified. I need 10 gems. I don't think I'm gonna get that. I think I'm forced. How do I even walk? Oh, there's something, lots of zombies. We're gonna defeat the zombies. So much to do, so little time. You wonder how close by the pirates really are. This observation tower better tell me everything I need to know. Most importantly, where my boat is. It's day 5. Tundar, we're running out of time. And then Zapixo's in the chat. Hello, everyone. Hello, Zapixo. Nice to have you there. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. Zapixo, thank you so much for doing your tier list videos on YouTube. I really enjoy them. If you haven't checked them out, Zapixo's doing some nice tier list ranking videos for the different factions, and he does his native French-speaking ones, and he does his English ones. Please go and check him out. I really like the stuff that Zapixo does. And Winnie Morrow, of course, in the chat. I love the things Winnie Morrow does. Please go check Winnie Morrow out as well. In fact, I believe that you all have been doing some group heroes hot seat using the parsec tool where you share the computer, and that's really cool. I love it when people are doing hot seat in 2025. When the FHeroes2 team gets the opportunity to do multiplayer, we'll be very happy for it. In the meantime, I love that there's some nice, wonderful people like Winnie Morrow and Zapixo that are finding a way around those technical limitations. Sometimes in war, if you can't go through them, just go around them and then go through them later. That's good advice. I'm wondering which heroes that's for specifically. I wonder which heroes that's for specifically. You come upon an obelisk made from a type of stone you have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of a lost ancient map. Quickly, you copy down the piece, and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it appeared. Looks like there's going to be a lot of obelisks. I realize I didn't pick up this one, but I got stuff to do. When I get a second hero someday, I'll eventually come back for that, but not today. And I will come back because there's 2-3 dwarven cottages. I will eventually come back, so I'm not worried about that. Okay, what's the best way of doing this? Fight. Gargoyles are maybe my least favorite enemies here. I'm gonna have to go through them and the centaurs to get back to the magic well. I don't want to go all the way around. I don't want to lose a ton of grand elves. I can do a haste onto the sprites that will increase their speed. So I could do closed formation here and here, and then I don't want the sprites to eat a ton of damage either. What if I just do it like this and I put a door there? That would probably work. 73 sprites. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to lose 73 sprites. That just feels bad. Feels really bad. Am I best off just taking 1 hit of damage from gargoyles? I think I am. So we're gonna do it just like this. Stack of gargoyles, that is down to 8. Oh, and they're still just going straight for the sprites. Jeez, I wish I'd known that. My mistake. We'll kill 10 to 16 here. We kill all of them. Very good. That's still going to end up saving us a ton of sprites, although the gargoyles are going to get go first this upcoming turn. 18, 13, down to 2. We saved ourselves about 20 sprites. Not great, but I just didn't anticipate that they would leave the elves open and go straight for the sprites. So call that my bad. My bad. Picking up this artifact, responding to the panicked cries of a damsel in distress, you discover a young woman fleeing from a hungry bear. You slay the beast in the nick of time, and the grateful sorceress weaves a magic cloak from the bear's hide. Yep, 50% reduced damage from this ice cloak for all ice spells. I'm not too far away from Yellowstone. Yellowstone is a national park here in the United States where you can go and you can camp and you can spend like really good quality time with the people that you love. It's a great place to be, great place to spend time. However, there are occasionally tourists that will go to this place. And when they go, you will sometimes find that they get a little bit too close to the wildlife. You will look at a buffalo, a big, mighty buffalo, and you will say to yourself, yes, I should go up and pet that thing that weighs 2 tons. No, you should not. Likewise, you should not pet a bear, especially if the bear is a mama and it has her cubs around. Every now and again, I hear stories about an unfortunate tourist that just thought that it was like Disneyland and everything was safe. It's not safe. There's wild animals. Don't feed the animals. Just, that's my public service announcement for the day. You know your aunt is somewhere to the south of here. The decision is, do you need to go home for the resupply before saving Aunt Phixxy? Tundar, that's a good question. I feel like you're trying to lead me somewhere with that line of questioning, and I don't know if I'm going to disappoint you or not. We shall see. Remember, I do want this magic well before I continue on my way, but it looks like if I'm to go to this jail, I'll have to go through dwarves, rangers, and a horde of veteran pikemen. A horde? No, I can probably go get this secondary hero. Yeah, I'll make it work. Yeah, I'll make it work. With full spells, I'll make it work. 50 spell points, I'll make that work. And Phixxer says, fun has no limits with Parsec. Aha, sounds like an ad. Yeah, you know what? Maybe Parsec should sponsor you, right? And you just show everybody what you can do with Parsec. I think that'd be pretty good. And then Tundar says, left of the treehouse. Of this treehouse? So right there. Oh, I thought it was this treehouse over here, Tundar. Oh, you see, I was like, no way, I don't got time. But yeah, since I'm going in this direction, I'll do that. You better believe it. I'll go do that just to figure out what's there. Okay, folks, moment of truth. Observation tower. What do I find? From this observation tower, we are able to see distant lands. I don't see a boat. I do not see a boat. I see red. I see Zam. I see a pack of phoenixes and lots of bone dragons. I see a pirate. Lots. I'm so scared. I am so scared. I see lots of titans, lots of black dragons, and I know you have 93 attack. I am terrified. Where do I go? Okay, so here's the deal. I think that they're gonna go in this direction, and then hopefully, no, they're gonna go right here. I've got to go north. There's got to be like a boat way up here. So I got to get past this point before they do. I'm too slow. Look how slow I am. I'm too slow. What's my best route? Beach is going to be fine for movement. I could go this direction and pick up the +3. Holy Hammer is clearly not okay. That would take me way too far out of my direction. What if this shrine, what if there's a summon boat spell in the shrine? This is the moment where I want Tundar to be like, there's not. It's not the first time that you do this map. This is the first time I've done this map. This is Spritely's Pirates. And so I don't know where the boat is, folks. Am I missing something? Do you see a boat? I have to assume that the boat is up here. I guess there's a boat over here. There's not. There's not. The boat is north. Okay. That means that we have to go through here quickly because they're not going to be stopped by any of this. None of this is going to slow them down. And so what's the best way? Here? Or here and then back? There might be a little bit of a gap in the trees here. I'm not going to be able to risk it though. I literally can't even risk going out of my way this far. If I have to go this way and then down, that costs me way too much time. Clearly, we're on a race to get past this point, and I'm hoping, I don't know, maybe I just need to let go of the peasants. They're just going to be 2-speed creatures. And the dwarves? Time is of the essence. Can you afford to let go of 40 dwarves and 204 peasants? Tell you what, we're going to make that decision at the end of the day. Oh boy, we're going to end up making that decision at the end of the day. Let's just go, 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 go. Centaurs want to run. Do we want to pursue them? No, we do not. Zombies, do they want to run? No, we do not. North we go. No, we do not. No, we do not. I'm going to do it. I'm going to let go of the peasants. I'm going to let go of the dwarves. I'm just going to do it. I don't have time. I don't have energy. I'm just letting go of all the 2-speed creatures so I can hopefully get past this hero. And hopefully we can survive to the north. Whew. Okay. Alrighty. And folks, something wonderful has happened in the chat. Zapixo, holy cow. Zapixo, thank you so much. Zapixo has gifted a ton of subs to everyone. So Zapixo gifted to Textero, Opanaut, Sandro the Peasant Killer, Chris, Orgs8, Quimar Digital, Omax64, Grand Legion, Damned Recluse, Nora121, Zapixo, granting 10 tier 1 subs to the Phixfox community. Thank you so much. Holy cow. Zapixo, thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate your kindness, and I appreciate how great of an asset you are to the Heroes of Might and Magic community. Thank you so much. I always love spending time with you. Sir, you don't got to do that. I already like you. But I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kind gift. It's a pleasure. Chris says, thanks for the gifted sub. You're amazing, man. Awesome, awesome. Oh, merci. Absolutely, absolutely. Winnie Morrow says, so cool to you, sir. Absolutely. I don't do it. I don't do it for the love. Well, you got love coming your way all the same. I appreciate it. You were told that the purple players are scouting pirates. If anyone is going to be an issue early on, it's the purple player. They've stolen Spritely Castle and are wreaking havoc on the high seas. We're gonna have to keep an eye out for them. And we're gonna go through, yeah, we're gonna go through this treehouse right here. Ooh, oh, look at this. A tall sprite looks at you. She caught your attention. She wolf whistles and calls you a sexy fox. This increases your confidence. I don't know if Phixfox wife is going to enjoy this if a sprite is calling attention to me. But yes, I can see how this would increase my confidence. This didn't even happen in real life, and I still feel more confident. Way to go. Ow, ow. Okay, when you say wolf whistle, there's a lot of different wolf whistles I've heard. You can go like the ow, ow, ow. You can be like aruga. You can just be like hubba hubba, right? Folks, I'm asking you, how do you wolf whistle somebody? If you were trying to absolutely make somebody feel uncomfortable, but still let them know that you thought that they were pretty special, in what ways would you wolf whistle somebody? Please let me know in the comments. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna take the 1500 experience here. I think that we're good on gold, 9600 for the moment. We're gonna be fine with that. And I'm happy for my +1 leadership. We're building a great hero. In fact, is there any skill here that I don't like? Not really. Ballistics is the one that you could maybe say is not the best, but I'm happy with all these other skills. Remember that we can't lose Phixxy the Sorceress, so we can't use the basic diplomacy's surrender bonus down to only 40% of the total cost. Can't use that, but we can maybe get these other fine troops to join us, so I'm looking forward to that very, very much. Do you see what I see? Darlana thankfully didn't go in this direction. They went all the way around. We have to run. We have to sprint. We have to defeat forces wherever we can. We might go just a little bit out of our way for this tree city. That's it. If we can't get past these zombies, what chance do we have? You saw those red pirates, right? Wait, how many zombies was this? Lots? Oh, we should be able to beat them, right? Mass slow, mass bless. Yeah, we should be able to beat them. 73 sprites. We'll make this work. We'll make this work. And Org says, thanks heaps for the gifted subs, Zapixo. Really appreciate it. Wonderful. I'm so glad that Zapixo's gift is appreciated. Yeah, great guy. So appreciate all that he's doing there. Thank you so much. And yeah, the you're welcome goes to him. Absolutely. Theftonomics says, wee-oo, Kung Pao style. Is that the movie Kung Pao? That was one of my favorite movies as a kid growing up. Theftonomics. I loved that movie. That was such a good one. Holy cow. Oh man, I haven't seen it in forever. I feel like we need to have a watch party and we all just get to enjoy some excellent 90s and 2000s movies. I forget when that one came out. That's a good wolf whistle though, I like that one. Just a gift asked for everyone here. Just a gift asked for everyone here. I love it. Good stuff, good stuff. Spixo says, go ahead and say again, Les Chalset du Larci du Sesh Sontel Sesh Uar Shishesh. This is Zapixo trying to help me as Phixfox do a French tongue twister. You know, Sally sells shells by the seashore sort of a deal. And if he spells it out for me, I will try it one more time because I don't think I gave it 100% justice there. But we're gonna try it one more time just to make sure I can get it. He's trying to teach me French and I appreciate the French language. I wish I was better at it. I really need to get my Duolingo up so that way I can just be better. And then I can shout out my French phenoms in their own native tongue. I can do better with that. One day I'll surprise you and I'll just rattle off French for about 2 minutes. And you'll say, wow, Phixfox finally learned French. And then you'll realize that I just used all my French in one go there. This will happen. Bank on it. Okay. We did get through this area here. We're gonna take one step out of our way for the tree city. 26 more sprites. Go, 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 go. We're not gonna let the peasants join us. We're not going to let them do damage either. Okay. Les chaussettes du l'archi du sèche sont-elles sèches ou archi sèche. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That was much better. I felt like that felt better. It felt like it hit more correctly. So hopefully you are okay with that offering. It's the best I can offer at this current juncture. Hopefully that was close enough. I really appreciate, as somebody's trying to do something new, it's always nice when you get some good solid encouragement that, yeah, it might not have been perfect, but you did your best. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, and then we are going to get out of this fight. No damage to from this peasants. Chris was rewatching the Lord of the Rings movies, not seen them since the early 90s, and they still hold up. Are you talking the ones that have like that weird, it wasn't stop motion capture, what was it? It was like you had the actors and they acted out the scenes and then they had like paintings on top of them. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's one of my early memories I thought was really, really cool, and I really liked the music. I remember how scary as a kid I thought that the orcs were, because they were absolutely terrifying to a young person. So yeah, if this is the one I'm thinking of, then yeah, Chris, that one held up really, really well. Rotoscoping, Theftnomic says, yes, it was the rotoscoping. That's exactly what it was. Perfect. Yeah. It was just a really unique art style. I thought that was really cool. So I'd love to see that again. Maybe in a modern day retelling sort of story. I would love to see that in modern cinema. I think that'd be great. You race north to your ship. If you can somehow reach the ship before the pirates reach you, you can deny them a ship and maybe get away to fight another day. Oh boy. Oh boy, we're gonna fight another day. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we do here at Phixfox Gaming. Okay, peasants. No. I'm fighting peasants because I don't want to lose any sprites. I think that the dwarves, though, can take all this damage without any losses. So I'm just going to let them here and here. There we go. But this fight actually is probably a little bit tougher. So let's do this right now. The dwarves want to join us. I'm not going to do it. 33 sprites. Let's lose less. And Zapixo says GG's in the chat. And so, yeah, I'm guessing that I said it close enough. Close enough. I appreciate that. Tundar with all the... Wow, we've got a lot of creatures here. I forget who the orc is, but I know that the Crusader, the Genie, the Ghost, and the Bone Dragon are mine. I know I made those ones. And I kind of like them. Every now and again, I like to do fun little art stuff. I'm not nearly as good at GIMP and other art as, say, Zapixo, but I sure enjoy it all the same. I'm going to do this mass slow. We've got all the spell points in the world. This is going to actually prevent the sprites from taking any damage here. 1 and 2, 1 and 2. We'll kill here. And... this dwarf did resist the spell. I'm just going to back off. That means that he's going to go 2 hexes. This guy's going to go 1. We'll engage with them in a second right here. And this is all about patience. Just need a little bit of patience, folks. Cool. Yet again. Wow. Good thing I got 99 sprites though, huh? We're eventually gonna get through this fight. You watch. You watch. No, it was the Peter Jackson trilogy from the 80s. You probably didn't say the 80s. I'm probably like misremembering. Yeah, I loved the Peter Jackson trilogy. That's for darn sure though. Just quality filmmaking. And I gotta tell you, I was a little bit disappointed in The Hobbit. You know, they tried to make The Hobbit into like a 3-part epic. It just didn't quite do it for me. It was enough of a departure from the books that I noticed, and it just wasn't my favorite. And I feel bad because I tend to love everything Lord of the Rings, but The Hobbit was just a little bit of a disappointment to me. Not a bad story, but I didn't need Killy or Philly to have a romance with an elf. I didn't ask for that. I didn't need it. I understand why you needed to do that in a modern day retelling, but I could have gone without that anyway. Phixfox, you're the same guy that says that you loved the love story between Sandro and Luna, and you're still like, you're giving yourself grief about this? Come on, Phixfox, come on. Yeah, I know. I'm just two-faced about it. I'm so sorry. But at least I'm honest. Ah, look, the kingdom tax has fallen upon us. We lose 6 mercury, and that makes me really glad that I purchased the 1 phoenix last time. Okay. Have you noticed that we're being chased? We have to get this observation tower because I got to know where we're going, and I have to hope that this enemy's observation tower is only going to go, let's see. How far does it go? From here to here. I'm using my fingers on my screen to try and like tell about how far it should go. I got to get to right about here today. If I don't get to right about here, the enemy's going to keep sight of me and they're going to continue to chase me. I'm going to hope that with 1,700 movement points, we're going to get far enough away, but I am Shaking in my boots, folks. I am shaking in my boots. Ah, very scary. Let's see. Enzapixo's got a lurk. See you guys later. Take good care, sir. Appreciate you very, very much. Always a pleasure to have you here. Santa Paula says, Lord of the Rings has no remake. Lord of the Rings needs no remake. Yes. Of course, that being a reference to the Counts of Elrond from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Ring. Good one. Very nice. I wonder if I can use this terrain a little bit here. Yes, I can. Nailed it. We're gonna get attacked by 6 in just a second. But half are gonna go this way, half are gonna go this way. Yeah, that'll do just fine for me. Just fine indeed. In fact, I'm gonna step off one more step. 1, 2, 1, 2. And kill here, kill here. And from here, I'm just gonna hit skip and go and be done with it. One Battledorf goes down. I'm gonna hope that I can actually spot the boat. I better get the observation tower. This feels so bad to go one full step out of my way, but I have to. I've got to know where this boat is. There it is. Can I reach today? It looks like I've got to kill peasants. Unfortunately. They want to join? No. Take them. I don't even care. I have fought 6 fights to keep these sprites alive. They've done a good job. And folks, look at this. We can get into the boat today. You can't reach me. Even if the enemy gets to right here. You can't reach me. And I'm gone. Like a thief in the night. I am gone. I am so out of there. Let's blow this popsicle stand, boys. We get into the ship, but see the pirates chasing behind us on the beach. I feel like Jack Sparrow being chased by all the indigenous folks, and we are going to sail away first thing in the morning, and they are going to suffer behind us. Ha 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 ha. Sucks to be you. Very happy to be me. We did it, folks. The playthrough is saved. And we did it on day 1, so we didn't even listen to the Mapmaker and get there before the beginning of the new week. Good stuff. Good stuff. We made it. Oh, and hi, Santa Paula. It's nice to have you there. Yeah, but hi to Phixfox and hi, chat. And then, yes, The Lord of the Rings needs no remake. Chris agrees. Let's see. But you did enjoy, Chris, you did enjoy The Hobbit? Yeah. I'm not here to yuck on your like, right? It just wasn't my personal favorite. And then, bro, The Hobbit is fine compared to The Rings of Power. You know, I didn't even see The Rings of Power. So I shouldn't really offer up an opinion on The Rings of Power because I never did see it. But my fear is that I worry that was it done in the right spirit of Lord of the Rings to this point? I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't have an opinion. I don't think I should have an opinion. Yeah, just things I think about though. I just want it to be good, man. I just want to enjoy some really high quality movies and film, and my hope is that I always will. But if I don't, I'll just be a little bit sad. Good luck. Holy kittens, did you see how much good luck we just got there? Like, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4 instances? 5 instances in this battle alone? Do you think that the expert luck is pretty useful? Holy cow. I love that. We come upon a group of mercenaries practicing their tactics. They invite you to join them for a short time, and you pick up +1 attack skill. That's not what it actually said, but I forgot what it said and I clicked too fast. Okay, we know that there is these pikemen coming up. We're going to go to a group or split formation. We're going to keep the dwarves into 2 stacks. We're going to stop by this little dwarf cottage here. We're going to pick up, it looks like 21 dwarves. They're going to be the bodyguards to these grand elves, and they're going to be enough to help us fight this horde of pikemen. Let's fight this fight. Losses look unacceptable. 91 sprites goes down. That's way too much. We're going to keep the sprites alive as long as possible. Let's do our bless. Let's do good luck. Aw, rats. We still killed 8 veteran pikemen though. That's pretty good. And then, yeah, the dwarves are just going to have to suffer. They're going to have to just take some damage. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Well, this dwarf is going to go here. This dwarf is going to go up as far as they can. They're going to need to fill into this slot in a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This dwarf is going to step up. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. In fact, I'm going to just move the sprites there so they're going to stay as safe as possible. And then because we're going to get this extra turn, do I want to bless somebody? Sure, why not? Let's just bless. this big stack for this retaliation that's about to happen. Okay, with the good luck, we're doing 8 veteran pikemen at a time. There's 12 that went down in that little salvo of damage. 2 more battle dwarves goes down. Yeah, and let's just keep the Chewy center alive. These troops in the very center, I just want to keep them alive for as long as possible without any issues. So dwarves are going to step up. They're going to take a beating. That's okay. That's their job. Skip and kill. And you might as well cast another bless. We're going to work on this stack right here. 20 down to 12. And it looks like this group of 24 is about to take a bit of a beating. There we go. Now we're spreading the damage out a little bit more. And this is nice because each dwarf can attack somebody without breaking rank and allowing access into the back line. The sprites are actually going to come on out and do damage 5 to 10. Yeah, we're going to kill 5 to 10 of these veteran pikemen. We killed 6, not as many as I would have thought, but okay. And then here on this new turn of battle, we're going to haste the sprites. Maybe we don't kill this full stack. Perfect, and there's 1 here. Oh no, I thought that they were going to be the first ones in the turn order. They're absolutely not. We'll just play it safe. For those of you that want to see bloodshed and wild and crazy moments, it may not be exciting to keep your sprites back and not lose 20 of them, but when we're talking about correct play, that's it. That's how you do correct play in this case. So 2, 9, and 10. Wow, I actually lost a lot more dwarves than I thought I would. 2,000 experience though. We will take it, and we're going to pick up this advanced diplomacy. Our stack sizes are reduced mightily, but remember, we do have plenty of more dwarves we can pick up. Can we get them upgraded in Spritely though? That'll be the question. Actually, we can. Look at this. Our Mapmaker's been very kind to us. While the elves and the druids are still tier 1, the dwarves at home are up to battle dwarves. So any amount of forces we pick up from these dwarven huts, they're going to be able to go back to Spritely and be turned into full-fledged battle dwarves, eliminating their biggest issue being that they're only 2 speed. Very beautiful. I love that. As a player, I'm very appreciative that that was a very purposeful decision, in my opinion. That's a very purposeful decision to help me as the map enjoyer have a nice time here. This treehouse is another group of sprites, 113 up to 135. And if you didn't see that treehouse there, trust me, I only did at the very last second, right as I was looking for it. So folks, this was a big turn, and that's going to take us to the end of month 1, week 2, day 1, on to day 2. Cool. Red player has ignored that. Red players ignored the purse, by the way. Yeah, they ignored the purse. Not sure why. 500 gold a day, you'd think that you'd want that. Oh, you didn't like The Hobbit either, Chris says. Wait, which one? Oh, you really enjoyed The Lord of the Rings. My bad, I misunderstood. And then I started playing, so then you've been sitting there for like 5 minutes being like, Phixfox, I didn't like it. Phixfox, listen to me, please. Tell you what, I wish I did a better job with balancing chat and balancing playing the game. Tell you what though, exciting news. So the Phixfox headbands have been sent out, so there shouldn't be any problem with those. So Sante Paulus, for example, your headband should be coming. Shouldn't be any problems there. And then also I'm getting a second monitor, something I can just put up right there. And that should actually help me enjoy the game a little bit more and then have chat on a second screen. It's kind of a little bit fun, a little bit weird to try and play these games on just one screen there. Would not recommend it. I would definitely recommend having 2 monitors if you're ever going to stream anything. We see our ounce jail. You boil with rage. Your anger causes you to gain some experience. I don't know how that works, but okay. You swear to destroy all the pirates in this land and vow to take no prisoners. I completely agree with that. We will take no prisoners, folks. For our final skill, do you think we ought to take the pathfinding? I do see it looks like a little bit of cracked earth there. We've seen a little bit of beach. I see just a little bit of desert there. I think the pathfinding is a good choice. Maybe we would wish in the future that this will be navigation because it looks like there's a lot of water out here. But so long as we've got 1 hero with the navigation, I think I'm going to be okay with this. And we're going to pick up our friend, Aunt Phixxy. In a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who in exchange for loyalty pledges to your cause. So Aunt Phixxy is going to have 0 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge. So basic level hero, but they've got the navigation, so that's pretty good. I'm going to take these dwarves, I'm going to take these sprites, and Auntie Phixxy, you with your resurrect True, and you're blessed. Okay, I see you. You're gonna go pick up all these dwarves. What's my purpose? To go and pick up dwarves. Ah, they might not love that job, but it's a very important job, and it needs to be done. I don't know how many dragons this is. I can't fight this fight because I don't have enough information. If it's 100 black dragons, you just lose, right? And even though you might hope that this is between 1 to 5 black dragons, not knowing how many black dragons in there, you cannot fight this fight in good faith. However, this will give me access to this area. It looks like I can eventually get back up to Spritely. Rather than go up in this direction, we're going to go south through the zombies and so on and so forth from there. 8 sprites, a small price to pay in order to carry on and be much faster. Ooh, spiked shield. Look at this. Spiked shield for the +2/+2. Very happy for that. Then again, if we're eventually going to have to defeat a hero with 96 attack and defense, we're going to need a lot of spiked shields. So good for now, but yeah, we're going to need even more than that. Okay, now here's something interesting. Shipwreck Survivor gives us this ammo cart. Interesting, but not the most amazing thing I ever saw. Here it is, though. Do you think I can land, steal the Holy Hammer, and then sail away again later? I think I might be able to. We pulled this Shipwreck Survivor from an ungrateful ocean. We're going to pick up this Medal of Valor for the +1 morale. I'm going to do this. I'm absolutely going to do this. I'm going to land. Oh, maybe you couldn't reach it from the land. Maybe this is meant for us to land. Hopefully nothing is going to... If this was Heroes 3, I would worry that something would pop up and, like, hurt me. Like an army would be on either side and you just have to fight enemies for this artifact. Since I don't think that that's going to happen, we're going to land, pick up this Holy Hammer first thing in the morning, step back in, probably grab this Xanadu and the Swordbreaker, and maybe we're going to sail around the coast and try and pick up whatever artifacts we don't want the enemy to have. For example, this Legendary Scepter is here on the beach. I think we're going to try and pick up this Legendary Scepter before the enemies get there. Let's see how that goes. And then Phixxy is free. I'm free, I'm free. Although they should take the dwarves. No, the dwarves are going to go back home. How about up here? Yeah, dwarves here. Let's go grab that. But not seeing the Rings of Power for Chris. No good, Sante Paulus. And Sante Paulus says, don't watch it. It's not worth your time. I've heard that the visuals are really good. I think that the visuals look pretty okay, but yeah. Yeah, okay. There's one recommendation to not watch it. Doesn't mean that you don't love it. I think that my folks watched it, and I think that my folks really liked it. So, yeah. Chris also says that it kind of makes me want to watch it. I have read the Silmarillion. It's supposed to be inspired by that, no. And then Santa Paul says, not exactly the Silmarillion, if I can recall. Tundar says, I've never reached the boat with the shield. OMG, well done. With the shield? I'm going to have to check to see which shield we're talking about. Oh, with the breastplate? Gotcha, there we go. And Sante Paula says, Amazon did get the rights to the Silmarillion, but only the appendices and the broad setting, but the story is made by Amazon largely. So yeah, my complaint is that I've been told it feels more like fan fiction writing, which isn't bad, and if I haven't watched it, I cannot complain about it. So I don't really have an opinion on it. Have you ever listened to any of the books read by Andy Serkis? He does a good job in narration, in my opinion. I sure haven't. Hopefully some other people have, though. Andy Serkis is I really like how he went from actor and then he really made a name for himself doing Golem with the tennis balls on his head, and then they superimpose Golem on that with the acting reference that he did in real life. And now I think that he's even moved on to things like voice acting, like you're saying, but also into like directing. I think he's directed a couple movies here and there, although I can't remember which ones they are. Santa Paul says, I am curious about the anime War of the Rohirrim. That'll be pretty cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that because I do want to see how that can be done. And then some of the fan-made movies. Yeah, some people have done some really amazing fan-made, highly quality and enjoyable types of things. Funny enough, the Star Wars community has also done some really cool fan-made kind of stuff. It's amazing because it used to just be, hey, look, I got my fake little lightsaber and you have yours, and then people would choreograph a fight. And now with the advancements in at-home video editing and just VFX type stuff you can do, people have done some really cool stuff. If you give the fans an opportunity to make cool things, they will do it. Tundar is a great example of that. You give him a nice map editor, he makes beautiful maps. What can I say? The proof is in the pudding. But Santipaus would recommend to Google Horn of Gondor, Born of Hope, Hunt for Golem, and Battles of the Fords of Isen. Very cool. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Chris says, I do that with the Star Wars fan-made stuff. Some of it's rather good. There we go, good. Particularly, you like the Grand Admiral Thrawn. I don't recall that one, but good stuff. Voicer says, yesterday I got surprised as I discovered that Netflix made an anime from a book trilogy I read back in high school. I was not expecting that in a million years. I think that is one of the nice things about Netflix, trying to have their own movie theater, like movie studio, where they create their own movies. I understand that they're trying to make their own material, so that way they don't have to license it from other people. It just makes sense financially to own the rights to whatever you're trying to show. And so that way you get 100% of the profits instead of 20% or 80% or whatever it is. I haven't seen a ton of amazing things that Netflix has done. Some of their art has been so-so. Happy to hear when they do some really nice things, though. Happy to hear that, especially if it's something that you've already enjoyed. Do you remember what the trilogy was, Warrior Sir? I'd be interested to know. And Santi Paula says that the Born of Hope movie was directed by Kate Madison, who also starred it as Elgarian, really talented and pretty lady. Kate Madison. All right, we're Googling it. British filmmaker. Yeah, she looks nice. She looks nice. Although I know that that's not why we're talking about her. You're not talking about a filmmaker, whether or not she looks nice. But still, she looks nice. Looks like a nice person. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully she does a good job making her nice stuff. Hopefully Phixxer, by the way, the redeemed, made it to the ship. If you got away, good for you. If you got into the boat and you lost the boat, good for you. Otherwise, good luck from here. Okay, nope, we made it. We're in the boat. We got the breastplate. We got the ammo cart, Medal of Valor. We've now got this holy hammer, where a battle with a paladin that's been mortally wounded by this group of zombies asked us to take the hammer and finish what he started. We picked it up, it began to hum, and then everything became a blur. The zombies lie dead. The hammer was dripping in blood. We strapped it to our belt, and then Phixxer got back into the boat. I don't know why I'm talking about her as if this is like in the post tense. This is happening right now, but she will carry on when she can. Curse spell here from the Shrine of the First Circle, 18 dwarves we just picked up there. I am going to grab this mercenary camp. I know that Auntie Phixxy is still kind of like my secondary hero and just here to pick up some other stuff, but you never know when this hero is going to be very important for you. With 192 sprites, I'm going to split those into 2 stacks. Let me think about this. War Trolls are 5-speed creatures. I can haste 1 stack of sprites per day. I think that you do want the 2 stacks of the sprites. It just feels kind of bad because you're going to end up taking some amount of damage. You can't help it. Yeah, with the haste, though, this is going to go much better. It says we're going to lose all the sprites. This is a lot more trolls than I thought it was. Oh my goodness. Let's haste. How many trolls can we kill? 1 to 2? We can kill 1 to 2. And this terrain is really bad for the dwarves. Let's get good luck at least once. We don't. There's 26 HP here. I'm going to try and kill stacks wherever I can. Oh, I should have killed this bottom stack because we're going to retaliate right here. Thankfully, we didn't kill the full stack anyway. Elves take a hit, sprites take a hit, everybody's taking a hit. And we can kill 1 to 2 here, but it's highly unlikely that we kill 2. We're probably just gonna kill 1. It's much more likely that we kill 2 up here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna kill 2 up here. We do get the 2. Dwarves are gonna head to the south, and we're going to try and roll from top to bottom as best as we can. But yeah, not my favorite fight. Don't love this. We're gonna leave this 1 troll alone in a moment. There's 61 sprites, 42 sprites. Rather than haste the dwarves, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, if you haste the dwarves, they are gonna get here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna haste the dwarves because they're such a chunky unit. They can at least block off here. We'll kill here. It's pretty good. Very good, actually. Dwarves do their damage here. Elves are gonna attack straight across. Good luck. No good luck. Good morale. Oh, absolutely take good morale. And now the trolls are all doing half damage as they're doing retaliations. There's only a couple of smaller stacks left. The sprites are going to overwhelm this one group of war trolls here. They're gone, they're dead, they're dusted. The dwarves do fine. And folks, we did end up saving about 80 sprites, 90 sprites, not to mention a couple of grand elves. 1200 experience. We are finally going to take this expert archery. It's a little bit later than I would like, but we needed to do it eventually. We have now done it. Do we have any gems? We got 5 gems. Because there's 5 gems, we shall take these genies. You stumble upon a dented and tarnished lamp lodged deep in the earth. Do you wish to rub the lamp? Yes, I do. It's going to be 3 genies. We will take those. Again, ignoring Spritely beachfront is a little bit too much to deal with. And then we come upon a bridge spanning a dry gully. Before we can cross, a troll steps out from under the bridge and demands payment before it will permit you to pass. You refuse, and the troll charges, forcing you to slay it. You take its spiked shield as a trophy. Very good. I don't want to... I can't take the halflings anyway into my army. I wish I could, but I can't. There's 32 here, but I will take the genie lamp. That's going to be another 4. I will be up to 5, and then I'm looking for a little bit of extra gems somewhere. Somewhere at the windmill, maybe? Don't see any gems. We're going to have to come back later, I suppose. Is that what I think it is? Folks, is that what I think it is? Is that the Sword of Anduran for +5 attack? Guarded by a pack of bone dragons, we will come back. But this is highly important for us to come back and pick up +5 attack, because then we're going to have the breastplate and we'll have the sword, and then we're just going to be looking for the Helm of Anduran for the +5 spell power. If we get it, we will absolutely use the town portal and the maximum luck and morale to our advantage. If that is the case, if we get that artifact and then we get them all combined, this is going to be a bit of a dead skill, and this is going to be a bit of a dead skill. But you couldn't have known that when you picked them at the time. So I'm not going to be too sad about that. Boyster says, it was a young adult series, Leviathan by Scott Westerfield. It was a take on an alternative World War I history with a steampunk-like setting. Very cool. Okay, this is a guilty pleasure of mine. I like steampunk. There, I said it. I like steampunk. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. And I think that steampunk is just an aesthetic that is just very, very fun, because I almost feel like if you transport me back in time, there's no way that I'm building a computer, but I might be able to craft some steampunky kind of stuff. If you ever seen Army of Darkness with Bruce Campbell, and he goes back in time and all he has is like a chemistry book, he basically gets Greek fire for these medieval knights as they're fighting the hordes of the undead, and he puts a windmill on top of a car that he gets running. Yeah, I would aspire to be a Bruce Campbell. Would I be very effective at it? Probably not. I think I need to be a little bit more crafty, a little bit more hands-on, but still. I like that idea of just like the steampunk setting for like the World War history, the alternate type stuff. I enjoy that. A chance meeting with a famous archer finds you in a game of knucklebones, pitting your bow against your horse. You win. This is not really necessary. If you have archery, you don't really need this artifact, but I was hoping I could maybe get by here. Looks like I cannot. That kind of changes my plans drastically, actually. That's a little bit sad. So with that, we're going to go back north. Phixxer is picking up 1,500 gold, 6 crystal. Very good. Ooh, pack of Arc Magi. Guard this artifact. It's a pack. We've got 92. Folks, we got 92 of these sprites. Not to mention tree houses here. If we land, we have to attack. I don't know. I think that we might be able to land and take that. We're going to give it a try. Remember that we do have all this defense, 7 and 8. Like, we are really tough. I'm going to land and hope I can maybe pick up these creatures from this end. No, it looks like I can't. The only way to go through here is through the Arc Magi in this direction. Let's see. If we fight this fight, we're going to take a beating because these enemies are way too fast for us. They're just that much faster than us. But it's only a pack. If it's 19, are they really going to kill 92 sprites? Even if they do, we're going to recoup our sprite losses, and we'll be able to pick up this artifact and the Alchemist Lab. We need the Alchemist Lab anyway. I know I already landed, and so the decision-making was kind of already done at that point, but it's still nice for me to go back and convince myself that I was correct, that it was the right thing to do. I make no apologies. Okay. So Pixel says, wow, what a lot of treasures at sea. Yeah, I think that there's a good opportunity for Phixxer to be at sea. I do have her landed right now because I really like this +2/+2, but yeah, I think that she's in an okay spot. I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna go back and probably pick up the Swordbreaker and then go through the Whirlpool after we've maybe taken some of this early area. But yeah, as a Pixel, I hope that I can get her out there. You don't have a scout to send there? Right now I just have these 3 heroes. There's no boat to the north as far as I found yet. I've just got this one boat here, but I just really want this legendary scepter. So let's fight this fight. I'm gonna hope that this is not correct. Oof, 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 oof. Ah! Okay. Well. They actually did a lot more damage than I thought that they would. So we don't have a haste for our dwarves. They're just going to take however many turns that they take to get down the battlefield. Remember that Magi, they do full damage on a retaliation and they do full damage in melee. So the bless might be the best thing for me. I don't see how the mass slow is really going to help. We're just going to have to end up taking damage one way or the other. So let's do the mass bless. And let's see if we can kill one full something somewhere. So let's see if we can kill one full Magi here. Okay, there's one full Magi there. And let's see if we can kill one full Magi here. We do. Okay, so we're killing where we can. Good, good. Okay, and actually, I think I'm okay with this, because now we got these 2 sprites that are just going to stay right here. They're not going to get killed by this retaliation. Not going to get killed by the retaliation. And then 6... Yeah, 6 sprites. I think you can almost kill this one Archmage. Let's give it a 2 Archmages are definitely going to kill 6 sprites this upcoming turn. Still, we'll do that, just in case we got good luck or something. Okay, that was big. Not too bad, not too bad. Ooh. I'm going to reapply that bless, though. Let's just kill 2. And we'll kill this guy on this retaliation, and we're just going to work our way up. We're going to win this fight. It just feels kind of weird to go as slow as we are. One more bless. Big bits of death there. And then one more big bit of death here. 72 damage, 1 remains. Let's go, baby. Okay, so it cost us all of our sprites and 4 of our dwarves, but we got access to all this now. So I will get the Alchemist Lab first, so we got the +1 per day, because we do want that for the Phoenixes that we got coming up pretty quick. And then let's pick up this Legendary Scepter for +2/+2/+2/+2. Upon cresting a small hill, you come upon a ridiculous looking sight. A sprite is attempting to carry a scepter that is almost as big as it is. Trying not to laugh, you ask, need help? The sprite glares at you and answers, you think that this is funny? Fine, you can carry it. I much prefer flying anyway. I will happily carry it for you. Oh no, look, I can't actually get to these tree houses. They are inaccessible. But I'm still okay with that. Sad. I'm a little sad, but we're going to pick up 28, 52, a total of 77 sprites for our troubles, not to mention this +1 per day. I have a choice. I can go up to the Xanadu and pick that up, or I can set sail. I don't know what's best for me. I don't think I want White Shield. I just don't think I care. Can I reach the Tree of Knowledge and get into the boat? Free Tree of Knowledge. We're going to take Archery, maybe? Archery's pretty good. We're going to take the Archery. And it looks like we can reach the boat. Do we want to reach the boat? I mean, it's a free Xanadu. We're gonna take the Xanadu. We're gonna go a little bit crazy. It looks like there's unicorns right here. We're gonna grab this, grab the tree, grab the lighthouse, come back. Hopefully it doesn't take us 2 days. We could have gotten into the boat. This might be a mistake, but we're adventuring right now. I am having an adventure, and you are invited to come along. In fact, I hope you do. That's what I hope. Okay, and let's see. Isn't World War I history a more diesel punk setting? I guess it kind of is, isn't it? Yeah, everything was kind of diesel punky. Because it wasn't until World War II, really, that we got rid of a lot of like I think that the machine gun was invented by World War II, but not World War One. I think that tanks appeared at the very end of World War One, or maybe just the beginning of World War II. But I know that it changed the whole idea of trench warfare, just the advancement in technology. It's really amazing to me how much war changed between World War One and World War II, because it changed a lot. But Diesel Punk, maybe Diesel Punk would even be more Heroes 2. I don't know. So Pixo, Archmages. Ah, that's the perfect. That is the perfect little emote for that. I love that. That's beautiful. I think that that's one of yours. I love it. Boyser also loves the steampunk, by the way, and about the anime. They consulted the original illustrator for the books, and that created all the great designs from those books. So you're really eager to watch that. That's so good. I love it when you have something that actually fits with the world as you know it in this story that you're trying to tell. I think that that's just a smart thing to do, and I wish that more people would consult the original source material rather than just go off and do whatever they thought was a good idea. So good stuff there. Very good stuff. Okay, we've already picked up this, picked up that, going on over to our dwarf cottage. And let's see, go dwarves, go. Absolutely, Zapixo. They made it eventually. Whew, whew. Boyster says the other side is a bit more steampunk in aesthetics. Gotcha there. Spixo with the GGs. We defeated the Archmagi. Wonderful. And then Tundar says, honestly, your fights are so fine. Thank you so much. We eventually kind of got to a spot that worked out pretty well for us. I'm very happy for that. And Zapixo says Xanadu is a must-do. We will... It rhymes, and so we simply must. Xanadu is a must-do. We shall do that. Boyster saying the machine guns were very much the World War I weaponry. Okay, I got that incorrect then. Clearly, I need to do a little bit better on my history, getting up to snuff. I'm at that age where I should be deeply invested in understanding history for World War I and World War II. I'm just at that age where I should be up to that. Liquid Yeti's in the chat, and he is rating with a party of 29. Liquid Yetis, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure to watch you earlier on the Spritely King map, which is the 4th installment in this series. I hope you don't mind, actually. I was watching a little bit of your stream on my stream a little bit when we first started up. I was getting started with the streaming, and we just watched you for a little bit. At the time I watched you, you had over 6,000 skeletons. At the time I was watching you, you had a whole stack of bone dragons and black dragons and a hero that was doing pretty fantastic, and you had just taken a beautiful wizarding castle with a level 5 mage guild and the library. If you don't know about Liquid Yeti, you're missing out. Go check their playthroughs. They do some excellent stuff. So pleasure to have you here, Liquid Yeti, and thank you to you. And a pleasure to have everybody here from your stream. So hello to the real Phixfox, Master of Heroes 2. I don't know about that, but that's high praise, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you so much. So welcome to you, and welcome to everybody. Let's see. Santi Paula says the heavy machinery guns, yeah, they were in use long before World War II. Okay. Or World War I. Gotcha. We're going to have to leave Spritely and travel the slow bogs if we are to have any hopes of building our own fleet. We will do our best there. Up to 101 of these sprites. I have finished Spritely King. You finished it. Really? It looked like you had a lot more to go. You are a speed demon. Oh my goodness. Very fast. I'm very impressed. How did it play? Were you happy with the end fight? I know here in this game we have an enemy with 96 attack and a whole ton of defense. Wherever they may be, this Darlana the pirate has 96 attack. I'm anticipating that this is going to be an epic fight. Did you have an epic fight at the end of Spritely King? And if so, how did that go for you? And Mushanki Pet says Spritely King is next on your list as well. I really appreciate being able to see everybody's different attempts at these playthroughs, because I think that everybody has a very unique take on these XL maps. What's the best decision? How do they approach these issues? It's really fun to see other creators and other people enjoy playing. And really, that's my favorite thing about the internet here in 2025, is that I get to view other people enjoying these maps, because then I learn an awful lot from them. And then we also get to just appreciate people doing some nice high quality playthroughs. So I don't think you can ever have too much of a good thing when it comes to Heroes of Might and Magic. Folks, we're going to take the expert wisdom here over the scouting. It could be a mistake, since I know that Phixxer is going to be going into the whirlpool fairly quickly, but for now we will wait and see. Very happy that both of these trees give us the +1 skill without having to make us pay. And then the butler admits us to see the master of the house. He trains us in the 4 skills a hero should know. Has +1 to the attack, +1 to the defense, +1 to spell power, +1 knowledge. This is a good, well-rounded hero. Very happy for it. If I go to the lighthouse, I may not be able to get into the boat at the end of this day. 1,200 movement points left. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 660, 800, 9, 10. I think we can barely reach. This is going to be very close. It was very close indeed. My math failed me. Of course, when you go on a diagonal, it takes a little bit of extra movement points, but sometimes you can have just enough remaining. In this case, we had 10 movement points remaining. It was possible to get here and get back. I'm hoping that 1 extra day's worth in the boat is going to be worth the additional movement points at sea with our second lighthouse. We will see. We will see. Folks, Jay Nasty is in chat and has subscribed with Prime. They're now subscribed for 4 months. Jay Nasty, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here. I really appreciate your time and your energy. It's always fun when I get to hear from you and the things that you've got going on. I appreciate your insights, and I always appreciate, after a really crazy fight, I can always appreciate and look forward to you dropping some cool emotes in the chat, because it was a hype moment. So thank you so much, Jay Nasty. Pleasure to have you here. Mushanki Pet says, maybe I should stream it this time, being free this weekend for once. Oh, are you usually at work? Are you usually doing other things that are very, very important with your time? Yeah, the streaming time is not something that I have a lot of, and so I'm trying to be very careful with what I use this streaming time for, because I can't always guarantee that it's going to go very well for me. Uh-oh. Tundar, is this supposed to happen? Tundar, Charity just summoned a boat. Tundar, is this supposed to happen? I'm scared. Liquid Yeti says, Tundar's maps have a slow pace and some very strong enemy heroes. You'll see it later. Haha. Okay, I'm looking very much forward to it then. Yeah, that'll be excellent to get into that one. We'll get there behind you. Hopefully, I won't spoil too much of the playthrough for myself, as I've been enjoying watching you, so... we'll have to take a look and see for ourselves how the playthrough goes. We'll see if I get as lucky as you. We'll see if I'm able to be effective with my forces in the early game, because I think that you're right. I think the Tundar really likes to let you have a hero that does better over time, and that does have a little bit of a slower build-up, but it does lend itself very well to this epic story where you are struggling mightily against these massive, overwhelming odds. And then eventually you get the payoff of being the biggest, baddest hero out there and sneaking out a victory at the last moment. So yeah, I think I've seen the same thing that you do, and I think that that's a very stylized choice that Tundar likes to use to provide a good experience for us. Did you notice that the elves got good morale and good luck on that previous attack? That was pretty good. That brought down those big stacks of zombies from 59 down to 19. So now we are turning our attention to these other stacks of zombies. I think that we're about to attack here. 12 to 19, we kill most of them with the sprites. So long as I don't lose a genie, I'll be happy with the results of this fight. And so long as the zombies are very slow in walking across the battlefield, we shouldn't have any problems filling them full of arrows. I do wonder, does it make sense canonically for the undead to lose hit points simply to an archer's arrow? I mean, you know, if you get hit by like a ballista, that makes sense because it's big and it's powerful and it hits you right in the chest, and, you know, there's some impact damage. But you're not going to bleed to death if you're the undead, right? So I'm just wondering about that. You know, does it make sense that ranged damage actually defeats the undead? You tell me. You let me know. +1 spell power for Phixxy, and we will take the expert diplomacy. We're building a pretty good hero here. 4 attack, 4 defense, 9 spell power, 7 knowledge, 32 spell points remains. We might end up spending a night here in the Mage Guild. I think, in fact, that we shall. The dwarves and druids welcome you with open arms. They inform you that directly to the south is an ore mine. We should head towards it quick. I agree. And we're immediately going to upgrade these dwarves. So we have 84 battle dwarves. We have 259 of these sprites, and we are going to have, probably leaving these elves behind, take these phoenixes on the road, stay overnight, use our 300 movement points to stay put, and let's go find our ore mine very, very soon. Sawmill there. I kind of want that. Anyway, Mushanki Pet says, by the way, Darlana was something. bit of a struggle. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Mushanki Pet? She was a bit of a wild card, kind of tough to manage. I can't say that I'm not, you know, scared of her. I certainly am scared of her, but a very interesting choice that Darlana currently at the time that we last saw her, she only had 1 spell power. It's kind of interesting. So what to expect out of that, I don't know. If you only have 1 spell power, you can still make great use of something like a 2 spell power. You can still make great use out of something like a Berserker, but we will see. Tons of attack, tons of defense, tons of knowledge, 2 spell power. Pretty interesting. 95 attack, 83 defense, 63 knowledge. She's getting stronger all the time. By the way, AGAR is still the purple player that we need to look out for. He had tons of stats. He had like 28 attack and 20-something defense. We still need to be on the lookout for him. Okay. And so on we shall go. 2 gems. Very lovely. I'd love that for these genies. And we're going to stay here overnight. Probably going to go fight bone dragons in the morning, and let's go. Okay. Santipalis, what Phixfox might think about is probably an assault rifle like a Sturm or an AK-47. It's the late World War II and after. Yeah, I know that the guy that made the first machine gun, his whole goal was to make something so powerful that wars would end. And then humanity just saw it and said, hey, this is a great opportunity to fight more. I just don't know exactly when he did it. But yeah, like I know that the AK and some of those other weapons, I know that weapons have only gotten better. In fact, I think that there's some indication that American-made weapons in World War II were so poor quality that if you found the opportunity to drop your weapon and pick up one of the enemy's weapon, that you would do it because their weapons were reliable and your weapons as an American were really bad. That's one of the few tidbits that I have about World War II stuck in my brain. Astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the Power Lich, +5 on the growth there, and the Kingdom Tax has fallen upon us, folks. Let's see, if we wait a couple of days, we should be able to get ourselves enough Mercury to pick up more Phoenixes. I don't know if we're actually going to need them, and so I will pick up Dwarves, I will pick up Sprites, and we are out of gold, so I'm going to leave everybody else here, including these Phoenixes. We're going to go north because I do want this gold mine. Clearly, I think that we need the gold because we're only getting, it looks like 500 gold per day. Let's make that a priority and then we'll go from there. We're going to leave these 2 tree houses for now because they're going to be picked up by our second hero later. And this sign indicates that Spritely is the birthplace of King Phixxy, made by Tundar. Thank you for playing. Once again, I believe that this is from Spritely 1, just from Spritely. This is the same town that was in the bottom left corner. So again, we see that Tundar's maps, they all kind of fit together in a fun little way. If you pay attention, you can see where everything fits together, and I think that that's really pretty cool. The mummies want to run. We're not going to let them. They're free experience. And we're going to pick up 2 ore. Very good. 1,000 gold. Very nice. I will pick up... What is that? If we get a dimension door, we might need to go to this corner. Who knows? Who knows what Tundar has put in the corners for us? I think that Tundar has realized that Phixfox loves to go to the corners of the map. Other maps from creators, things like Ghost Planet 1.1, map makers have snuckily snuck things into the very corners of the map, and now Phixfox can't lay off of them. If I see a corner of the map, I have to go to it. I think that Tundar knows this, and he might be setting a trap for me in this upper right corner, and that treasure chest is just there to say, hey, by the way, if you can, go and enjoy whatever I've left for you there. We will wait and see. 1,000 experience. We're going to go through these boars. Oof. Dead. Dead for a ducat. Mass haste. That's a nice pickup. Holy cow. For the sorceresses, okay. Usually I think that you would prefer mass slow over mass haste. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. Generally, I think that I would prefer mass slow over mass haste. They're both excellent spells, but I think I prefer mass slow. For the sorceresses, I think I disagree, because you're almost always going to go first because of the 7-speed Phoenix. There is no faction, except for maybe the Knights, that makes better use of the mass haste. And so, I'm very happy to see that spell. Excellent spell. Changes my fortunes drastically. Speaking of which, speaking of spells, we're going to pick up the Advanced Wisdom, and we're going to go through these boars. Free pork for everyone. And Heart of the Magi, we're going to go pick up that. We enter into a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you of places near and far, which may aid you in your journeys. It looks like a Sphinx. We have a Sphinx on the map. We have a prison. We have a sword breaker and trolls and trees. We've got another Xanadu. Wow, lots of Xanadus. Sphere of Negation, very big. Oh my gosh, another sword breaker. Tons of resources, another sword breaker. Observation towers in the center. Wow. And then this is interesting. 2 red barriers. Erlequin. +5 spell power, but also access into this dungeon town. It looks like most of those Hut of the Magi, or rather Eye of the Magi's, they're east, or rather west of our position. Another Sword of Anduran. They are west of our position, and it looks like there's lots of things to be found on the high seas. Maybe this is Sandro. Maybe this is Luna. Maybe the only way we can defeat a hero with 96 attack is to have 96 Xanadus. Let's consider that. Look at this, 1, 2, 3 forts. Yeah, there's an awful lot of forts here. Lots of +1s to be found on this map. Sphere of Negation, very interesting because it prevents, hold on. Does it prevent spell casting from both sides? I think it does. But that might not be good for this upcoming fight. Against Darlana, that might not be the best. I don't know, we will wait and see. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, whew. Let me get back to chat and then we will carry on from there. But that was a very interesting Hut of the Magi. I really enjoyed that. Chris says, okay to the real Phixfox. I'm gonna go. Thanks for the stream. It's evening time here and it's cooling down, so I'm off for some groceries. I am so happy to hear it. Have yourself a really good time, sir. It's always a pleasure. And thank you for all you do. Okay, we'll catch you around, Chris. This is a green dragon. I don't know if I can defeat a green dragon with these forces. No, 12 attack, 12 defense. I've got more hit points here. I got the Mass Bless. Yeah, I think I can defeat a green dragon. But I just don't love this. I think that 1 stack of the sprites are going to go down. Well, I guess I get to attack first, actually. Tell you what, I'm anticipating that if I bless here and I attack here, and then the other stack of sprites gets to go. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, for 15 Phoenix or 15 sprites, Swordbreaker is absolutely worth it. We just picked up 9 stats on this one little island. 1 of each from the Xanadu, and then 4 and 1 here. That was 9 stats that we just picked up in one fell swoop. Clearly, Phixxer the Redeemed is probably going to be my main hero. I don't know if Phixxy the Sorceress is ever going to get that good. So let's not try and take experience necessarily from treasure chests for Phixxy. I think that we know that the Redeemed is going to be our main hero. Let's let them pick up experience. Let's spend the rest of our time trying to get gold and troops for these other forces. Let's see, I'll pick up here 78 dwarves. Have you noticed? Is that enough to defeat elves? I think probably not. Maybe 1 Phoenix though. Maybe 1 Phoenix would do that. And then Tundar says to Yeti that I reached the ship. Yeah, I reached the ship. It was really close though. As soon as I got to the Breastplate of Anduran, Tundar was like, oh, I fooled you. And I realized that I was in trouble because Tundar had tried to warn me that if you don't get to the ship immediately, you're gonna have a real bad time. So we got there eventually. Mushanki Pet says, having Phixxer alive is pretty cool. I lost her at first, but she came back in the tavern once I got a castle. Oh, very nice. Very good. Yeah, again, interesting how these playthroughs vary from game to game. So I like that a lot. We're gonna pick up everything. I don't see any reason why we ought not to. 6 sulfur, a little bit of gems and crystal and such. And this is where we pop out, and this is where we're going to stay put. 1,500 gold there. There's a castle here. We take it 1 step further. Draconis, black dragons, minotaurs, griffins, hydras, gargoyles. Seems like an awful lot to deal with right now. It looks like I might be able to land here and pick up this Sphere of Negation. Tell you what, I'm going to go do that. That seems like it'll be a really tactically defining sort of deal. Yeah, that might be very tactically important for me to get. So let's sail back. I'm not going to worry about trying to pick up all these resources. It looks like I could beat Alamar, though. I could beat Alamar. Let's try and beat Alamar, so that way he doesn't steal all my stuff. And then we'll go back and we'll try and pick up some of these other freebies. Interesting. I like that there's a lot of different choices here that we could make, and whether these are good or not, I'm not going to know until later, but lots of interesting choices, that's for sure. We're going to go to the Shrine of the Second Circle. Blind. Very nice spell. Very happy for it. This map was created by Jake, aka Tundar. Thank you for playing. Thank you for having us. I appreciate that. Thank you to our Mapmaker for having such a good time for us. Once again, hidden in the trees, Magic Garden. You can't see it, but if you mouse over it, you'll be able to pick up 500 gold or 5 gems. Very nice. Lots of earth elementals, shouldn't be a problem. 2 sprites, we will accept those losses. And then before us appears a levitating glass case with a scroll, perched upon a bed of crimson velvet. At your touch, the lid opens and the scroll floats into your waiting hands. It's +2 to our knowledge. And we will pick up all these sprites because sure, why not? And pick up our gold mine first thing in the morning. Tundar says his game will be very different. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. And Mushanki Pet had walking packs of XP. Okay. Okay, walking packs of XP. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for those and try and stay alive as long as I can. Yeah, Tundar, I don't know if you intended for Red to pick up a summon boat, but Red has picked up a summon boat. I think I need to go and defeat them as soon as possible. If I lose Phixxer, I'm having a real bad time. Because I don't currently have a castle that I can use. Yeah, I don't have a castle currently, so I can't just rehire her. I can't run and rehire. There's a bottle here. I don't know, maybe I make my way back up to here. Wait, who's my loss condition? Yeah, it's Phixxy. Yeah, so Phixxy is my loss condition, but Phixxer is kind of my best fighting force. I definitely don't think I can defeat Charity. If there was genies or something I could use to hire more troops, I would probably do that. Blackwind, maybe I could steal that. There's just a lot of interesting choices here. Maybe there's another, I don't know, maybe there's another castle over here. I do want to pick up this Dragon City as soon as possible. We'll see. We'll have to wait and find out. Let's see, Drognovich1. Hello to the real Phixfox. Which map is this? Hey, welcome. Nice to have you here. It's a pleasure having you here. We are playing Spritely's Pirates. This is part 3 in the map series that Tundar has made. You can find these maps on the FHeroes2 Discord, and I do post any of these maps I need to download. I also put these on the Phixfox Discord if you want to be a part of that Discord. So being the 3rd in the series, this is supposed to be more adventurous and less tough, and yet we have an enemy hero out there with 90 attack, and so I don't know, maybe Tundar just has a really weird sense of fun. He's like, yeah, it's just fun and adventurous. Meanwhile, Tundar just wants to cause me harm. That's probably not the case. Okay. Tundar says, the treasure chest you couldn't reach in Spritely, you can now reach. Okay, I will take a look. Oh, that's that same one. Very fun. Okay, I remember that one. Cool, cool. A callback to the previous playthrough. I'm gonna haste everybody because sure, why not? We're gonna kill 1 to 2 bone dragons there. Kill 1. We're gonna kill... we can kill 1 for sure here. I don't want the genies to take any hits. We're gonna kill here. Let's see if we can kill 1 full stack here. Or at least 1 full dragon. We kill 1 dragon there. 2 bone dragons here. Dwarves are going to stay back just in case they won't help out the elves. And we're going to lose, it looks like 22 sprites and 2 dwarves in this fight. Not too bad. 10k experience. And a little leprechaun dances gleefully around a magic sack. Seeing you approach, he stops in mid-stride. The little man screams and stamps his foot ferociously, vanishing into thin air. Remembering the old leprechaun saying, finders keepers, you grab the sack and leave. That's 1,000 gold per day. Very good for it. And again, we're taking the gold here, not the experience. Treehouse. Yeah, it's a little bit out of our way, but we're up to 334 sprites. I'm taking these sprites just because I may want them later, and I just don't know. With only 3 heroes right now, I just don't know when I'm going to get back. So we're going to take them for now. And with 28 sprites, is that enough to defeat lots of elves? Definitely not a horde. But 78 dwarves. Do we have a haste? We got a resurrect true. We got a resurrect true and a magic arrow. And even if you defeat the elves, then you still have to go through a throng of dwarves. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go back. I'm going to get these dwarves up to full strength. I may even take a few phoenixes out in this direction and split my strength, split my forces. Yeah, it's just a little bit too much of an ask. And then clearly, I've put off this decision-making process with Phixxer because I don't know what to do. I don't want to deal with Charity because I can't. I do want this bottle, but I'm worried it's going to put me in a position, like, if I go 2 steps further, I'll scout a little bit. Looks like I can't even get there. Maybe I can get there this way. I just really don't want to waste this valuable time with this hero. It's really valuable time, but this is a bottle. Tell you what, we're gonna grab. Hold on, do we need flotsam? We only have 15 wood. We're gonna pick up flotsam wherever we can. There's 25 extra wood. If we need to upgrade a castle, we can pretty quickly. And I'm gonna go pick up this bottle because I just like bottles. I know what I like, and I like bottles. So okay. And that's going to take us on to the new day. Alrighty, let me just check to make sure there's been nothing wild and crazy happening in the chat. Of course, there's always wild and crazy things happening in the chat. That's just how you folks do it. So, speaking of which, Zapixo says, we had a golden goose in our co-op map with Mushanki Pet in the bottom right corner of an extra huge map we are doing. I'm very glad that I have been able to encourage map makers to do what I think is a good idea and include such fun things. So hopefully we can find fun things in the corners of our maps here as well. The pirates are looting everything. They're dumping our resources in barrels and chucking them overboard. They're locking up our leaders and taking the islands. Someone, please help us. That someone was Phixxer, the redeemed. But she was not going to come back until later, when she felt a little bit more comfortable with a little bit more forces than she currently has, that's for sure. I wonder if I can sail through here. I'm gonna try to sail through here. Looks like that's probably a bridge, doesn't it? We'll have to go and find out, though. It doesn't hurt my feelings too bad to go find out. More sprites. Gold. New day. And we thought of you, of course. Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah. I'm glad that I've left my mark on the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 community so that now everybody checks the corners of the maps. That is maybe the thing that I am most proud of. There's the friendships and the good vibes that we've been able to have playing Heroes of Might and Magic, but the thing that maybe I am most proud of is the fact that people will check the corners of the maps in honor of Phixfox. Great. I'm thrilled for that. Uh-oh, look at this. Did you see that? I had forgotten that there was a hero in a boat that sailed up there. We have not been able to right-click on them. Phixxer might be in a little bit of a tough spot. Oh, and look, there's not actually... I thought that there was a land bridge there. It looks like there's not. I'm going to land just so I can pick up this observation tower. I don't... This could be bad. We've got so many movement points. 2,800 movement points left. I'd love to pick up the observation tower, but if somebody lands right here, I'm not going to be able to get away. So let's pick up whatever we can. Be smart. Use your heroes in their very best bit of strength. And the best strength that they have right now is being with expert navigation on the water. So let's let them continue to do that. Remember that we were talking about sending Auntie Phixxy back in this direction to the west? I'm going to grant them some amount of phoenixes for that task. In fact, they can even take unicorns and druids and such. Yeah, they can take all these other forces. I will take whatever remains here. We're going to go south because I was told that there was an ore mine somewhere to the south. Let's see if we can find that. Lich's Guard. Is that boots again? What is that? For 9 sprites, we're going to go find out. And then Black Dragons guard a red tent. That's kind of interesting. I wish I could tell you how many dragons were here. But if I don't have a tavern, I can't safely do it, and therefore I'm just not going to. Spixel says, so many things to do on this map. I will sure do it. Amazing job to Tundar. Absolutely. Amazing job to our great map makers out there. Give them a round of applause. Well done to the people that spend the time to make wonderful maps. So thank you. Mushanki Pit says, yeah, all Spritely maps took me at least 5 months. Oh yeah, so a lot of time is spent when there's so much stuff to do. As the player, it takes you a lot of time. Your scouts report that the purple pirates are pillaging the seas, but the yellow pirates are slowly catching up, building ships of their own with the aim of conquering Spritely itself. They can sure try. I will hope that they do not anytime soon. Another traveler's boots of mobility. I'm going to need to get this other pair of boots off to another hero because you only get the benefit from one of the boots. They don't double up like that is my understanding, so might as well get those traveler's boots onto somebody else actually. In fact, what about we do it just like this? You finally collect the chest you've kept safe since the first part of this growing saga. You head back to Spritely to collect some forces. That's the one right there. That's the one that Tundar was talking about. It was inaccessible. Yeah, I like that. Very fun. Very fun. I'm gonna send the sprites over. Yeah. I am gonna do this though. I'm gonna leave the genies over here. I just don't think I need... Do you need the genies over here? I'm gonna send just one genie, just for fun. Just for giggles. And then these dwarves, they're gonna get up to Battle Dwarf status, because I should have enough gold, 20k. And then in a little bit, we'll be able to move forward, going back in the other direction. Because it's day 7, we're probably going to send the 7 phoenixes to the south, and then send the rest of the phoenixes over to maybe take this Dragon City, if at all possible. I'm trying to get Auntie Phixxy, or rather, no, I'm trying to get Phixxer to the western coast, and just picking up whatever she can along the way. Because eventually I'm going to want to kind of combine my forces. I'm going to want her to be the main fighting force, and maybe for that reason it actually needs to be Auntie Phixxy that brings all these forces, just so that way they can hand them over. Yeah, that actually makes the most sense. We're going to hand all the forces over to our best hero in the boat, so that way they can actually conquer the high seas a little bit. Let's do that. And let's plan on meeting on the Western Sea as soon as possible. Chunky Pet says, green dragon with the stats should be fine. Yeah, that was, man, I am way behind on chat. Oh my gosh. That was the green dragon with like 60 sprites and 12 battle dwarves. Yeah, I'm way behind on chat. Let me get caught up on chat. Spixel says, nice pick. Thank you, thank you. Tundar says, I think Phixfox, thank you for Phixfox for inspiring me to do them in the first place. I was daunted by the new layout of the FHeroes2, but I was keen to make a map that Phixfox would want to play, and now I'm hooked. Good. I'm very happy to be part of your early game support, so that way you've enjoyed the maps very, very much. We've enjoyed playing your maps very much. I hope you never stop. And it's good that we have encouragement and hopefully... I mean, you've heard from more than just me that you're an excellent map maker. Yeah, I think that everybody here wants to make sure that you never stop, so keep it up. Keep it up. Chunky Pet says, little tip, for whirlwinds you can do 1 stacks, so you'll lose them instead of a chunk of the bigger stacks. Very true. Yeah, absolutely very true. I've not been doing a very good job of that. What Chunky Pet is saying is you can do just like this, and then it's from the first slot. That first slot of creatures is where you're going to lose half the stack whenever you go through a whirlpool like this. So, yeah, we should have done that. I didn't do that. I had all 38 sprites in one little go, and that was clearly suboptimal. So thank you for that. And then the red player having multiple warlock castles scares you very much. You're thinking that in the late game that they're going to outscale me because they got too many dragons. You're probably right. You're probably right. And I don't know if there's anything I can do about that, actually. You see the ore by the beach, but you also see a palace in the woods, a palace you have not visited since your youth. Ooh, story time. Okay, we're going to go to the Xanadu because apparently we are very familiar with it. We're going to take all these forces. Let me just hit M to view to purchase all. And thankfully, we actually picked up a little pile of mercury, I think on the high seas. And that feels pretty good because then we're able to pick up all these other creatures. We're going to split the dwarves, and it's going to be 39, like so, here and here. I do want to take the genies. Is that my best fighting force? Tell you what, we're going to leave these dwarves behind for resupplies for other forces. And then we're just going to set off here to the west. Finally picking up our treasure chest. 1,500 gold. Ah. It was 1,000 gold, and then we picked up interest over time. That's how that works. Yep, that's how that works. Tundar says, yeah, that's a mistake. Oops, about the boat. It's okay. It happens. So long as their big hero doesn't get into the water, we should be fine. I hope. Boyuser says, is lurking on the phone because we need to do the evening resupply run, but we're still listening. Boyuser, I hope that wherever you're at, I hope that you're in the store right now. I hope that you are smiling. I hope that you're like, ah, Phixfox. He's calling me out in the store. Let's see, what's something funny that... All right, let me tell you the funniest joke I know. What is the funniest joke I know? My goal is to make you laugh in the middle of the store wherever you're at right now. Okay, I'll tell you the cleanest joke I know. This is a joke that you can tell anybody at any time, and they're never going to get offended, right? Once upon a time, there are a happy married couple, and they invite their two friends to come over for dinner. And after dinner, the men are in the living room and the women are in the kitchen. They're cleaning up. And the men are talking, and the one man says to the other man, "Man, me and my wife, we just went over to a great restaurant the other day. It was lovely. It was beautiful." And the man says, "Oh, well, what was the restaurant?" And the other man looks, and he looks a little bit, he's searching, he's trying to remember something. He's like, what is, it's a flower, and it's got thorns on it and like a long stem, and they're associated with like love and admiration. What is that? What's that flower? And the other man says, "A rose." And the guy goes, "Yeah, that's it. Hey, Rose," he calls to the ladies in the kitchen, "what was the name of that restaurant we went to eat at last week?" Ba-doom, boom, ch. It's funny because he forgot her name. The whole time, your expectations were subverted because you thought he was trying to remember the name of the restaurant itself, but no. He was trying to remember the name of the woman he'd been married to forever and ever and ever. And that's how humor works, folks. I'm not very good at it, but we shall carry on and just know that even though that is not the funniest joke you've ever heard, that is the cleanest joke you've ever heard, and you can tell that to anyone, anywhere, at any time, and you'll never cause any offense. There you go. Cool. Tundar says, "Red having a summon boat might make this map a nightmare indeed. I wish you all the best, buddy." When the Mapmaker is telling you that they wish you the best because of something that they didn't calculate for, I think that we need to listen. I think we need to be scared. Very scared indeed. We're going to lose 29 sprites, and we're going to pick up another 50. And we're going to finally get over here to a boat. There's a boat. We're going to get this ore mine here, and we're going to get to this boat. An oddly shaped ring on the finger of a long-dead traveler. It looks like a snake biting its own tail. Our bless spells are going to be halved in cost, which is not too bad, because we've got at least one bless here. And then let's see, and Phixxer is going to continue to pick up free stuff, knowing that Auntie Phixxy is still pretty far away. Auntie Phixxy, you don't have time. You must go south, because we got to pick up our wood. It's been way too long since we picked that up. You see the magnificence of the dwarven lumberjacks. You remark at the quality of the woodland in this area. The health of the trees is like no other that you have seen before. Yeah, and they're big too, because there's big trees that give you +1 knowledge, or +1 level. Only the appointed dwarves may cut the trees in Spritely. Those caught chopping wood in the Spritely forest without a full woodcutter's license will be fined and imprisoned. What if I'm the king? What if I'm the one that issues these licenses? Will I have to imprison myself? Time will tell. 10 gems for a little bit of experience. It's not going to work for me, but I'm going to relieve these dwarves of their duty because somebody's got to get the sawmill, and that somebody better be me. But remember, we're going to continue to sail in this area, knowing that we're going to want to go back once we get close enough. Uh-oh, look at this. Ariel, the sorceress, is a purple hero. There's a gold mine on the high seas. Westmore, the barbarian town. And there's a lot going on here. More than I know what to do with. Mushanki Pet says, "If the AI is like mine, red might just go kill purple and yellow instead. So everything's fine." Is it too much to ask that my enemies just kill each other and leave me alone? I think not. Mushanki Pit says, "I was amazed to see how in Spritely and Spritely's pirates, AIs will absolutely not care about you as long as they have someone else to kill across the sea to go kill first. I hope that that's what we get. We will wait and see." We start to understand why this region has attracted so many pirates. The treasure available is absurd. You feel duty-bound to collect as much as you can and have them destroyed. I will continue to do my best. This looks interesting. I'm guessing that there's got to be something hidden here. No? Interesting little roads. Did not expect that, but okay. They stole my boat. You stole my boat. Or no, they landed, they flagged the lighthouse, and then they left. Oh, I was reading chat and so I wasn't watching. Oh, dang, that was an opportunity that was missed. Alright, well, these things do happen. And I've gone far enough in this area. I'm going to head back because I just really got to be safe. Remember, I don't have another castle. I can't rehire my Phixxer hero until I get another castle. I don't have another castle. So I do want to be safe as I'm heading on from here on out. Let's see, there's Magellan's maps. That's pretty useful, but that is going to make the enemy's turn last forever. Do you really want your enemy's turns to last forever? The obvious answer is yes, because you'd prefer the wisdom and the knowledge, but that does add to the length of the gameplay significantly, which is kind of funny. There you go, red attacking purple. Yeah, perfect. Not too bad, not too bad. As long as I can continue to do that more and more, I will never be sad. Unless red completely overwhelms purple and takes all their stuff. That would of course be bad. But I think that you were mentioning that happened there on this little island with Spritely Island Canyon. Yeah, I think that's where we've seen that happen a little bit of times. Okay, we're going to continue on north. We're not going to pick up this masthead. Not very useful for us at this time. We're going to get probably one more big resupply for our main heroes, and then we're going to sail forth from there. Let's hope that we can get to the coast. Navigation, sure. Alchemist Lab, not too bad, not too bad. There's one of our heroes, Luna or Sandro, I'm sure. And it looks like if I take this little beachhead, that I'll be able to land. Are these forces enough to defeat these druids without too many problems? I think so. I think I gave myself enough. Uh-oh, there's another horde of druids. I think I'm good enough to defeat them. I got Resurrect True. I can cast 2 of them. I'm going to do this just in case, because this should be the best place to land. Druid circles, you are sure. This is where Luna would have went before she was captured by pirates. She has always had a love for druids. I've noticed that, and that makes me very happy. Oh no, let's prevent losing some of these additional forces. Not the first slot, but the weakest stack you have for the whirlwinds. Oh, weakest stack? I always thought it was the first slot, but that makes sense to me too. Okay, let's kill here. Kaka. And let's kill here. Kaka. Phixfox. Druids do not make the kaka sound. Yeah, I know. I know. I would much rather lose elves than lose any amount of phoenixes, and saving the spell points so I just don't have to is totally fine for me, by the way. 8 druids goes down here. Genies are going to clean up this top stack. Yeah, we shouldn't actually have to use the Resurrect True here, which feels pretty good because then I'll have it for later fights. 25 HP left. Yeah, we'll lose 10 elves. I'm okay with that. +1 spell power there. Not too bad. And we're just going to walk through these liths and over the liths. We're probably going to need the Resurrect Trues when we get to the horde of greater druids, but that's okay. All right. We will plan on getting there first thing in the morning. Should I stop and land for this spell scroll? Yeah, we still got a little bit of time. We're going to stop here, land there. Might even defeat lots of gargoyles for the crystal mine. We do need a crystal mine. We need crystal, sulfur, and gems. I think we are going to land there in just a moment or two. Boyster says, I knew that joke, but I like it very much. I said it just as I parked by the store. Oh, good. I'm very glad. I'm glad that made your trip to the store very nice. That makes me happy. Yeah, that makes me happy. I think that oftentimes people think, they say to themselves, well, you know, Phixfox is just out here doing whatever Phixfox does. I've said it before and I'll say it again, that if you're having a good time on these streams, trust me, that means that I'm having a good time on these streams. So I really appreciate the good vibes and the good energy from so many wonderful people. So yeah, if you wonder if Phixfox gets a lot out of these streams, trust me, I really do. And I appreciate the time. Oh no, Spritely Watch has dragons. Am I just gonna have to bite the bullet and just hope that it's not a billion dragons? I think so. I think so. Roman is currently typing their safe universal joke from them. I'm very excited for it. Go for it. Take it away there, Roman. Let's see. What's the best? I don't know what the best way of fighting this fight is. 6-speed gargoyles, lots. 13 and 16. I think that you just want to have, well, hold on. I think you want to do it like this and then be on closed formation. Yeah, and we just lose 4. Not too bad. We've got such high attack and defense skill that it's not too big of an issue to, you know, fight these forces, but when I'm thinking about it, I mean, gargoyles just kind of chew up sprites in general, so we just kind of want to avoid that if we can help it. Okay, Auntie Phixxy, on you go. +1 spell power, very good. Horde of Druids. Wow, it's getting worse. The losses are getting worse. Have you noticed? The losses are getting much worse. 43 spell points. We're going to continue to try and save those. And let's try and do this basically the same way we did before. Go to here, 4 to 8. Kill a couple. Half the stack for me. Do it. That's okay. We killed a couple. One genie goes down. There's no terrain, so the unicorns can actually fight this fight much better than they did the previous time. We are going to end up having to resurrect one of the phoenixes for sure, like no doubt. And then, yep, elves, it's going to be 14 elves. This goes down. We're going to kill, hopefully, this one whole bottom stack. Just about. There's one left. And with 3 HP, I'm going to end up just suffering a little bit here. And that's fine for me. Kill 4 to 8. Very good. I do want to make sure that the unicorns don't put themselves in a position where they're going to possibly eat a double hex attack from the unicorns. So let's actually put them right here. Kill 6 to 10. Nice. And we're probably gonna, this is probably gonna be the last fight with the genie, although it'd be really nice to keep the genie alive. Tell you what, let's actually keep the genies alive. 2 more genies. 3 to 5 here. And then we are going to use our last Resurrect True on the Phoenix, because one Phoenix is just that good. Okay. Boop. 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 Okay. 15 of the elves goes down. And we are back to these standing stones. Horde of greater druids, you gotta go through them. We don't have mysticism, so waiting one day isn't going to matter. 14 spell points. We're going to do this without any more Resurrect Trues, unless we wanted to wait for 2 days, and that would really slow us down here. We're just going to have to eat the damage. Yeah, we're just going to have to eat the damage. It's not very fun. Okay. I don't think I need to lose 2 Phoenixes, though. We'll see. Okay. And in fact, I can probably haste somebody and make this fight go much better. Like the unicorns. If we haste the unicorns, and we'll do this. 3 to 7, we'll kill top to bottom because we'll retaliate into this stack in just a moment there. Let's go here since there's a little bit more room to run. Did not get the good morale. Oh, I guess we've got normal morale, so it's just not that big of a deal. Let's see, top stack is gone. Let's actually try and save. Let's see. We want to sit here. So that way we eliminate 4 stacks from doing full damage. 1 Phoenix goes down, 1 Genie goes down, 2 Genies goes down, and then 10 or 9 of the elves rather. 3 to 9 here. And we're going to continue to focus on this bottom stack with our ranged damage. Phoenix got plenty of HP there. We'll probably retaliate in just a moment and do oodles of damage. Good, good. And then the Genie is not going to attack. Nah, Genie's going to attack right there. Kill 3 druids, 6 damage, and the Genie's going to die to this retaliation in just a moment. Okay, but they did a good job. They were useful troops. Happy for them. Big stack here. Little stack here. 31 HP on these Phoenixes. We're going to survive. And the blinds. I hope I don't use up all my good luck sometimes. Sometimes you'll see me get good luck, and I'm very grateful for it. In this case, I hope that getting good luck here on the unicorns blinding these forces when it doesn't really matter, I hope that that doesn't come back to bite me later. And like I just look at this and go, oh, well, that kind of sucks, but I lost all my good luck. I used it up. The well is empty, as it were. But we are going to be able to deliver at least 2 Phoenixes and 13 unicorns. Not to mention whatever forces Luna has in this prison. Luna is in this prison, we are sure, and she better have some nice forces for us. She doesn't have to, but if she does, then all of this has been worth it. So I'm not too sad about this. We defeat the druids, once the loyal Luna fanatic, and now the ones happy to work for pirates that incarcerate her. What a world we live in. Apparently some of these druids are needing a lesson in manners. We will pick up the basic logistics. Excellent for a secondary hero. Very happy for it. And then, folks, we have done it. In a dazzling display of daring, we break into this local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who in return pledges loyalty to the cause. This is going to be Luna. She's... Whoa. Miss Lunatic Sandro. Aw, they got married because they were on their honeymoon. That was the story. She does have the expert necromancy. Wow, really? She's really taken on the politics of her husband. They say that that does actually happen. For some reason, that does occasionally happen where when people get married, the one spouse will take on the politics of the other spouse. And that's just kind of funny how, in this case, those politics are necromancy. So she went from a sorceress to a necromancer. Good to know. And she does have the power ring, lightning rod, endless vow of Mercury. She's got the chain lightning and the animate dead. She might just keep these forces. I don't know if she can actually clear out a whole lot of stuff here. Yeah, but level 1, I don't know. She's kind of under leveled to really make this happen. We will see how this goes in a second. Are there any of these things we want to give over? I don't think so. I'm going to give the Traveler's Boots over to Luna so she can be very effective. And it's going to be Auntie Phixxy with the 5-speed unicorn is probably what they're going to take back. So let's get Luna as big and tough as she can, picking up +1 from the Witch Doctor's Hut, and then +1 not once, not twice, but 3 times from these standing stones. And then maybe she's going to go through wolves and take out Spritely Watch. We will see. Then again, maybe Phixxer actually wants to go pick up this Dragon City for ourselves. Troll bridges, they're very good. We will have enough forces to take them. You can roll those troops into later engagements. I may do this, actually. I may go to this little southerly island. Maybe pick up this +5 here. Maybe defeat the Sphinx. For now, I know that Auntie Phixxy is going to stay put. And we will move on to a new day. Okay, by the way, we are at month 1, week 4, day 6. We are just about at month 2, and that's actually going to be pretty fine because we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes into this playthrough, and therefore it's about time for Phixfox to take a break. Today it is the oatmeal cookies. That's what we're using to keep our brain power going. You think I can talk a million miles a minute without sustenance? To that I say ha and no. I absolutely am not an Iron Man. Unlike Liquid Yeti, I cannot stream for 6 to 8 hours without a break. I need to take a break. So in the next, basically we're going to finish up this turn, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break, and I will set the timer for that, and we will come back, and we'll have a really good time from there. It's day 7, so we're going to wait here in Spritely. We're going to set off tomorrow with as many forces as we can. We are going to be out of Mercury, I'm sure. Auntie Phixxy is waiting. Lunatic is going south. These are the Spritely stones, once destroyed by the Demon King, rebuilt by Spritely King. Long live the sorcerer. That's funny from the second version. These are the stones from the cousins that were destroyed. I like that. That's pretty funny. Lots of dwarves. If we can't defeat dwarves, then we just suck. So let's just go defeat them. I think that even the vampire lords can actually wallop on them. 2 to 3. We've got the animate dead just in case things go awry. I'm gonna skip on the skellies. Oof. 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 Let's see, 2 more go down there. Let's make sure that the dwarves don't like step on my skeleton so I can't be reanimated. Vampires are gonna do good with these 2 stacks. Single stacks here, not too bad. Oh no! Never mind. All is well. No problems. Because I think that was what, 108? That was the full 150 HP worth of animate dead. So even if the vampire lords ever get into like a sticky situation where they can't quite drain tank against the enemies, they should be still well enough off with the animate dead to stay alive. And we even have 1 more because we have 40 spell points at a time. So you have basically 2 before you got to go find a magic well. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay. 12 more skeletons. Nice. I will leave the dwarf cottage. +1 level. Basic wisdom. Lunatic, you didn't even have basic wisdom, did you? Huh. Happy you got it now. Very good. And I think that she can go through these rangers without any problems. She can. 6 more skeletons. I should have taken the navigation there, but I took the ballistics at the last moment. Bit of a whoops-a-daisy, if you ask me. We're staying. I'm going to land over here just to make sure I get the forces. I mean, I could go get a pyramid. Pyramid could be awesome. Are these forces for sure enough to go defeat a dragon city? I don't think so. And I do have forces coming from Phixxy over here. We'll get there in time before the new week. So I'm not going to land. I'm going to assume that the Phoenixes are going to handle all this. We're going to give these few bits of forces over here on over. I guess that the sprites will stay. Yeah, sprites will stay. Nah, dwarves will stay. I think I like sprites a little bit better in this case for this main hero. And then I will take the artifacts I don't need the most. So keep it, keep it, keep it, keep it. Definitely actually do want the morale at the moment. I don't think the ammo card's gonna be that useful. Statesman's Quill is actually really important because, let's see, diplomacy? Nope, we got expert diplomacy. 10% of the total cost versus 20%. Do you really want that extra 10% at the cost of an artifact slot? I think I'm okay to miss out on 10% in case we need to run. We will keep the Elemental Storm because that's really useful for the Phoenixes, right? And then the Lightning Helm, I will keep it as a defensive option. That's going to leave us 6 artifact slots left. I hope that I don't run out of artifact slots. But we're going to immediately land. I'm going to pick up this. I'm going to pick up this artifact first. And then when we come back, we're going to clear out this whole island and go from there. Cool. Very nice. And that gives Auntie Phixxy time to skedoodle. Go pick up free stuff. Near and far. Wherever you are. Here, and here, and here, and 7 speed, and first thing in the morning we leave. And folks, that's going to be the end of month 1, week 4, day 7. Let's watch the AI. Then we're going to read Roman's joke, because I'm sure he's finished by now. And then we're going to get out of here. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah, if Charity, as a red player, is able to get off the island, that means that there's got to be a summon boat in like one of the 2nd level shrines somewhere. But if the big bad evil enemies don't get that for us, and if they stay on their little island, we can get stronger in peace before bad things happen. Astrologers proclaim this to be the month of the butterfly. All dwellings increase in population. Okay. So, Roman's joke. A man says to his friend, "I had a strange dream." The friend answers, "Oh, I know all about dreams. Tell me." "Okay, I was going on the street." "Oh, I know. There were good stores with fish." "No, just houses, and then it started to rain." "Oh, okay, I know. The rain created puddles with fishes." "No, it was just rain. I had to hide. Next to me was an old lady with a bag." "Oh, okay, and was this bag big enough to contain fish?" Roman says, "Yes, I think so." The other man says, "I knew it. I knew it from the beginning. A fish in a dream. How odd. I have no idea what it means." I gotta tell you, that reminds me of me as a kid. My poor dad, he would talk in his lawyerly sort of way. I've already mentioned on stream, and my dad has said to himself that he practices law, and he's very precise with his words. I wish I was as precise with my words as my dad is. And so sometimes he would be trying to teach me something very important or tell me something, and I would try to jump in front of him. He would say, "It's very important that we," and then as he's searching for the right word, I would say, that we smile, that we're polite, that we say hello. And he'd be like, "No, shut up, I'm trying to talk." Likewise, I feel like this person is saying, "No, it's not a fish." But then eventually the payoff is, "Oh, sure, fine, whatever." I think we all know that kind of person that is just jumping to the end of the conversation without letting you finish. And I can tell you that I was that person. Hopefully I'm not still, but I try not to be. Tundar says, "Pizza, relaxing, and Phixfox, cracking your 3rd map, scores 1-1 and feeling good." Good. I wonder what game is on in the background. Mushanki Pet says, "Auntie Phixxy was actually useful for me in this map. Thanks to having the ultimate resurrection." Okay, I'll look forward. Maybe I can get the chance to use them. Mushanki Pet says, "I used multiple heroes for the fight in this map, which is cool." So far, we have kind of been able to use multiple heroes. I think that Auntie Phixxy still has some opportunities. I really do want to pick up this town here to the south, but I also really want this Dragon City and this. I'm just gonna have to assume that this is only 5 black dragons. I just have to. So multiple heroes can be useful, I think. So looking forward to that. And then Tundar agrees. More and more, they are learning how to use players to use multiple heroes, forcing them to use multiple heroes, kind of like you need to in Eruption. Of course, Mushanki Pet, you're the map maker for Eruption. And yeah, you definitely need multiple heroes in that one. He's not an Iron Man, yet he can take a break occasionally for Liquid Yeti. I think he's an Iron Man. I think he just goes and goes and goes and never stops. That's what I see anyway. Scores 1-1. You lost a round to Spritely and did not lose a round to the Demon King. That's true. I did technically lose once to Spritely, so it's time that we actually soldier on and even this up just a little bit. All right, folks, gonna take a bit of a break. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and then we will carry on from there. So don't go anywhere. We will see you back here very shortly. Thanks. Cool. I was trying to let the music play all the way out, but it just wouldn't do it. So we're back. We don't really need much of a recap here. It's day one. We know that we're trying to get a couple of different things. We talked about maybe going a little bit out of our way to pick up this Spritely Beach. Regardless of how many dragons there are, I'm going to have to believe them really, really tough. 5 attack, 5 defense, 11 spell power, 11 knowledge, full spell points. Folks, I think we're just going to send it. Unless we can find some amount of mercury. No, we didn't even lose enough mercury to prevent us from picking up these phoenixes. Yeah, we should have enough here. I can't imagine that Tundar would do this to us where we are not meant to be able to adequately defend ourselves and defeat these enemies. I feel like he's got to have put us in a position where we could win this scenario. At least win that fight. So let's take all these forces, nearly 500 sprites, nearly 200 dwarves, 10 phoenixes, 21 of the grand elves, and let's take the genies for now. And let's go south. Let's go through Spritely Beach front, and then the pack of bone dragons. Remember, the pack of bone dragons, it looks like they've got the Sword of Anduran behind them for the +5 attack. Remember, if we pair that with this Breastplate of Anduran, kind of like with this +5 attack, then we're having a real good time. I believe, anyway. Folks, this spell scroll gives our hero the Armageddon spell. I don't know when we're going to get to use that, but it's nice to have. Any hero can make good use of Armageddon. Maybe we get some dragons. Maybe we get some forces that are completely immune to such things. Wouldn't that be nifty? So, opportunities. The Mapmaker is trying to provide us with opportunities, and I'm very happy for that. Tundar says, leaving home is a map that I made that showcases how useful Eagle Eye can be. Oh, that would be pretty interesting for me to find out later. Looking forward to that. It's about the baby Demon King leaving home. Aw, when he was just a little baby before he killed everybody. Yeah, very sad. Very sad. But no. I really like a good story attached to any of my playthroughs, so I'm glad that you're getting to kind of explore as a map maker some of these new themes. It makes me happy that you're doing some of that. Folks, notice that we did lose 9 druids to having attack from this one genie. Kind of feels bad. I probably should have done the mass slow just to prevent major issues. It did ultimately cost us some of these forces. Hate it or love it. That's just what happened there. We will go and kill 1 genie for sure here. Genie for sure here. Genie for sure here. And 9, 16, and 1, don't love it, but this is going to give us access to this artifact here, and then the pyramid. A troll stops you and says, pay me 5,000 gold, or the Sword of Anduran will slay you where you stand. You refuse. The troll grabs the sword hanging from its belt, screaming in pain, and runs away. Picking up the fabled sword, you give thanks that the half-witted trolls tend to grab the wrong ends of sharp objects. That they do. But that is good for us for the +5 to this attack. We are 1 helmet away from having max stats and being the best hero we could have ever hoped to be. Okay, let's go defeat these forces here. We come upon the Pyramid of a Great and Ancient King. You are tempted to search it for treasure, but all the old stories warn of fearful curses and undead guardians. Will you search? Yes, I will. These losses look acceptable. For 1700 experience, we're going to take this, and we're going to pick up this Armageddon spell. I don't know if this was intended by the map maker, if this little island was here just to give you Armageddon one way or the other, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to be grateful for it. And then we are going to raid the dead. Yes, raiding the dead. And for what? To gamble on finding some rich dead guy's epic boots? Yes. That's why I'm here. Well, why not? There's no one but dead here. It's a little sad, but you know, A Spade of Necromancy. It's not the first one I've ever seen, but you never know. This could be useful for Luna as she's trying to get as much Necromancy as possible. Yeah, Luna can use that, so we're going to go ahead and let her do that. Since it looks like we're going to have just enough movement points, I suppose we could defeat the shipwreck and then go into the boat. 1500, 1, 2, yeah, we should be able to reach next time, so we're going to do that in just a moment or two. A genie guards this nearby artifact. Will accept the ever-hot lava rock in exchange for 1 dwarf. Treasure chest, no problems. And then Luna continues to head south. To what end, I can't quite tell you. Witch's hut, lots of zombies. No losses here, 9 skeletons. She'll take the gold, and she's going to pick up ballistics. She already has ballistics. But the steel skin from the Shrine of the Second Circle is not too bad. Pack of Titans does guard 2 great artifacts. Legendary Scepter for the +2s, and then the Wizard Staff for the +5 to the spell power. It's kind of an interesting artifact. I'd love to see us use that very effectively very soon. We do not have Mysticism, but we are getting 2 extra spell points per day. That's not going to be enough for 2... Oh, it will be enough for 2 Animate Deads. It won't be enough for 3 Animate Deads, though. So I trust that Luna can take Forder Oaks, and maybe this is the first castle we can finally get. Oaks, do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see what I see? It's very important. It's golden. It's shiny. It's guarded by some phoenixes. What is it? It's our salvation. It's the opportunity for us to get a BattleGarb of Anduran. Haha. Even one BattleGarb of Anduran instantly makes all of your logistics just that much better, because then you don't have to worry about getting troops to the front. You don't have to have these long, convoluted hero chains just to bring creatures from here all the way to over here. You can just go back and pick them up yourselves. So I would like to pick that up as soon as possible. It's in this area over here. It looks like that's going to be a priority. Maybe right after we try and save Sandro. Yes, maybe right after we try and save Sandro. It looks like this is going to be on our island. Remember that there was an enemy sailing about over here? If it looks like this area might be threatened at all, we may change course promptly, but we will wait and see. Okay. Mushanki Pet says, I see now that I was very lucky to have only sorceress towns on the starting continent. So not always do you. It's just kind of left up to random. That, let's see, Price of Loyalty 8, the final scenario in the Price of Loyalty campaign, it has a similar conundrum because you never know quite what you're going to get because many of the towns are just random, and you can't tell until later on into the scenario when you just hit restart what exactly the dice roll are going to indicate you're going to get. So it does make a big difference in the playthrough from game to game. In this case, right, we might have wizards, so titans, that could be useful, but I'm less enthused about barbarians and I'm less enthused about necromancers. So I think I feel you there, Mushanki Pet. It does make quite a bit of a difference now, doesn't it? Okay, just in case this is really important, we're gonna go grab these genies for +2 genies, and then we're gonna go through these bone dragons for this +5, and then we're gonna go back to Spritely Beachfront. Who knows if 5 extra attack skill is gonna be a big difference in this fight or not. We will see. We're gonna step through the pyramid, onto the shipwreck. The rotting hulk of a great pirate ship creaks eerily as it is pushed against the rocks. Do you wish to search the shipwreck? Yes, I do. Even with 32 sprites? Yes, I do. 1,000 gold? Easy peasy. No problems. No problems. Armageddon! I'm trying to hint at something. Maybe we should do the big tactic where we just Armageddon somebody to death? Huh? Huh? Tundar, you have to remember, I'm not the smartest monkey in the barrel. I'm not the brightest bear in the bush. I'm not the silliest clown in the circus. Like, you gotta spell things out for me a little bit more here, huh? Armageddon, what's he trying to say here? A golden thingy? Nah, surely not. Surely not. But yes, when you did Price of Loyalty 8, the purple player had 3 warlock towns, which were all random, and that made it a tough purple hero to fight. I'll bet it was. And I saw that your yellow player is a warlock, so good luck with that. Yes. I will take all the good luck I can get. I don't know if I can stop the enemies from beating me here, folks. Feels like there's a lot to go off of here. Okay, but I do believe I can take Forder Oaks. I do believe I can take Forder Oaks without even losing a Bone Dragon. Let's see about that. But yeah, this fight instantly changes drastically if it's... Oof, that's satisfying. changes drastically if the enemy starts off as barbarians versus warlocks. I think that we all know that, but still, just little things that matter an awful lot, I would say. I think I can just hit Q to end this battle. We spent the 15 spell points, so we didn't have to animate dead. For Lunatic, she's going to take the Pathfinding. I don't think she's going to have a big enough army to make the diplomacy that worth it. Upgradeable? It's upgradeable. We're going to have plenty of ore. We're going to have plenty of wood. We have plenty of gold. Let's upgrade this castle. Let's start getting whatever troops we can out of this. It's day 2 or 3, I think. Day 2. So we might go out of our way just to pick up the statue before we start to go for liches and stuff. But Luna sees a hole. Folks, did you know that holes don't just randomly appear in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? Someone's been digging around here. What on earth? Ah, you dig around the area to see if there could be anything someone missed. You find an arm. Helpful. That is helpful. Yeah, we already had the undead morale penalty, but we do pick up the +3 spell power. So in case you didn't know, the Arm of the Martyr increases your spell power by 3, but adds the undead morale penalty. I like that. That's very good. I'm all for it. I don't know, though, with 14 spell points, do I really want to go through lots of Earth Elementals for +1 defense? I don't think so. Not right now. I want to kind of see what's in this area before too much else happens. And then we'll figure out where we go from there. Wushankipek continues on and says, well, I say that, but my yellow was a wizard, and yet he got destroyed before purple even, before you even got to see them. So yeah, I mean, yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how this map plays out. When we're talking about the replayability of a map, having the enemy be able to have some RNG and randomness to it, that does matter, because that helps the playthroughs go differently, and that makes it more fun, I do believe. Like right there, we just saw them destroy somebody. Purple just defeated somebody there. Even this beginning area here. So other people were not able to pick up the breastplate of Anduran and get back to the boats. I was, and part of that is because I'm sure that there's some RNG as far as like how does the red player work their way up to this point, right? So there's RNG there. There's RNG as far as which castles the enemy gets to start off with. Yeah, RNG everywhere, and that's okay. That's just kind of part of what you can expect here. It looks like the best way to get here is actually going to be to go south. For some reason I thought it'd be north, but I guess not. We're going to let the captain of this boat decide what the best route is going to be. 1,500 more gold. And yes, let's just land. And go pick up Sandro. Unless he's got some in boat, though, he's just going to have to stay put. That seems a little bit odd to me. Okay, pack of bone dragons. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. 142 sprites. Feels like a little bit more than I want to deal with. It looks like it's going to be 4 stacks of 4 bone dragons and then 1 stack of 3. So call it 14 of these bone dragons. For spells, we got the hastes. I think that it's going to be a mass haste right off the bat, just to make sure that we get the drop on these great leathery winged beasts. Our phoenixes defeat 1 full stack without any issue. Our elves are going to do the best they can, but they're going to struggle to kill. Oh, goodness. They killed 2 bone dragons. Good luck, not once, but twice. Very nifty. Very happy to see that. And then I think it's too much to ask that the genies get good luck. They're going to attack this stack of 2. They're going to be pretty okay with that. Sprites are going to kill 1 full stack. No, not quite. I really thought that they would. Bit of a surprise there. And then the dwarves are going to go into this defensive position. The terrain here is just too good. There's no way I cannot take advantage of that. Sprites are taking a beating. 77, 71 sprites multiple times. Oof, not very good, but there's nothing you can do about it. You just gotta suffer. Suffering is where it's at. This would actually be the time maybe to have the Resurrect True. Resurrect's not gonna do anything here. This is just gonna end up costing us so many sprites, but yeah, how many sprites? Nearly 200. It is what it is. Let's see, maybe I could have, let's see. There was nowhere on the adventure map I could have hidden the sprites. Yeah, I think you were just going to lose 200 sprites here. That feels bad, but I can't foresee a situation where I could have avoided that. So I will just accept that as part of the cost of doing business. A dirty shovel has been thrust into a dirt mound nearby. Upon investigation, you discover it to be the enchanted shovel of the grave diggers, long thought lost by immortals. Again, increases your necromancy skill. She could use that. Oh, you better believe she could use that. What I don't know is I don't know if it stacks or not. We've already read this little deal. Apparently there's multiple trolls out there trying to get you to pay them 5,000 gold. That's pretty interesting. And then first thing in the morning, we're going to take what remains of our sprites and phoenixes, and we're going to try and take this town of Spritely beachfront. Very good. Very good. Mushanki Pet says, I tried a few times to get the breastplate, but red came blazing fast. Yeah, definitely talking about that RNG as far as who moves and how fast and how far. Yeah, a lot of RNG there. So your mileage will vary depending on who you are and how your playthrough goes. But me, I did end up leaving a lot of those free sorts of things. I think I picked up 1 or 2 tree cities, and then I realized my mistake and I went the other direction. Does this look like a smiley face? Boop, boop, boop. I think it does. Yeah. Yeah. Little things you notice. Phixfox, you've been playing the game for too long. You're starting to see faces where there are none. You hope now that the journey through the swamp will be worth it. If you don't get a ship soon, you'll never get a foothold on the seas, and then what? Yeah, what then? How now, brown cow? Let's remember that we are trying to upgrade this area. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I only build 4 buildings, I could get the mansion and the mausoleum. Or if I build just for the mausoleum up to the laboratory, I can get bone dragons by the end of this week. Let's do that. Dispel magic, view minds, bless. Okay, we'll take it. Do I need another hero? This is the first time I've had the opportunity to purchase a new hero. Do I need to purchase another hero? Would that be helpful for me? I don't actually think so. Yeah, I think I'm happy with the heroes I have. If I could have a shipyard here, I definitely would be hiring another hero. But I don't think there's much else I can do here. Okay. Oh, wow. So Mushanki Pet, you got really bad RNG then. Mushanki Pet says, I only managed to get to the boat by beelining it, ignoring everything else. Yeah, that was a very different experience than what I had. Huh. And I wonder if it plays differently in part because of like the observation towers. Yeah, because the enemy does have some observation towers. Maybe they observe you and then they make a beeline for you. But maybe for me, they just didn't step on the observation tower at the same time and place you did. I don't know. That's a good question. You had better get a move on. The pirates will cover all the islands quickly. We would be wise to get to them first. Failing that, any treasure to be found, we simply take from those pirates. Well, the town hasn't got the foundations for a real castle, but the outpost will do nicely. Apparently, this is not going to be upgradable. Let's still fight this fight. Oh, it's 3 black dragons. We could have taken this weeks ago. If it's got a mage guild, we're going to be thrilled with what we have here. Let's cast the mass haste. Let's kill 1 to 2 dragons. We kill 2. Very nice. And I'm going to hope that we get good luck once. We don't. 70 HP left. We will kill here. I'm going to let the sprites defeat 10 of the iron golems. And the dwarves are just going to sit. I don't know what these rocks are going to do. They're going to die immediately. Okay, no problems. 1900 experience. And what is our prize? Mage Guild level 1. Dispel, haste, curse. No ability to upgrade this town into a castle. We will take it. The rocks, they're good flying creatures. And if anything, I'm sad because this is gold that I wasn't picking up this whole time. You do get 250 gold per day from a town. And so a little bit of a sad moment that we've missed out on a couple of 100 gold, maybe a couple thousand gold to this point. So kind of sad there. I do not have the curse in my spell book. No, I do. I wasn't sure if I needed to go out of my way for the Shrine of the First Circle. Looks like I'm okay. Might as well pick up this water wheel on my way, but still, we are making our new beeline, right? We're talking a lot about the birds and the bees today. A lot of beelines over here to this dragon city. That's just kind of where that new priority is. Sulfur, gems. This is it. The island they've locked up your brother-in-law in, those bastards. Just wait until I am done hunting pirates. Bloody pirates. Fort. The soldiers in the fort teach you a few new defensive tricks. +1 on the defense. Lots of nomads. Yeah, you're going to want the Xanadu anyway. So let's take that. For +1, +1, +1, +1. And I guess I can pick up the observation tower with his secondary hero in just a moment. I'm hoping that Sandro does have some nice forces. Those could be useful. It'll all depend. Here. And Luna says, oh, you're back at the swamp. Either way, it looks like we're going to have to go to the swamp. Might as well now. With 1,000 experience and with the basic or the advanced wisdom, are we sure we want to go through a throng of ogres with these forces? I don't think I do. I think that she wants to pull off. She wants another week's worth of creatures from Forder Oaks, because in just a moment or two we are going to have the bone dragons. It might be that we set off through here at the end, or rather the beginning of the new week. We'll plan on doing that with Luna because she's just got so much to do. I'm trying to be effective with my multiple heroes, but it's a little bit tough when you're coming up against throngs of 4th tier creatures. That's just a little bit more than a secondary hero can usually manage. On the one hand, you don't want to split up your forces so much that your main fighting force takes meaningful losses all the time. You don't want to prevent yourself from saving troops when you could. You can save troops by having a big, aggressive fighting force. 2,000 gold for a level will do that. However, you also want to still be able to be effective with your time and with your other troops. And it feels like it's too much to try and balance that when 4th level throngs of ogres are just hanging around with 40 HP per. That's just way too much. Way too much. Auntie Phixxy is going to drop off these forces. Oop. And I think we're going to take this artifact. Snake Ring. Basically all the secondary artifacts I don't really care about. The Spade of Necromancy is going to go to Luna, and she's back in the direction that Phixxy is going. We're probably going to hand over the Sword of Anduran later. I don't plan on losing Auntie Phixxy. I'm going to take the 1,000 gold a day. She's going to keep the endless sack of gold. I say she, but clearly, if this is a she, oh boy. She is a handsome woman. Anyway, moving on. So back we go there, and up we go here. We're going to go through these rogues, trying to clear this out a little bit more. Dwarves, Fountain, yeah, we're going to ignore that for a moment. +1 defense for Phixxer. Pack of Liches, no problems. And folks, this should be Sandro. Another dazzling display gives us Sir Sandro, the Necromancer, at level 16. Expert Necromancy, Expert Luck, Expert Wisdom, Expert Leadership, Expert Estates. Look at this. The combination of the Leadership and the Necromancy, that's very strong because you can actually use him to just farm skeletons. And look, he does come with Summon Boat. You got to be careful with how you use that. For example, in this case, we need to have him go here, summon the boat, after Phixxer is in her boat. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the most effective use of our time. And I don't know if there's another boat out there, but we're going to have to hope anyway. We're going to have to hope for another boat. Neutral boats are no longer neutral if the enemy kind of steps into them, and then that kind of ruins your ability to use the summon boat. Folks, we've got a pack of black dragons guarding the helmet of Anduran here, so we have a potential second BattleGarb of Anduran. We need to find one more breastplate of Anduran to make that really work. Did we lose sight of this? Or was I just that keen-eyed? I might have been just that sharp in seeing that. Okay, month 2, week 2, well, month 2, week 1, day 5. Miss Lunatic, maybe with, I don't know, maybe with these forces. I'm gonna set off tomorrow with the upgraded mummies. So that way I don't have to upgrade them twice. And then she's gonna go through those ogres and maybe consider about those phoenixes later. Okay. Tundar says, for the story's sake, enter the swamp from the Dwarven Woodcutters, where the mutant zombies are at some point. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if I can guarantee that, but we are back to this point where you're saying, here, this is where I should go into the swamp, and then this is us coming out of the swamp. Gotcha. Okay. It's got to be annoying as a map maker when people are not playing the map the way you wanted them to. It's like that YouTube short or TikTok or whatever. I'm not on TikTok. I'm not on some of these other social media sites. I'm on other sites that if your TikTok is good enough, it'll break out of containment and then I'll see it on my other site. But I do like the one video of the girl that's like, all right, you can do this. Just put the block into the bin where it belongs. And the guy's like, and where does the square block go? That's right, it goes into the square hole. And she's like, yes. Here's the triangle. Where does the triangle block go? She's like, into the triangle slot. That's right, it also goes into the square hole. And it just kind of highlights the difference between the expectations of the designer and the actual experience of the players. So I am gonna consider it's day 6. If we take the Dragon City now, then those forces will stack up week by week. We might lose 4 genies, and that makes this fight even easier. Or it'll make it so we can just bring the dragons up sooner. But let's fight this fight first before we fight this enemy here in the Barbarian Castle. We stand before the Dragon City, a place off limits to mere humans. Do you wish to violate this rule and challenge the dragons to a fight? Yes, I do. 30 sprites. I want to recruit the dragons, I just can't. So we will come back very soon. Very soon. Phixxer is going to hop into her boat. Sandro, he can actually visit the Xanadu, I think. Yeah, he's tough enough. He can actually make good use of that. And then we're going to see, before Phixxer lands and we like lose her boat, we're going to see if we can summon somebody else's boat and just steal it from them. So, Auntie Phixxy is waiting, being very patient. I could get the statue, level 2 Mage Guild, or the pyramid. We discussed getting the pyramid before. Let's get the pyramid for the 16 royal mummies. Let's get liches. Let's leave the liches for now. There's only 2 of them. They're not going to be that big of a deal. But even this little bit of extra fighting force and having full spell points, that makes ogres easy enough to handle. Oh my gosh. Wait, a Throng? We got 30, 16, 90, 120, 150. We have 151 ogres. Yeah, but we can animate dead a billion times. Okay, how many chain lightnings do we have? How much damage is that going to do? 22. And we can cast that 4 more times. We're going to win, but it's not going to be pretty. Jeez. Well, it's a good thing we went back for spell points. Okay. All right. Jeez, good thing we got chain lightning. My word. This feels bad though, because like you kind of wanted to bring all these skeletons into your army, and we're still missing that Spade of Necromancy. So, you know. Uh-oh, that was not what we wanted. That was poor. That was poor movement from Phixfox. I guess if I cast up here this upcoming time. There we go. I think it's time to start attacking. Blah. Blah. Bone dragons are going to attack here, 2 to 4. Skeletons do not want to attack because then they can get attacked by these ogres. So we're going to back off one more time. And if we do take any losses, we have 2 more animate deads. So we're going to be okay. I suppose I could chain lightning one more time. Yeah, okay. Okay, alright. Well, now I don't feel bad about any losses I take. It's going to be 6 skeletons. So 6 skeletons, 3 royal mummies, 6,000 experience, and we killed 151 of these ogres. We get 45 skeletons back. We're going to pick up the mysticism twice. We're going to take the basic logistics, and we're going to be into the swamp. But we will know that we were supposed to go from this area. Phixfox just broke the map. My bad. My bad. Okay. Mushaki Pet says, imagine when you do a puzzle map and someone managed to beat it without unintended solutions for every fight. I seem to remember that the Great Return, which is your puzzle map, was actually very airtight. Did I don't think I broke any parts of your map. I do recall unintendedly beating 7 deserts from Winimaru because he wanted me to do the fast travel, and there was some forces in an army that you were supposed to surrender from the fight. I just retreated, but then I was able to get enough forces from the castle there to still make that work. I think that I did some unintended consequences there, but in general, yeah, I've never had a complaint. How about that? I've never complained. Your maps have always been excellente. Lots of vampires, they're dead. 12 sprites, that's okay. Dwarves, tree, houses, sprites everywhere. Spritely, watch 2 sets of black dragons. Look to stop our forces. You check the surrounding area. This town shows great promise for a potential castle. This is going to make slaying pirates just a little bit easier. Better. It better, because there's 10 black dragons here. Okay, what's the best spell we can cast here? No question. Mass haste it is. We're going to kill 1 to 2 of these black dragons. We're going to lose 1 Phoenix immediately. So we didn't get very high end of damage there, but the elves are doing some work. Good for them. Half the stack, baby. Genies did not half the stack, but they tried their best. And then thankfully the sprites actually get to go before the bigger stack gets its chance. The Phoenixes, we did lose 1 more. With the good luck on this retaliation, though, we're doing excellente. Dwarves come up and do oodles of damage. The 2 genies, recall, I'm kind of done with them. They've done their job. I don't really mind if I have them or not. So losing 2 there doesn't hurt my feelings. 100 of the sprites, 2 of the Phoenixes, not great, but we do have another castle that we can upgrade. Huzzah, and I feel great about that. We will drop off the genies, knowing that we're about to get red dragons into our army. And is there a mage guild? There's not. There's no sense to stay here. We've already got the crystal mine. Folks, let's go back. Pick up 3 dragons first thing in the morning, and maybe we use that to go defeat this pack of crusaders. Just come on up in that direction. Very good. Okay, feel great. Mushakipa says, yeah, I remember that he changed it afterwards. Yeah, 1 person breaks your map and you're like, I'll put a stop to that. I had to change a few things for the Great Return too. I think that you'd actually made all the adjustments you needed to by the time that I actually played it. I remember it being very airtight. So yeah, doesn't take long for a good map maker to figure out where they can make a few slight adjustments, a few little improvements. Okay, we're gonna sail this far away so that way I don't forget. Aha, there was another boat we could find. We found it. We are good to go. Sandro then is going to come back to here. He's gonna land and he's just gonna summon boats. As many boats as I need to summon, I'm gonna have stacks of heroes ready to set sail and just flood the seas and find all the free stuff I want. Now that I have a reasonable means of picking up boats, I'm gonna use it. You better believe I'm gonna use it. By the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 forts. Winterkill. Can I defeat the forces of Winterkill with what I have? Mass Slow, Armageddon, Elemental Storm. If you keep the Phoenixes alive, at the very last moment, you can always sacrifice the rest of your troops and do 350 damage to everybody else. But you will kill all the rest of your stacks if you do that. Should we risk it? It's day 7. If we can land right there, I think we can make it. If we land right here, we can maybe go through the pack of Hydras. Tell you what, we're gonna play this really dangerously. We're gonna see how far we can get. Ooh, a Sphinx. I love those. Looks like we can land all the way over here. Although, tell you what, I wonder how this works. If I land, let's see, I'd have to land here. That might be too far. If I land and there's a pack of Hydras between me and this castle, does the AI flag that differently than if there's a clear path between me and their undefended castle? I don't know the answer. It's kind of what I'm trying to say here. So like if I land here, maybe they don't try and come back to defend. If I land here, but if I land here, maybe they do. It's day 7. They're not going to get new troops until first thing in the morning. I'm gonna actually consider this. You've got no boots. You're only fast by sea. We better make sure that if we're going to do this, that we are doing this correctly. You don't want to get to the spot where you can't quite reach by here. If you could only get to there, the whole thing would be wasted. We're gonna land here, hope that we can take winter kill first thing in the morning, and maybe get another castle. That actually feels like it's pretty useful. I don't know where red is. I don't know how long they've been here or how long it's been since they've been here, but we're gonna be here. Can't reach the windmill. We're just gonna stay put. And Luna. Treasure, treasure everywhere. Only 15 spell points though. Is there a magic well somewhere nearby? Another throng of ogres. You see what I'm saying? It seems like a lot. I'm gonna go back and get full spell points and another week's worth of bone dragons. She'll do pretty good with that. I did leave these lots of black dragons. I hope that that doesn't become an error soon. We will see. Okay, one more bit of purchases I can make. I'm going to get statue rather than the skull pile. Sure, I'll get the statue just so that way I don't forget for another day to make my purchases. And folks, that's going to take us to the end of this week here in month 2. On to another week. Yeah, red's got boats. Oh boy, red's got boats. You see what I'm saying? If I pick up the Magellan's maps, I think that the enemy's turn is going to take a long time. Boyuser, effing potholes. I just broke the suspension spring. Oh no, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. And that's so frustrating. It's like, dude, I pay taxes, right? Like you pay taxes on purchases you make and stuff you do, and they can't even fix the potholes. That's so frustrating. I knew a person that actually went to the city and said, hey, look, I just had this pothole problem. What are you going to do about it? And the city, apparently they had known about the pothole. It had been reported like 3 days prior. And because they had had ample time to fix the pothole and they didn't fix the pothole, they were able to say, yep, we owe you a new tire or whatever. So not always is that the case. I don't know. As I was saying, not always is that the case, Boryuser, but yeah, no, my hope is that you're going to be taken care of. Yeah, but I worry. It's just so frustrating. I'm so sorry. Folks, here in our tavern, we just found AGAR the Sorceress, level 21 hero, 26 attack, 24 defense, 15 spell power, 13 knowledge. Expert navigation, expert wisdom, expert luck, expert estates, expert archery, expert logistics, expert pathfinding, only advanced eagle eye. How disappointing. Clearly, this is a battle-tested hero. If you recall in the Oracle, that indicated to us that AGAR was Purple's toughest hero or somebody's toughest hero. Yeah, they've lost a fight. And with only 21 spell points left, they've got things like Lightning Bolt and Cold Ray. They probably cast that spell so many times that AGAR's wrist now sounds like a cement mixer every time that he casts that spell, right? They probably fought very valiantly and died, unfortunately, but were able to run at the last moment to save their ultimate shield and such. But the fact that they did not escape with troops, they just left the troops, and now here they are with the artifacts. Their loss is my gain. Because here, Phixxer is going to take one step out of the castle and be very happy. Be very happy for us to eliminate somebody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why can't I purchase you? I would really like to purchase you. Why can't I purchase you? Is there a limit on how many heroes I can have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I've got 5 heroes. Why can't I? Oh. Whew. Massive B, thank you for the assist. Massive B, thank you so much for being in the chat. I appreciate you. It's nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Massive B says money. Phixfox, you need 200 gold. I have 2,300 gold right now. Folks, we're immediately going to trade. I was losing my mind. I was about to struggle to troubleshoot that and be very unsuccessful. So thank you for the assist. I appreciate it, chat. Massive B, way to go. You're a G. Okay, well, what do you think, folks? Let's put these artifacts in order from best to worst. I think that these shields are better than anything else we have. So 6, 6, 6, or 6, 6, 12, 18 attack, 18 defense, plus 5 attack from the Holy Hammer, plus 5 defense from the Breastplate, plus 5 attack from the Sword of Anduran. We're going to get rid of these spells for now. We're definitely going to get rid of this Spade of Necromancy. We're going to take the Nomad's Boots for the speed. Foremost Scroll of Knowledge for the plus 5 on the knowledge. Sword Breakers are absolutely top tier. Legendary Scepters are top tier. Lightning Helm, I'm going to assume it's not going to be that good. I'm going to get rid of the Medal of Valor because I'm hoping that very soon we're going to get a BattleGarb of Anduran to give ourselves max morale and max luck. And I think that we leave the rest of these slots open for whatever else may come. So we're leaving behind a Mage's Ring, 2 Armored Gauntlets of Protection for the plus 1 defense, the Enchanted Hourglass, the Crystal Ball. I do like the Crystal Ball. Do I want to take that and eliminate a slot? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. So we're going to keep the Crystal Ball for now, but that's a really good artifact. And you could argue that the Black Pearl is really useful too, but if I had Dimension Door, I would definitely take the Black Pearl for the knowledge. Because I don't, we're going to leave it for now. And oh, sure, why not? We're even going to steal your 10 sprites. Thank you, AGAR. You are a true pal. Whew. I love chat there, by the way. Mushaki says, oh, you got the 3 French shields here too, huh? Did you get this as well? That's crazy. Tundar says, wowee. Yeah, that is a big wowee sort of moment. And looks like he suicided himself. He did. It looks like he ran into an enemy that was a little bit too tough for him. That's for sure. That's for sure. And this castle is super stacked, like super stacked. Yes, if you look at this castle, it is completely purchased out, minus a shrine, minus a storm. And so 3rd level Mage Guild, View Towns, Cold Ring. Thankfully, AGAR does have the opportunity to pick up 5th level spells with Wisdom. I'm going to leave him here overnight, and we're going to start to actually upgrade these Mage Guild levels. Looks like I just need the gold. Let me go find some gold from somebody else. Like somebody else will be able to find some gold. And then we will purchase another level of Mage Guild. And I'm sure that we're going to leave this little island with at least 5. There's no purchases we can make. Auntie Phixxy is just going to go pick up some free stuff wherever they can. And remember, we want to pick up more heroes here for Sandro. I'm going to go maybe find my gold here. Very good. And the lovers are reunited. Sir Sandro and the lunatic. They are together. Just about. Again. Another 1,000 gold here from this gold mine here. We'll pick that up first thing in the morning. And yeah, that was enough gold to grab level 4 Mage Guild. We may need, let's see, no, we're going to have just enough. View All, Mass Shield, yes. View All, even better than the View Towns. We're going to see what our 5th level Mage Guild is in just a second. On to the new day. And then we will go from there. Whew. Big turn, everybody. Big moment. Big moment. Tundar says, not just on the heroes. Check the well. Did I check the well and I clicked right through it? Like I clicked aimlessly and I didn't actually see how many forces were in there? I don't know. The enemy saw me coming. Are you saying that they didn't have enough gold to stop me from purchasing all those forces? They didn't mount any sort of defense. They just turned it over for free? Is there going to be 1,000 bone dragons here? That's pretty good. It's a starting castle. Oh my goodness. 13 bone dragons, 18 power liches, 18 vampire lords, 34 royal mummies, 38 of the mutant zombies, 82 of the skeletons. Wow. Wow, okay, and we cannot actually get the 5th level Mage Guild here. Pretty interesting. I think that that is something that map makers all across the world have asked for. They've asked to be able to go into your 5th level Mage Guild and choose the spells that are not allowed because they don't want Dimension Door to break their maps. And so the only other thing that they can do is just say that the building is going to be disabled. you can get up to 4th level mage guilds, but not a 5th level mage guild, for fear that the player is going to roll something that they shouldn't roll. So I think that tells us an awful lot about our fortunes on this map. We're going to continue to roll. We're going to continue to work hard, but I like where we're at. I like where we're at. 18 additional attack and defense. That goes a long way. A brief stop at a hastily abandoned wizard's tower turns up a magical vial of mercury that always has a little left in the bottom. Recognizing a treasure when you see one, you cap it and slip it into your pocket. That's going to be +1 mercury per day. And then it's going to be another spiked shield. We've already read that before, but we have not read this. For the Wand of Negation, we meet an old wizard friend of ours traveling in the opposite direction. He presents you with a gift, a wand, that prevents the use of the Dispel Magic spell on your allies. I don't know how I feel about this artifact. Most of the time it's good. I don't know. I mean, it's good. It serves its purpose. It does its job very, very well. But not always do I think I want it. I fear. So, okay. Let's be very purposeful with ourselves. We could get back into the boat, or we can explore up here and tick all this free stuff. I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna hope that we don't need to summon a boat. I'm not gonna pick up free stuff that another hero can pick up later for no cost. Summon boat, that's perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Summon boat on my main hero. So even if I get to the north here, I'll be able to summon my boat out of there. Glorious victory against Royal Mummies. I'm going to defeat trolls. I want +1s wherever I can. So +1 on the fort, +1 on the witch doctor's hut. Yes, yes. Get stronger, my precious. Get stronger, my pretty. Ha 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 ha. Yes, no one will be able to stop you soon. The spider is chilling in her web. Luna's got all the spell points she needs. She can actually go back and fight this fight. She doesn't need to wait any longer. And Sandro's like, no, my love, come back. I want to say hello. And she's like, no, busy. I got spell points. I got to go use them. It's very sad. Poor thing. And then, yeah, AGAR, I don't know what you should do, man. Like, I want him to be effective. I guess he's just going to follow up with all these little bits here and there. I do want to split these dwarves. I should have given him a 6-speed creature. It's not too late. It's not too late. I'm gonna hire Phineas. Yeah, I'm gonna hire Phineas. I'm gonna get 1 single power lich. We're gonna make sure that this guy can be as fast as he wants to be. And then Phineas is even gonna head into the water. Yeah, and we'll go north in just a moment or two. Good stuff. Let's not forget, there are still some purchases we can make. Let's get the Thieves Guild and the mansion and this other Necromancer Castle, for example. Let's start building up this Barbarian Castle. We are out of ore. And that's actually it for purchases right now, thankfully. On to a new day. Well. Mushanki Pet says, yeah, mine was a Night Castle there, but it was stacked. Oh, but it was stacked again. So Night Castle again. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Yeah, and whatever castle is there, it's nice to know again that it's a little bit of RNG. So every single playthrough is going to be a little bit different. If it's a Warlock Castle, you're going to have a tougher time defeating the enemies, but it's going to be nice because you get nicer stuff when you do eventually defeat it. So I feel you there. I'm going to take the gold, defeat the forces, head back in this direction. Mushanki Pet says, what a Mapmaker wants is a big red button that says disable dungeon, disable dimension door for F's sakes. Yeah, that is what a Mapmaker wants. Because you're trying to build this experience, right? That's what you want. You just want to give the maps a nice flavor, and you want it to play out the way you want it to, and dimension door breaks your maps, and that makes you sad. So I respect you for trying to give us something, but not make it easy for us. So thank you. Tundar agrees with you and laughs, though. And then Mushanki Pen says, by the way, in my artifact tier list, I put this artifact in the lowest tier because it's a level 3 artifact that can potentially be detrimental since it prevents you from using counterspell on your own units, and the AI will rarely use it on you. You are discussing this, the Wand of Negation. Yeah, so it's a high tier spell, or rather artifact, so it prevents you from getting a better artifact, and the effect is possibly just bad. Now, it doesn't remove a cure, but it does mean that you can't dispel the, well, your own troops. Yeah. I think it's pretty low tier personally. I'm sure that the map or the creators of the game thought, okay, this is gonna be interesting. Let's look at this. Let's see if we can make something fun happen here. I'm sure that they had the best of intentions, but just not my favorite artifact. We are going to yet again chain lightning these ogres into oblivion, let our skeleton stacks get stronger, so on and so forth. Here. Skip. And we actually want to make sure that we don't lose one full stack, because we do want the enemies to keep eating the lightning bolts. And if they drop off too many stacks, then that is prevented. Like here, right? So let's actually fly away. Fly away, my pretties. I think that the ogres are going to go for the skeletons. Yeah, I think that they're going for skeletons. Not bone dragons, though. They're going for the skeletons. And then I don't know if I'm going to chain lightning myself here. Whew. Close. And with 16 and 7, I think I'm going to start attacking here. I could probably wait one more turn, but I'm going to have at least 4 animate deads just in case something crazy happens. Skeletons are going to stay safe. And I'm going to chain lightning here one more time. Maybe I'll eat some damage on this bone dragon. Let's see about it. Yeah, bone dragon. We did lose one bone dragon there. That's okay. I've had worse. Okay, 9 down to 1. Skeletons are going to be here, ready to swoop in. Bone dragons are obliterated, but not for long. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Skeletons are going to kill 7 ogre lords in just a moment or two. 5 to 7 anyway. That'll do it. Okay, 4 and 3, 7,000 experience, 50 skeletons in return, and we do get the navigation offered again. We are going to take the navigation twice. And the luck. I think that Luna is officially a good hero. What do you think? Level 11? Yeah, she has definitely earned her keep. Remember, even with full spell points, she can't defeat the Phoenixes. Why? Because Chain Lightning is an elemental spell, and it will not work on the Phoenixes. So we do not want to attack them right now. That would be just the worst. Yeah, just a bad time. We are going to take these battle dwarves, and look, a magic well. We don't have to go back and get more spell power, or spell points rather. That's very good. I'm very happy for that. Let's pick up Jezebel. She's going to go into the water immediately, like so. And then, I don't know, if Sandro hires a boat, he's probably going to hire that boat. So let's get Phineas into the water here. And yeah, let's have Sandro hire one more boat here. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay. Let's have him go back, pick up whatever spells he can. And maybe whatever troops he can in just a moment. Bridge, we're still 13 ore short. We'll pick up the statue, even though it costs ore. And we'll carry on from there. Okay. By the way, I have long teased, long promised, and I have failed you all. Many times I've said, hey, look, I'm going to do my guides for the barbarians, for the warlocks and the wizards, the knights and the sorceresses and the necromancers. And I've been saying that for like a year now. And I've had trouble getting started with those videos. The starting is actually not the problem, because just writing down everything I know about each faction, that's easy. In fact, I've shared it on the Phixfox Discord, like all my thoughts on each faction. But the problem is pulling all that information together in one nice, neat little thing. That's tough to do. And so I've finally decided that if I keep letting my perfection paralysis persist, that was a fun way of saying that. If I keep letting my perfection paralysis persist, then I will never get the videos done. And so the easiest way I can combine all these good tips and tricks and stuff for each faction is to just do a top 20 tips and tricks for each faction. And so that's what I'm going to do pretty soon. In fact, hold on. In fact, I can tell you probably the 20 tips and tricks I'm going to use for the barbarians in just a second, if you'll bear with me. And you can actually, I would actually like input from people at some point just to see, are there other tips and tricks that are maybe more important that I could have shared and I didn't? You tell me. So, for example, for the barbarians, tip number 1, pick them on small and medium-sized maps with low resources. Number 2, use hill forts. Number 3, prioritize knowledge and spell power from witch doctors' huts and standing stones. Number 4, if you can get wisdom, take it every single time. Number 5, if you can get an early spell book, you can get shrines littering the map and use those. Number 6 is use your wolves up in a way that keeps them safe, but also threatening to do damage more for round turn rather than round 1. Number 7, consider getting a secondary hero, being a magic user like a warlock who comes with gargoyles that will help you because they fly. Number 8, look for artifacts like the wizard's hat, hourglass, or the seeing eye pendant to negate enemy spell casting. Plus, ballista quickness, very good. Remember that you can never have enough attack. It talks about how 300% is your maxed out bonus, and therefore you can never have enough attack if you're the barbarians. And then it goes on for 11 more tips. But I'm finally moving forward with that video because I've actually found a format that I think I can do, and it can actually work in a way. The knowledge is there for me if I'm trying to share my knowledge for Heroes Might and Magic 2, which I really want to do because I want people to be good at Heroes 2, especially when multiplayer comes on. Like, I want people to be like good at Heroes 2. I want to get more people into Heroes of Might and Magic 2 through FHeroes 2. I think that I finally found a format that I can effectively do without my perfectionism getting in the way. So I'm happy to report that that video should be coming out soon. I will commit, folks, I will commit. It's currently Friday. It's currently the 11th of July. I will commit to having that video out on Sunday. That'll be the 13th by 12 p.m. my time. So in the next 2 days, I will have that video out. I promise you, I will commit to it. It'll be just for the barbarians. It won't be for all the factions, but it will be for the barbarians. And I'm excited for it to go very, very well. And of course, when that video comes out, if you have other tips and tricks that you think were very fun and useful, or if you disagreed with me on any of those tips, or if you thought, you know what, you said a lot about it, but there's more to add there, please, I will invite you to help and add, because there's not one person who knows everything that there is to know about Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Not one person. And so we must all work together to help each other be the very best we can be. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and good night. Okay. There's a little girl in the other room, and she heard me say all that, and she just started clapping. That makes me very happy. Okay. All right. We're continuing on up this road. Phixxer is getting so strong. 37 attack, 43 defense. She's not strong enough to defeat somebody with 100 attack skill, but she is getting stronger. And she is going to start taking all this other stuff very, very soon. Let's see. Yeah, still looking for ore, about 40 units of ore, and then more if we're gonna turn west more into something worthwhile. Jeez. Magic well, very good. You find yourself eating crocodiles day after day. Is that the only meat that you can hunt around here? Ew. I don't know how crocodile tastes. I'm sure it's not delicious. It probably tastes really gamey, probably like very stringy. Yeah, gator meat, probably not something you want to eat every single day. Huh. This might surprise you, but I have had rattlesnake before. There was a place, and that was just their entree. It was like a themed restaurant in Arizona, and would not recommend it. Wasn't my favorite. You might disagree. You might enjoy it. Who knows? Well, we find the telescope here at sea. We got another shipwreck survivor, Medal of Valor. Very good. There's another holy hammer here. I'm gonna stop in and grab this real quick. I hope that my boat doesn't get summoned away from me as I grab this, though, because it could. Somebody else could just go and grab that. Let's see. Jezebel is going to be on the high seas, grabbing more treasure for me. If for no other reason than it keeps the treasure away from my enemies, this is worth my time. And in fact, she is the perfect hero to go to the Sphinx. Because if she goes to the Sphinx and she loses, then so what? Who cares? Not a problem. But if she gets whatever artifact or whatever prize is in there, then we're going to be having a real good time. I'm going to pick up Pack of Titans, 7-4. mirror image, teleport with these forces against a pack of titans. Let me think on that. Let me get caught up on chat. Mushanki Pet says, do you know something about this artifact that I don't? A good use case? You know who probably knows something about it is probably Steeson. Steeson's mind works in a way that mine just doesn't. Like, he thinks of these really niche use cases. I don't see a way that you can make this work very, very well for you. I mean, really, what does it do? It prevents the enemy from getting buffing spells off of you. It prevents them from dispelling your bless or your haste. Yeah. That's what it does. But yeah. So, I mean, it can be effective. It can be, but there's so many other spells that you would just rather use, I think, than a dispel on your enemy. I only look to dispel spells from an enemy stack if they have probably like 1 or 2 spells on them, or if they have just like a couple of really like perfect spells for them, like a stack of Titans I can't get to and they got Bless and Steel Skin or Shield or something. Yeah, so anyway. And then, yeah, you're surprised it's a level 3 artifact, Mushanki Pet says. Imagine getting that instead of the +3 attack sword. Yeah, makes you really sad, actually. I definitely hear that. Tundar says, I hadn't quite noticed, but yeah, it's not too relative at all. Hi, Phixfox Wife. Phixfox Wife is in the chat, everybody. She says that she is just checking in. It's nice to hear from you, my dear. I'm planning on... I don't know how long this map is going to take. I have no idea. This is a big map, but I know that I'm going to run out of steam in the next 2.5 hours. So if I have to make this a 2-parter, I might actually end early so that way I can still have enough energy to do other stuff today, especially knowing that I would have to finish this up later. So... Hi, Phixfox Wife. Love you. And Mushanki Pet says, Necro Towns are pretty nice on maps with the BattleGarb of Anduran. I like being able to give a big stack of vampires to my hero without having to care about bad morale. Yes, perfect reasoning for it. Because if morale is not a problem, then by using these other forces that are S tier but don't really fit well into an army, you eliminate the biggest drawback with them. So implementing Bone Dragons and Vampire Lords into your army stack, very worthwhile. Very worthwhile. Tundar says, a barbarian uses barbarian troops significantly better than others. Early +7 attack makes goblins very valuable. I definitely agree with that. Absolutely. And when it comes down to, yeah, like the forces from the barbarians are geared towards having a barbarian hero. In fact, it's easy to say that, how do I put this? The biggest strengths of the barbarians are their cost-effective troops and their heroes. The hero themselves are a strength to both of the Knight factions. The Knights are the strength of the Knight faction. The Barbarian heroes are the strength of the Barbarian faction because they give you the ability to scale with your attack and scale with your stats. And so being able to use your troops effectively as a Barbarian means that without some attack and defense, like you might find with a Warlock, you're just not going to be as effective. Really, truly. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. The map, the game designers did that in particular. There were some very wise, balanced choices that they don't always get credit for, which makes me a little bit sad because it was very clear to me that they were very purposeful in some of these choices and decisions that they've made. Okay, still missing ore. On to a new day. Cassandra is just hanging out there. Mushanki Pet says, I'd like to do some tutorial videos too, but I'm not sure how to tackle it accordingly with my poor editing skills. Tell you what, I think I've decided I officially need to stop using the free software because it works, it's very powerful, it's good, but it's not as user-friendly as I would like. And I've been using so I use OBS for recording, I use OpenShot for my video editing, and I use GIMP for Photoshop type stuff. Those 3 bits of equipment are all free and you can download them for free. So if you're looking to do what I do, I would use, again, OpenShot for recording, OBS for recording, OpenShot for video editing, and then the GIMP, because that way it's all free and then you don't have to buy anything and you can just enjoy it and use it and get comfortable and familiar with it. All the same though, I think it's time for me to replace OpenShot with something else. Something a little bit more powerful, maybe a little bit, again, more user-friendly. So I hear you. The fear that you're being held back by your lack of editing skills. I feel that too, especially when, as people trying to make stuff, we want to present something that is worth people's time. We want to be respectful of their time, and we want to make sure that we're giving them the very best. I sure hate it when I feel like somebody is wasting my time. And so my hope is that that we can get what we need and just be the very best we can be as creators. I just deleted 33 sprites from the game because I didn't want the ghosts to attack them and get too big and too strong. And the best way I can prevent that from happening is just by eliminating the stack and making sure there was no problems. Lots of ghosts just felt like too much for that. That's for sure. Boreaster talks about the gator. If you season it enough, it'll taste like chicken. Spoken like a true Southern person there, my friend. I think I've said this before, but I spent a meaningful amount of time in my life in Tennessee and Kentucky, and while that's definitely not the deep South in the United States, I definitely have had chitlins, for example. There was a very, very memorable Thanksgiving meal where someone invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner, and I expected turkey, I expected mashed potatoes and such. It was chitlins, which are pig intestines, and that's just... I guess I should have just expected that. That's just what I should have expected. Oh well. 54 goblins goes down there, but we find 6 ore. Holy Hammer for +5. We pick that up happily. Go back into the boat. And then this Major Scroll of Knowledge for +3 knowledge. Very good from Jacqueline the Barbarian. She continues to find free stuff in these chests. A little bit here, a little bit there, and then she is going to land. Oh no, you got to land all the way over there. I almost didn't have enough movement points. That would have been bad. And she will pick up the Sphinx first thing in the morning. In fact, let me see, 20 ore. I do finally have enough for this bridge over here. We're going to upgrade here. No upgrades anywhere else. Very good, very good. And yeah, very first thing in the morning, we're going to send her into the Sphinx. Did you just notice that Red took out that very special Warlock Castle in the middle of the water? It looks like it's special. It looks like it's important, like something that the player, like myself, should pick up. I think that Red has their best hero out on the water. That's scary. Okay. And Mushanki Pit says, OBS and GIMP, I know them very well. I'll try out OpenShot. Yeah, because it's free, I mean, you got nothing to lose. And it's what I've always used. So if you liked my video on Olden Era, for example, and everything we mostly know about it, or if you liked my video, why FHeroes2 is a modern day classic video, that was one of my favorite videos of all time. That is still my favorite video. And that video took about 50 hours of work for a 30-minute video. But like I really put my heart and soul into that video. And I'm very grateful for it. It brings me nothing but good memories. So, and all done with OpenShot. So, good stuff. 24 Arc Magi for one single friend, one elf. And yeah, we're going to pick up all this. Summon a boat right about here. Yeah, we're getting there, folks. We're climbing the mountain, as it were. Free stuff, free stuff. No free stuff. Lots of vampires. Free stuff. 42 skeletons seems like a lot to lose, especially when you have an animate dead. So I'm just gonna skip a few times. Blah. 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 And one animate dead. Looks like, yeah, looks like we actually have plenty of spell power. We can animate tons of these guys at any given moment. Damage there, damage there. And yeah, losing 7 skeletons, that's not going to hurt my feelings. Not to mention 1 battle dwarf. Yeah, 7 skeletons, no problem. Okay, but that's going to give us access to the Gambler's Lucky Coin. We have captured a mischievous imp who has been terrorizing the region. In exchange for his release, he rewards you with a magical coin. Look, the Eoful troops from Heroes 3, they actually are here in Heroes 2. Who could have guessed? There was an imp. You come across the remains of an ancient druid, bones yellowed with age peer from the ragged folds of her robe. Searching the robe, you discover a small hidden... You discover a scroll hidden in the folds. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Eventually I get tired. And then I just need to slow down. I think I'll be fine if I just slow down. Just a little bit. +1 of the knowledge from the fort, +1 of the knowledge from the witch doctor's hut. Phineas carrying on. This Castle of Alamar, I don't know. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's 3 necromancer castles in this little area. I think we want to get that as soon as possible. I think that we want to start working on bone dragons and stuff as soon as possible. We're going to sail to right here, and we're going to hope that Jezebel does not lose this major scroll of knowledge. And a hole? Aha! You found it! You found the ultimate ring of elemental power. Okay, it's not the ultimate artifact, but someone still left this here? Ah, did they get eaten by the Sphinx? Was it me? In a previous playthrough, was I the person that got eaten by the Sphinx? I have a riddle for you, the Sphinx says. Answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? Oh, buddy. Where is it? Where is it? I'm searching. There it is. There it is. There it is. Sphinx time, everybody. All right, put your heads together and help me win this challenge. The Sphinx asks you the following riddle. In Spritely, only one of the creatures care for the treasury. Which elite species holds the key to all of Spritely's power? I will read that again. In Spritely, only one of the creatures care for the treasury. Which elite species holds the key to all of Spritely's power? Let's assume that the power of Spritely is in the gold. And let's assume that dwarves like treasure. I mean, it feels like the answer should be sprites because, of course, sprites. You know, I mean, maybe the real treasure is like the trees. Then again, we did see that there was dwarves guarding the sawmill, and they're the only ones that could use the sawmill, right? So I'm thinking dwarves. I'm thinking dwarves. But what say you all? Borisser says, it feels appropriate as I live in the southern half of Poland, but not typical of the south. Gotcha. I'm glad that the south of Poland and the south of the United States is basically the same thing. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Did you know? Oh, unlike your roads. I'm so sorry for your roads and for your suspension. Yeah, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. That is the saying that we have for teaching gun safety to young people when you're working on your 5-step draw, right? Because it's you want to make sure that you got, let me make sure I got this correct. Hand on your chest, down, pull, unseat, pull, and point out. It's funny because I can do my 5-step draw pretty much in my sleep because I wasn't really good at firearms before I did law enforcement. And so I had no bad habits. And so they taught me just the way that you were supposed to do it. But that's the thing that stuck with me, is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And so the herky-jerky motion of, you know, being in a gunfight and undoing your gun, it's not herky-jerky if you practice it slowly, and then that becomes smooth, because then your smooth becomes fast. And in a gunfight, half of a second means an awful lot. Okay. Borisser agrees. Dwarves? Tundar. Tundar, I don't think you can answer, because if you answer, I think you're going to give us the answer. So, Borisser, I'm with you. I will ask Tundar, does it matter if I do dwarfs? Dwarfs? Or dwarf? Does it matter? Because I'm going to do dwarves. Tundar responds just with a picture of a sphinx. That's all. Nothing else was said. Like the great Ozymandias before him, with a cold sneer of command. Nothing else is said. The desert lays silent. Dawn's in the chat. Hello, Dawn. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Smaug. Yeah, Smaug the dragon from from Lord of the Rings, from The Hobbit. All right, we're going to do this, dwarves. Looking somewhat disappointed. The Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now be gone. +6 spell power, +6 knowledge. Unexpected, but I'm very happy for that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to send all these artifacts over with Phineas. And in fact, I'm going to send all these troops over too, because Jezebel just wants to pick up whatever forces she can. That's going to let Phineas go north. Maybe he's going to drop off the boat and the best of the artifacts here to Phixxer, so they can do very good. Well done, Fix chat. Well done, you foxy bunch. We did it. We solved the riddle. And we took our prize. A very good prize. 6 spell power, 6 knowledge. That goes a long way. I like that. Okay. Sandro will stay put because he's looking at this pack of Titans and just daring them. I think that if we have one more week's worth of creatures, we might be able to take them. But until that time, I'm just playing this a little bit close to the chest. Okay, there is one castle that we can still upgrade, but remember, we still do need to get the pyramid in this other castle. Let's pick up marketplaces wherever we can, just in case. There's one here, not there, not there, here. Just in case I need to trade, I want to make sure that I'm not tripping over myself later. And we'll call that good. Yay, we're smart. Yes, Boreas, sir, yes we are. Absolutely. And Tundar with the very, very smart orc there. Yeah, smart orc. Not to be confused with a smart aleck. Oh, do you see what I see? So red is doing some fun stuff. They have landed on purple's doorstep. The same purple that we took AGAR's artifacts from. Yeah, purple is getting absolutely just squashed. Tell you what though, okay, in the past we've had to deal with hordes of black dragons and things like that. The stats are insane on Darlana. They are insane stats. But right now you've only got like lots of black dragons. I've seen worse. I've seen worse. I've seen so much worse. Phixfox, have you seen worse? That's what I just said. I just told you I've seen worse. Yeah, way worse. So it's not good, but I've seen worse. Okay. We've got no summon boat, so I'm not going to go to here, summon a boat and go in there. But this is all treasure for us, which is very, very nice. I didn't notice that until just a little bit ago. Sandro can do that, though. How about Sandro goes over and summons a boat and clears all that out? Maybe the enemy is not meant to have a Magellan's Maps. Maybe only we are supposed to have the Magellan's Maps. Ooh! Seeing Eye Pendant, one of my favorite artifacts in the game. Absolutely love it. Yes, Sandro has officially got a new job. Go summon that boat and clear all this out for me. Maybe we'll get a free BattleGarb. Who knows? And we're leaving the desert tents. We're leaving all this other free stuff. But AGAR as a secondary hero, he's getting stronger. Maybe if we can... He's got the Armageddon. Tell you what, he might be the guy that does some dive bombs on the enemy and attacks them and then runs away at the last moment, just to prevent them from having unstoppable forces. Because with nearly 100 attack skill, you've got to soften up the enemy before you attack them. We're still in a better spot than we otherwise would have been, but I'm very much aware that we want to end this scenario as quickly as possible. I'm going to get rid of this foremost scroll of knowledge. I'm going to replace it with the ultimate staff. That's going to be a much better direct improvement. And then we're just basically going to have +1 knowledge from there. And then Phineas, with what little he has left, I think he cannot defeat this pack of dragons. But I'd love for him to go deal with this Sphinx. How about this? How about Phixxer defeats the rocks? How about we give over the rocks? And then how about Phineas goes and defeats the pack of black dragons or bone dragons? Can he? Should he? 25, that's not enough. Maybe with a couple of extra stats. Tell you what, I'm gonna give everybody over. No, I'll have to come back later. I want to do multiple things with multiple heroes, but Phineas is just not that guy. So if he's not that guy, we're just gonna have to wait on that. Okay, we had something fun happen in the chat. Let's see. Add Nikolai with the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome. For anybody that's looking for an update, this is the large map, expert difficulty. This is the 3rd in the series coming from Tundar. We have the Mapmaker here in the chat. This is Phixxy's, or rather Spritely's Pirates. Phixxy is the main hero. And we started off the sorceresses, and we've got an awful long way to go. This was our starting area here. We were able to evacuate Phixxer, this beautiful hero with 40+ attack and defense. They were able to escape up here to a boat that was situated right there. But in the meantime, we've seen some very horrible things. Darlana the Pirate, we know that they have, at this point, probably 100 attack skill and at least 80 defense skill. It's going to be a very epic battle when all is said and done. So in the meantime, we're trying to use all of our heroes as effectively as we can. We're trying to be very, very judicious with our moves and also clear up the map and get whatever advantages we can in preparation for this upcoming final fight. Orcs are free. Rogues are free. What? I said that they were free. And then the game said, nah, man, you're just going to lose your troops. To which I say, ha, and also no. Okay. Half of the rogues goes down. The other half is going to be soon accounted for. I think bone dragons, do they kill one full stack? They do. Very good. And then I will just let the vampire lords clean up here in just a moment or two. We kill all of them? We do not. Do we have any other damaging spells? We do not. Okay. And just to make sure that I'm being nice to my own forces, we're just going to animate dead and then clear the battle from there. 87 additional skeletons. So, what? You got jumped by a speeding genie. This is no longer Spritely Forest? Tundar, you have stolen 20 gems from me. I understand why you did it. The only thing I can say is I'm grateful that it didn't actually hurt me too bad. We will be okay. We'll be okay. Okay, at this point I'm just kind of trying to piece together these two parts of the map. Lunatic can clear all this out, and so she might as well. Phineas, I've decided, is not going to go deal with the black or with these dragons here. You know what though? It's a new week. It's day 7. If I hire one more hero just to go and grab these dragons, I think that I can defeat them with the forces that are about to appear. In fact, Jezebel is kind of out of position right now. Where would she go? What would she do? The answer is nothing. Jacqueline, or Jezebel, you're dismissed from this little island. Good job getting the Sphinx, but you're no longer needed. In fact, it's going to be Dimitri with his fancy earrings and his good-looking haircut. He's going to be the guy to take these 2 genies. And first thing in the morning, we're going to pick up this one dragon there, maybe whatever sprites are here in these tree houses, and we're going to try and use these 25 rocks and the red dragon to clear out this pack of bone dragons, just so we don't have to devote one whole extra day for our main hero trying to get out onto this adventure map. Because there is still a full desert in the upper left corner, have you noticed? And there are purple players in that corner. I would love to wipe this entire area, probably not even to here. Yeah, probably not even to there. I think Phixxer, I don't know. I think she can defeat here, pick up the +1 knowledge. I think that's it. We'll come back for this mercenary camp later, maybe. But really, I want to get into the water and I want to get over here because I think that there should be enough forces to defeat whatever enemies are in the upper right corner. So let's summon a boat. Let's land up here very soon. In fact, AGAR might be able to 105 goblins. He might be able to take these forces with his spells. For sure he can. And then maybe he uses the nomads to roll into some of the other enemies there. 23. We got enough gold to make this happen. Yeah, he'll clean out everything else that's here. Meanwhile, Sandro, flotsam, chests, barrels, so many resources, and 1 shipwreck survivor. Lightning rod, 50% bonus damage to your lightning spells. Do you think that Sandro's wife, Miss Lunatic, would appreciate that? I think she would. So let's see if we can land there in just a moment or two. And we will go to the Magellan's maps, though it pains me greatly, if for no other reason than I know that the enemy is going to... I'm now going to see every movement that they make on the ocean, and it's going to take some extra time. It will be tactically the best decision we can do. So we're going to do that in just a moment. Dwarves we leave. Actually, maybe not. 46 dwarves. With 46 dwarves and the 1 red dragon and these genies, I think that that should be enough for Phineas to defeat this pack of dragons. I'm going to hope anyway. And my main hero, well, not my main hero anymore, but Phixxy the Sorceress, level 20. I think we got a big enough army to defeat these Titans finally. 8 Phoenixes, 3 Red Dragons. Let's do this now. We'll pick up this Legendary Scepter. I can't tell what this artifact here is in the corner is. We might need another hero to go grab that in a little bit. Let's fight this. 158 and 1. Maybe we do a little bit better here. Phixfox wife says, ha! No. What are you planning on doing after stream? We made s'mores. So you made s'mores? Aw, you made s'mores? I'll bet that our kiddos love the s'mores. I don't know. It's a good question. I just don't know what my time frame looks like at the moment. I try to play these maps, and if I can complete them, I do. Because coming back later is just not nearly so good of a viewing experience for the audience, and they're not nearly so fun for me to play. For example, I've been sitting on the playthrough of Final Invasion, and I just don't know when I'm going to get that released, because it's like 2 hours. In fact, shoot, if we finish this off sooner rather than later, I might just stream the non-voiceover playthrough of Final Invasion that I have, just so that way I can finally get it done and completed. Because it just tends to hang on. If I'm not smart about this, I end up sitting on playthroughs and I do the work to enjoy the game, but then I don't actually post it to YouTube, and I don't have enough time to do that, honest to goodness. I have to actually, if I do something, I have to actually put it on YouTube, or else what? Or else I get sad, because then I just hold on to these video playthroughs I never use. While out scaring up game, your troops find a mysterious staff levitating about 3 feet off the ground. They hand it to you, and you notice an inscription. It reads, brains best, brawn, and magic beats might. Heed my words and you'll win every fight. +5 on the spell power. Lovely. And then we've already read this, so I'm not going to read it again, but this Legendary Scepter for the +2/+2/+2/+2 is stupendous. And will it tell me if I step here what it is? No, it just says you cannot pick up a full load. I can't tell what artifact that even is. I can't even tell. Once Dimitri is gone, I'm probably going to hire another hero there just to facilitate that trade, because I must know. I simply must know. Okay, Luna continues on her way. Ignoring the idol, going through the orcs, going to go see her husband. Oh, brave Sir Sandro, bravely ran away, away, oh, brave Sir Sandro. He was not afraid to fight, to be killed in nasty ways. Brave, 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 brave Sir Sandro. All right, I've decided we're going to have karaoke night one of these nights. And remember, the goal of karaoke night is not to sound good. The goal of karaoke night is to put your full energy into whatever song you're singing. So the point is not to be good. The point is to have an energetic and fun performance. Therefore, you should absolutely pick Living on a Prayer. Every single time. Because Living on a Prayer is the song that gets white people hyped. It gets me hyped anyway. So if it doesn't get you hyped, hey man, I don't know what's wrong with you. Anyway. Awful morale. I think it's good to take the goblins out. We're gonna leave everybody else though, but troops of 4 alignments, this is not great, but we need all of this, I think. Yeah, I think we need all of this. And then Dimitri, I think I'm just gonna dismiss Dimitri so we can get this going here. There we go. Trianne, level 3 sorceress. She's got Lightning Bolt, Cold Ray, Disrupting Ray, Dragon Slayer, Bloodlust, so up to level 2 spells. But she's got the Pathfinding. And more importantly, she's a warm body that can take some of these artifacts from me. What is the artifact? Let's get rid of this, because that's going to go somewhere else. Let's get rid of this. Keep. There we go. Let's do it just like that. 4 slots left over. Trianne's barely going to get out of the way. Yeah, barely get out of the way. Oh, great. You're looting of the grave of Sinflas Gardalad, the famous shape-shifting warlock, unearths his fabled mask. Trembling, you put it on, and it twists your visage into an awful grimace. Oh no, it's actually the hideous mask of Gromluck Green, and you are stuck with it. Except in FHeroes2, you can actually get rid of these cursed artifacts. I think that in the original Heroes, you couldn't actually move the Hideous Mask. I don't think you could move the Fizzbin or the Taxline. I think here in FHeroes2 you can. Clearly we just did, but I think that that's actually a change that wasn't available before. So, well, Troyan, it's been nice knowing your ugly mug. But your ugly mug is now full of hideous maskness. Haha. Tundar, you fooled me. I thought that there was something special there. It was not. There's another artifact there, though. Hold on. Do you see that? Can you reach there? Uh-oh. It says that there's an artifact. But I can't reach it. And I can't get there by sea? Yeah. So there's an artifact here, but I don't know what it is. And I can never get it. I'm just going to be tempted for the rest of my life, wishing I knew what it was. Sitting, waiting, wishing. Meanwhile, with no spells, do we really defeat up to 19 bone dragons? With these forces? That's like 400, call it 500. Let's call it 500 hit points for the dwarves. 25 rocks, 1 red dragon, the 2 genies. I don't know if we win this fight. I'm still going to try, though. If we lose, it costs us nothing. 5 knowledge. I just don't value the 5 knowledge that much. But if we win, then we're awesome. Okay, let's see about it. Worst case scenario. This is 8. Oh, never mind. This is actually best case scenario. This is like not that many bone dragons even. Huh. Okay, remember, no spells, 3 attack, 1 defense. We kind of got to hope that these genies halves one of these stacks. So I'm going to go try and half the stack here. Oh, we did it. That's a big deal. Did you see that? Genie does 300 damage, 2 bone dragons perish. That's a big whoop dog. That's a big moment. That is a hold on. Where is he? There he is. That's a shocking moment right there. Ha. All right, do it again. Remember all that luck I said that we'd already used? Let's have all of our good luck right now. Do it again, baby. Do it again. Ah, rats. That's okay. We tried. We tried. And now I have the choice. All of the genies are gone. Okay, cool. Good to know. Do I keep my forces tightly together so that way I can attack together, or do I try and go down the battlefield? I think you guys stay together. I think that we're going to lose this fight. This is just way too much to deal with. I think it's bad. We do kill a giant or a dragon there. It looks like the dwarves are going to be able to get into this fight here. They're going to kill 1 bone dragon. They do. Bad luck. That's not good. Let's see. I'm going to attack here so that way the dragons can attack up in just a moment. So they can attack down in just a moment like this. Get double hex attack off. Yeah, the dwarves, we're down to 28 dwarves. 60, 45, let's see. We can best possibly kill this bone dragon. We do. Double hex attack right there. 67, we can maybe kill 1. 60, 127, 60. You're best off trying to kill here. We did not get it, but we will get it right here. They're ignoring this red dragon, and that's totally fine for me. I am good for that. Double hex attack. Didn't quite kill that second bone dragon, but the rocks got him on the rebound. 77 HP. Just trying to set up these double hex attacks wherever we can. And it looks like the red dragon is getting pummeled now. 25, 56. We're gonna maybe kill 2. Nice, we killed 2 bone dragons there. Oh, there's 108 HP, 119. We gotta focus on the best bit of damage we can. Here, it's not gonna be enough, but this was still a really fun fight. This was still a really fun fight. 94 HP, 92 HP. Gonna kill her. 2 dwarves at a time. 50 HP. Yeah, the good morale. Tell you what, if we didn't get the bad morale in this fight, I think we actually would have won. I think that, yeah, I think that if you didn't get the bad morale as many times as you did, I think that fight was close enough that you would have won. But we were able to get half a stack off. We were able to get several double hex attacks with the red dragon. It was just too much, and that's okay. There's like, what, 2 bone dragons there? We'll come back. I'm not worried about it. Tundar's like, oh no. Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's not that big of a deal. You'd think I would feel worse about it. I really don't. But somebody else is going to have to summon a boat so that we can go back there and get that soon. Fairly soon, anyway. Here's my question. Is this enough to actually defeat whatever forces are here on this island? I feel like it is, but there's just no guarantee. Maybe I pick up enough forces from Phixxy to finally get our BattleGarb of Anduran. Let's do that, actually. Let's go pick up the BattleGarb of Anduran, and then we will sally forth from there. Do either of these heroes have any movement points? They do not. Troyan, I'm going to... I don't need to dismiss anybody because we just lost a hero. Let's have it be Gwyneth. Okay. Go to here, swap. We're going to let Troyan go. And it looks like I'm not going to have enough movement points to make this swap happen because it's in the swamp. I was hoping I could go to here and do this and then do that, and there's just not enough movement points. Yeah, there's just not enough movement points to facilitate this trade. So basically it cost me 2,500 gold to do nothing. Whoops, my bad. But it was a worthwhile effort anyway. The idea was good. It would save 2,100 movement points for Phixxer. I mean, I can get this one or that one. It doesn't really matter to me. Is there a better hero in here? There's a barbarian. A barbarian can do it. This is so dumb. I'm not a smart person, but I'm doing the best I can with what I have. Okay. I'm going to dismiss. I don't care about the +1 Mercury. I think I'm fine. This is all about saving the movement points. We're going to send all of this over so we can do this big trade. We're going to send all the good forces. Grand Elves stay. Lies. Phoenixes stay. And just all these good ground troops. And then best forces over here. +5. You're definitely going to want that. Boots? I feel like you want boots. Maybe not. Maybe you don't want the boots. You're about to have one artifact combined, but you have to leave room for at least the one artifact we're looking at. Do you want to do it like this? Is that better? Do you prefer the Nomad's boots or the Legendary Scepter? I think you actually prefer the boots. I don't know, by the way, is there a difference in the amount of movement points that the Traveler's Boots of Mobility gives you versus the Nomad's boots? Like, does the Nomad's boots give you 800 movement points and the Traveler's boots give you like 600? You think I would know the answer to that, but I don't know the answer to that. Ushanki Pet? Tundar? Anybody? I'm gonna stick with this because I do value the movement points on land. But I'm gonna know that I'm gonna open up one more slot in just a little bit anyway. So, and then this way, Phixxer doesn't have to wait too much longer. In fact, we can land here right now. And we're gonna have enough forces to take this, and we're gonna be good to go. Easy peasy. Very cool. Tundar, you say yes. Yes meaning that they do have, the compass is the most, and so they do all have different amounts that they are given. Interesting. The values, we're not sure about those. Interesting. Okay, cool. Thank you for checking. I appreciate that. 2 elves in the woods, clapping coconuts, singing. Bravely bold Sir Sandro rode forth from Spritely. He was not afraid to die, oh Sir Sandro. He was not at all afraid to be killed in nasty ways. Brave, 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 brave Sir Sandro. Okay, we just picked up the Magellan's maps. A retired fishing captain living on that refurbished platform offers to sell you ships or maps he's made as a young sailor in his younger days. Do you want to buy the maps for 5,000 gold? 1,000 gold? Yes, I do. Send everybody over. Level 13, level 16. Sandro's still the better hero. I'm gonna let Sandro be the better hero here. Yeah, he's just the better hero. He's just vastly superior. But I am going to keep the Chain Lightning on Lunatic because she has Chain Lightning, so this Lightning Rod's going to be very effective for her. She's going to keep 42 Battle Doors because it's still a pretty good army. She can still clear out a lot of stuff. But then the rest of this is going to go on over to Sandro. Okay. And with that, Sandro will carry on his way. Back to here. Back to here. I think the Nomads the least and the Travelers is mid and encompasses the most. Got it. Got it. Tundar, you read it backwards, but you read it beautifully. Yes, yes. Oh, yes, the cadence and the rhythm from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. If you do not know it, it's a wonderful movie. You ought to go and check it out. A little bit irreverent, but of course, if you know anything about Monty Python, you know that that is simply what they do. So, yeah. Good reference. Excellent reference. But yes, I found the song backwards. Brave, 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 brave Sir Sandro. Okay, let's see if the Magellan's Maps has actually taught us anything. First off, it's let us know that there's a Sprite or Sorcerer's Castle in the upper left. That's good information. That makes me happy that we didn't try and land there before we got dragons and phoenixes for our main hero. It has let us know that there's a little bit of a bay over here that's been mostly cleared out. It lets us know that there's probably nice stuff over here. Yeah, red barriers. Red tent, red barriers. So you got to get here through the whirlpool, and then you land, and then you take this castle. Okay. Yes, because this is all reefed in, so you can't just get there. You have to get there through this whirlpool. Or you land here, and then you walk up the land bridge. Either way, that's fine. And then most importantly, corners. Hey, there's a corner of the map. Is there another corner? Hey, there's another corner. Guess what? Guess what? We're going for the corners. Phixfox, why do you go for the corners? Because I'm dope and I do dope stuff. That's why. It's the worst reason to do anything. Who are you, Kanye West? Come on. By the way, I love Kanye. I don't even care if he's off the deep end these days. His music is excellent. It's one of those things I kind of struggle with sometimes. Like, if somebody is, like, in their personal life a certain way and you just don't agree with who they are personally, but they're, as an artist, you can appreciate their art and their work and stuff, it's a little bit difficult sometimes to separate the person from what they've done. I mean, for our UK folks, I mean, Winston Churchill, right? Not exactly the paragon of moral upstandingness, and yet definitely a great person, and it would be unequivocally wrong to ignore him or to erase him from history, right? Now, it's very important to say that Kanye West is not Winston Churchill, right? There's no equivalency there, right? One is famous for historical reasons and one's famous because celebrity. But, you know, things I think about. How do you reckon with the person versus the artist? Anyway, Sabu is going to go down to here. I don't know what's over here. I don't think that there's anything guarding this. Yeah, nothing here. You got me paranoid. Now I'm checking random places in case I'll step on something interesting. As a map maker, that should give you some amount of joy, I'm sure. Okay, there's an observation tower here. Gives us a little bit more info into that area. Okay. Pick up the goblin hut and this and so on and so forth. Sandro's got a really big army, but he's not... Is he better than... I don't know, is he better than Phixxy? Level 21, level 16, I mean, Phixxy is superior in most ways. But Sandro does have the expert necromancy. He's got some unique spells like mirror image and teleport. My main hero does not have that. Does the mirror image make Sandro the better hero? Is it that good of a spell? In these numbers? No, I think that you just want the base stats. Look at this, 7 and 5, 7 attack, 5 defense versus 11 and 14. I know that there's some other things here that are influencing that, but no, I think that you just want to do a full swap here, because if I swapped artifacts, 5 and 9, 13 and 10, 11 and 14, 7 and 5. Yeah, I just think that it's still better over here. So I'm going to leave the Lightning Rod because I think that he's got a damaging spell. We're going to leave the Arm of the Martyr because of the morale penalty. And we're just going to swap these forces, and Phixxy is going to be all about that dead life. And just leading these forces of darkness to go through these Phoenixes in a moment or two. Are there any other forces here that we need to deal with? Probably not. We got plenty of gold, but not plenty of resources. Oh, sure. We will upgrade the graveyard, even though I'm never going to purchase these zombies. And then we're going to leave pretty much everybody else. 48 skeletons? Sure, why not? Mummies? Sure, why not? Yeah, and we're going to go south. We're going to just stop accruing skeletons via stats, via necromancy. War Trolls cost us 2 sprites. And Glorious Victory, geez, that's a lot of... Hold on, this is a lot of black dragons, and we're gonna get out of this fight without too many losses. I'm gonna cast the one spell. Give me just one spell. What's the best spell? Sure, we're just gonna cast the Bless, and then we're just gonna auto combat this because I want to see what happens. Three black dragons are killing 8 sprites at a time. That's not that many. That seems just fine to me. Okay, 22 sprites goes down, 4,800 experience, and folks, we've done it. A leprechaun offers us the Helmet of Anduran for the small price of 3,000 gold, 5 gems. Do you want to buy the artifact? Yes, I do. And folks, the 3 Anduran artifacts magically combine into 1. We've now got 2 artifact slots open. We've got 3 French shields. We've got 2 holy hammers. 1 sword of Anduran. 1 ultimate staff, 2 legendary scepters, 1 sword breaker, and some nomad boots of mobility. I'm glad that that worked out as well as it did. I wasn't sure if that would work out so well, but it did. Boreaster says, my goodness, the defense is through the roof. Let me go back and check. 14. No, that's not our hero. 47. Goodness gracious. 47 attack, 47 defense, and still we have about half the stats that that other enemy hero does. Oh my goodness. Dawn says, and a partridge in a pear tree. Still not enough to face the pirate head on. I agree. I agree, definitely. Oh goodness. Yeah, stats are so important in this game. We've got a lot of room to run. We got a lot of things to do still. Yeah, this game is not over. And I'm so very scared to say that. Does not make me feel very good to say that. Okay, so let's just go and pick up these +1s because every little bit of +1 is going to matter. That's part of the map, is that we have to overcome the enemy through stats. And then what? Do we go up here to take the Spritely Island Bay? I feel like I want to. Yeah, there's some stats here, not to mention just additional phoenixes every week. I think we're gonna go do that very quickly. Auntie Phixxy is just hanging out. Okay. And yeah, I think that we're gonna end turn and just hope that red leaves us alone and goes and kills purple. Goes and kills purple. Warrior, the true power of might. Yes. The true power of might. Oh my goodness, red just demolished that purple hero. Did you see it? Purple might not be long for this world. Yellow is probably going to stick around long enough because it looks like they're a little bit more sequestered from the main fighting forces, but yeah, once I kill purple up here in the northern left corner, I don't think that there's going to be much left over. They're just going to be up the creek without a paddle, as it were. My word. Okay, we talked about getting the +1 there. We're going to go get the +1 up here, and we better step on this sign, actually. Home of the legendary Black Pearl. Ah, the shipwreck, the Black Pearl. From Pirates of the Caribbean, of course. 30, Cyclops goes down, and we're going to walk to here, summon our boat. Town portal, of course we could, but we're not going to, because we got to get there via boat. Let's see, best way to go is in this direction, up here. It's almost new week. We're gonna stay put there. I don't really know what to do with Luna. I don't really know what to do with Aunt Phixxy. Okay, let me go through this. This is gonna be a little bit not fun for you, but this is important for me to make sure that I know where this is at. So this area doesn't have much that we still need to do. I could pick up +1 here for the fort. There's a tree of knowledge right there that's useful for us. I think that Phixxer, my champion, that they're gonna need to come back for these standing stones. Maybe this +1 as well. Maybe for this tree of knowledge. We'll see what's on the isles over here. I'd like to pick up another Necromancer Castle there. I'd like to pick up this Necromancer Castle in Alamar. On the high seas, there is still a Sphinx that we need to get. See, I would have missed that. I hope I would have realized my mistake and picked this up on the way over to the sorceresses. I might not have, though. To the south, we see more Xanadus, more purple players. There's a lot of treasure here, but I don't really need treasure. I need +1s. Witch Doctor's Hut, spell power there. There is still much to be had here. Even the Shipwreck Survivor is very interesting, but don't feel comfortable going into that area. This looks interesting. All of these boats just for summoning purposes. Whatever's there. Oh yeah, we gotta check our corners. That's a for sure. Is there anything else? This is an opportunity. I want to get this magic egg just because I don't want the enemy to have it. Even if I don't end up using it, I just don't want the enemy to have it. Fountainhead here and Draconis there. I would like to get the pair of Warlock Castles. Okay. Okay. But other than this group of Phoenixes and whatever I can't see in here, I don't see any other things that I must have right now. So Sir Sandro is just kind of waiting. I'm happy for AGAR, maybe my second best hero. I'm glad for him to just continue to work this area, cleaning things out slowly. Because remember, I sent him through all these forts as well, so he's actually 8, 13, and 15 naturally with no artifacts. All natty, bro. Everybody else is on the juice with artifacts, not this guy. Not this guy. I might have mentioned this before, by the way, but it's my plan. When I'm in my 70s, I'm absolutely going to start using steroids. 100%. Phixfox, is it immoral or not immoral to use steroids? I don't know. It's not really going to be a question of morality at that point to me. I'm going to use steroids for the purposes of making myself fall-proof, right? Like, I don't want to get into my older age and then due to osteoporosis and like low muscle mass be a fall risk. And I'm really going to want my mobility. I'm going to want to be, as healthy as I can be. And all of the negatives that I've ever seen from steroids, your testicles shrinking, roid rage, acne. That would be really funny to be a 70-year-old with acne. But I figure that all that pales in comparison, like the long-term damage to your body that can be done with steroids. I think that that's going to pale in comparison to the new emerging threat, which is not being physically fit enough to keep yourself vertical. So that's my plan when I'm in my 70s. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't happen that way, don't blame me, right? Don't come back in 40 years and be like, Phixfox, you lied. You said you were going to go on steroids. I wanted to see that and you never did it. Forgive me if I never actually do that, but just a thought. Just a thought. Okay, we've lost one Vampire Lord. We've lost maybe one Bone Dragon. Maybe. Do I lose a Lich here? I do not. Jeez. We are tough. These Phoenixes are tickling. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're dead. Do I have a slow? If I have a slow, I'm gonna haste somebody. 6-speed Vampire Lord? No. Liches? Liches, I don't want to have them attack. Are Vampire Lords 6-speed? No, they're 5-speed. If I want to go before the Phoenixes, I either have to slow them or I have to haste the Power Liches. That's not going to work for me. Whatever. 1 in 19, so it is. Okay. So if you do, we will turn to it on stream. in 40 years, do you think that we're going to be streaming? In 40 years, we're probably going to be having like holograms, you know? Yeah, we're going to be having holograms. In 40 years, someone will have enough footage of Phixfox to make an AI version of me and replicate it. Like, you're not going to need the original Phixfox. Yeah, there's going to be enough video out there of me, and then you can just recreate me. And just like with the AI apocalypse that people have for YouTube, it sounds like there's some concerns. People are saying, oh my gosh, we're getting rid of all the AI slop. And nobody dislikes AI slop more than me, right? But it is funny to me that there's enough Phixfox out there that if you wanted to clone my voice and clone my manner of speaking, you probably could. Fix Rage, the newest hit on HoloTube. 70-year-old Rage, you got it. Absolutely. 2 skeletons goes down, we're out of this fight. 3 skeletons, no problems. Yeah. It always bugs me whenever you hear those stories, and maybe this is an America thing, it's probably like an American thing, but it bothers me when you hear the stories of like fight clubs in nursing homes, of course set up by just the worst of people. Really doesn't make me happy at all. Absolutely horrific stuff. Like, why would you do that? How could you do that? But I could see, you know, hey, this guy's on steroids. I'm going to bet all my money on him. Phixfox is going to be the ringer when it comes into your betting in the nursing home someday. Yeah, bet on me. This guy's on roids. He's going to absolutely win anybody you put in front of him. Yep, better believe it. 25 Hydras? Yeah, with spells I can do it. Easy peasy. Very morbid to think about. Let's not. Let's not. Horde of Rogues? Sure, why not? 22 skeletons in return, not to mention 73 halflings. That rolls us into this fight. And that rolls me into these sprites I never picked up. 46 of them. And ore. Definitely want that. Okay. Everybody's good. Everybody's good. It's day 5. Are there any other purchases we want to make? We still want to upgrade Westmore. I just don't know what the timetable is on that. This castle is upgraded enough. I will pick up the garbage heap because it's basically free. I guess it's time to upgrade this castle. I really want to save the ore for like this castle though. I've invested in this one barbarian castle. I don't think I need to invest in this one. I just think that there's other stuff we need to do. Fight clubs and nursing homes? What? Yeah, it's very disappointing, but you will occasionally hear stories of the orderlies doing misbehavior. In fact, one of the worst things I've ever heard was not a nursing home, but it was a daycare, and it was like a baby fight club. Now, I'm hoping that this is just the weird stuff that the internet puts out there. Like, let's be real. Phixfox has been on just about, well, I should not say I've been at just about every corner of the internet, because there are some very disturbing, gross parts of the internet. But I've been around the internet for a while. Really, I have, right? And so I've heard a lot of stuff. And I gotta tell you, this may surprise you folks, but people go on the internet and they lie about stuff. They will even lie about having little baby fight clubs. You can't trust anybody these days. So sad. Hurt and shocked, I say. Hurt and shocked. But if it is real, and based off of what I know about people, it's not too surprising. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff going on out there. Okay, we're gonna kill here. I just had to fight this fight to make sure that the bone dragon didn't die. He might have even died because the power liches blasted my own troops with the AoE damage. I don't know. You take your sword and cut the earth elementals like butter. The way it crumbled to the floor, as if it never had life in the first place, never gets old. You are a lover of war. At this point, we are 3 versions into this playthrough, right? Like, this is our 3rd iteration for Spritely's Pirates. Yeah, at this point, if you don't love to fight, you're not here anymore. Although, I'm very sad that there's not a text bubble that says, you slice through the last nomad like butter, and he falls to the ground as if he was never alive. You love war. You see, it's easy to do that when it's an elemental, a lifeless thing, but when it's a nomad, it's very not cool to talk about, oh yeah, you love war. Funny how that works. Okay. View mines, nothing there. And these bone dragons, there's not that many, but the 2 remain from the previous time. There's a +1 from the Thunder Mason Dominion. I actually hate that because it takes up one of my artifact slots. I need to be a little bit more careful. And I have a riddle for you, the Sphinx says. Answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? Yes, I do. For 50 years, a king slept in the forest while his kingdom was being taken by his sisters Phixxer and who? So Phixxer is our sister, and Phixxan is also our sister, because this is Phixxan the Redeemed, I do believe. Is this correct? Tundar, this is the answer I'm going to go with, so just in case, so I don't have to lose my hero with like 50 attack and 50 defense, will you just confirm that I have this correct? A lot of Phixxan? Yeah, a lot of fixes. Yeah, there's Phix, there's Phixfox, there's Phixxan, Phixxer, Auntie Phixxy. A lot of fixes in this map. I'm very happy that I get to be in this map. The amount that I am, I think that's really, really nice. But yeah, I do believe it's Phixxan. Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now be gone. Ultimate Wand of Magic, plus 12 spell power. That is pretty okay. Tundar. Yeah, as soon as you put the 2 Sphinx, I was like, oh yeah. That's him being like, I'll never tell. Yes, yes. Got it. Okay. We're not going to go to this graveyard. It's going to take us a little bit too far out of our way, unfortunately. There's this little dune right there, a little berm. But I'm going to go to here and then summon my boat. The problem with this is this. I hope I can take this castle. And then if there's heroes with nice artifacts, I hope that I don't just lose the artifacts to somewhere else. But at this point, I don't think I can stop it. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. I've got some really good artifacts already. If the enemies run, we'll hope that we can pick them up just like we did with AGAR. Because remember, we found AGAR in the tavern, and he had tons of great artifacts, tons of great skills. Yeah, we'll just hope for something similar. Let's see, there's no artifacts there. Sandro's going to come back and summon this other boat, just so somebody has it. Might as well be Sabu. 25 Hydras. I already said I beat them. I do. We'll just... No, just a couple of spells is going to make this go much better. Much better. Huh. Not that spell. Here. Cool. It's maybe the toughest fight I've ever fought in my life. You know it's tough when my heart rate's going up so high that I have to eat food in order to get through it. But we've cleared out the circle all the way around. Let's see. It's such a waste just to leave AGAR here. Maybe he can go south through Alamar, because there's still a bunch of forces here. We got tons and tons of gold. Tell you what, it's time to unleash the beast. Let's go. We somehow ran out of gold before we purchased everybody. That's insane. But with 16 bone dragons, what can you expect? Oh, 75 out of 110 spell points. We're going to be fine. No, we're going to stay overnight just to make sure we have full spell points. And then he's going to head off and do that thing that good heroes do. And just take care of business every day. That song is now officially in my head. Because we're taking care of business every day. So yellow is still kind of hanging out on their little island in the middle. And if you haven't noticed, red is starting to get a little bit more, I don't want to say greedy, but they're expanding their horizons. They're starting to look to do other things. They're branching out is what I'm trying to say. Oh, look at this. Do you think that that's a big deal? Red dragons guard a breastplate and a brooch. Now that's pretty interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know how likely it is I'm going to use that. But that brooch is the difference between wanting to Armageddon yourself and your enemies or not. Oh wait, hold on. We don't have a slot for artifacts. What if this is a really nice artifact? Tundar, we're not going to land. We're going to go back later. We're going to send somebody else. I'm guessing that one of these heroes is actually going to want to steal my boat. Maybe because of the standing stones they're not going to be able to reach. We're going to hope that they can't, but maybe I send another hero to the corner. If there's nothing, great. If there's something, great. But if there's something and I don't have room for it, that's bad. So we're going to be very smart about the way we do this. Xanadu, everybody can go to Xanadu. Everybody can be so special. And say hello to the Grand Master of the house. Meanwhile, AGAR, with his full spell points, is going to go right through these Cyclopes. Actually, we still need sulfur, by the way, and gems. Hold on. Sulfur, gems. Okay, we need this upper corner, and we're going to get that in just a second anyway, but we got all the other mines we could have gotten, really. Yeah, sulfur and gems. We're going to pick those up later. We do have the one mercury. We'll go through the druids because they're basically free. I clicked way too fast and I lost a bone dragon. Whoops. I would have fought that fight to prevent that if I had thought about it. And yeah, we do want to go get this Sphere of Negation. Okay. On to a new day. Folks, I have to tell you something. On my way to the library today, I saw a lemonade stand. Now, it is pretty warm here. It's not 35 degrees Celsius like it is for Chris over there in the UK, or Tundar, I suppose. But it's still pretty warm here, and it's not uncommon to see lemonade stands out and about. One of my coworkers, he's got a couple of little girls and, you know, cute little family, just cute little family, right? Nice group of kids. And apparently he has taken them out and taught them the value of hard work by helping them get a lemonade stand. I will continue my story in a second. You hot boggy swamp starts to get to you, but your men have developed a wonderful taste for crocodile. You admit you're enjoying the new recipes yourself. That's very nice. Lots of red dragons. We'll go through them. Doable. But it reminded me, as I saw this lemonade stand on my way into the library today, it reminded me that when I was a kid, I tried to do a lemonade stand and nobody wanted my lemonade. And it was so sad because I was doing the best I could. I'm like, hey man, if you build it, they will come, right? And like, you'll get to enjoy the fruits of your labor and people will just give you money for this really crappy lemonade that you didn't even purchase because you stole it from your parents. Okay, stole is too strong of a word, but you know what I'm saying. Well, funniest story. My coworker, his girls in the lemonade stand, people come by and they will drive off the freeway to give them money for their lemonade stand. And I'm talking like a lot of money. Like people are being like, oh, they're so cute. No, you know, let's be so generous. No. They're giving them like $100 for a glass of lemonade. And it makes me furious because I didn't get that kind of treatment when I was a kid. What, am I not cute enough to get $100 for a glass of lemonade? And the thing is I realized that like I might have been a really good salesman if I didn't have that experience. Because there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I like to do sales and stuff like that. But when I was a kid, I had a really bad experience because my sales experience didn't go very, very well. I wonder if these little girls are going to be like, oh, it's just so easy to sell your lemonade. It's just so easy to make sales. And it's not going to be until later they realize like, oh, wait, no, people are being really, really nice to me. So I'm something of a hard gainer when it comes down to my own personal exploits and trying to sell people stuff. Anyway, just things I think about when I see the lemonade. It just made me think about my attempts at running a lemonade stand and how poorly it went. Pausing to rest and light a cook fire, you pull wood out of a nearby pile of dead wood. As you keep pulling wood from the pile, you notice that it doesn't shrink. You realize to your delight that the wood is enchanted, so you bring it along, plus 1 wood per day. Roach of Shielding for 2,500 gold and 3 ore. It provides 50% protection from Armageddon and Elemental Storm, but it decreases spell power by 2. I'm going to take this for now. Who knows if we're going to need it or not? We will find out later. But yeah, I asked my friend, I'm like, so do you like that people have just come by and given your daughters hundreds of dollars? He's like, yeah, I think it's great. So, all right, whatever. Whatever. I'm not bitter. Yes, I am. Okay, so folks, we have just found something wonderful. Look at this. Listen to the music. Here in Spritely Island Bay, we've got phoenixes, unicorns, druids, sprites, dwarves, elves, a fully upgraded sorceress castle. It's very charming. And look, it even comes with phoenixes. Very good. Not to mention dwarves and sprites, unicorns. And I think for now that we're going to keep these forces just the way they are. And look, there's the sulfur and the gems we need. But we know that there's an enemy hero just over here somewhere. I suggest that we go and fight them. And then that way they can't backdoor us. Whoa, there's a Lith right there. There's a Lith. Holy cow. Wait a second. Hold on. This game just changed. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Okay, so we immediately got to let go of somebody. Sabu's going to land. And I'm going to dismiss him immediately because we need the hero space. We need somebody to step on these stone liths like right now. I need to be very cautious with what we're about to see here. If Troyan can't reach, we're going to have to get Croto. Okay, she's going to just step on this. Goodbye. Very effective use of my gold and my troops. And Croto's got 4-speed creatures instead of 2-speed creatures. I guess Jojosh could have gotten there too. Yeah, Jojosh could have also gotten there. Never mind. I thought that, man, Croto with his 4-speed creatures can get just as far as Troyan with her 2-speed creatures. Weird. Okay, well. You saw nothing. Phixfox, you do not care about your forces at all. Yeah, I know. I know. I truly don't. But I do care about... Ah! But I do care about stepping on these liths. Okay, fine. We're going to go as far as we can, and we're going to hope that we don't get backdoored through these liths tomorrow. I will hope and I will pray. There's no guarantee, but we will see what happens. No losses here. Somehow we lose a bone dragon to druids, but Cyclopes can't even touch us. Who would have thought? And then we definitely want to go through these power liches for the sword breaker for our big, beautiful army here of the necromancer forces. Necromancer variety. Do we have a holy shout? What am I saying? You don't want to use that here. That's a bad idea. Okay. And from here, we should be able to just kill our enemies. Kill, kill, kill. Cool. Good, good. Sandro staying put. Luna staying put. Yep, everybody else staying put. Ooh, look at that. So in the same spot that I landed, red has now landed. Is this red rooting out evil? Is this red coming for purple? I think probably so. And now purple's not going to have anywhere to run to. They run into the boats. But there's Darlana the pirate. There she is. 1,900 points of Armageddon. We don't have space in our artifacts anyway, but what I'd really like to do is I'd like to be able to start doing some Armageddon stuff. 2,100 movement points. Okay, first off, let me step here. So this list does go to multiple places. So we're just gonna stay right there, and I'm gonna send my other hero there in just a moment. By the way, we come upon a sign. It reads, "Here lies the body of Anduran. Bow and swear fealty, and you shall be rewarded. You decide to do as it says. As you stand up, you feel a coldness against your skin. Looking down, you find that you are suddenly wearing a gleaming ornate breastplate. +5 to the defense, and another piece of another bit of a battle garb of Anduran. If we can get 2, we're going to be having a real good time. Lots of battle dwarves. What are they hiding? What are you hiding? Nothing at all. Okay. I tell you what, I'm going to go through these liths to this other spot. I'm going to take Spritely Canyon. Okay. And I'm going to look to hold on to this area as much as possible. There's Alamar. He was in the water a while ago. And I'm actually going to try and go back up to these stone liths because I think that red is going to go here and then try and get around. I'm going to hope that with their 4-speed skeletons that they're not going to have enough movement points to do so. Yeah, I'm going to hope that they don't have enough movement points to do so. Oh, we've already got a full load. Oh, no. Because what I really want is this. I want to take this castle. I want red to be right about here, and I want to Armageddon them over and over and over again with my 3 red dragons. That's what I want. 57 out of 260 spell points. I actually probably should have stayed in Spritely Canyon just to do that. Let's see how this goes. I don't think I planned this out very well, but I've got an idea anyway. Red is red is clearing out their own boats. They've got tons of summon boats. There's plenty of boats that they can summon is kind of what I'm trying to say here. And purple has landed with Carlon on this little island there. I could summon boat and chase after her. Oh no. Phixxy does not actually have summon boat. Thought that they did. Never mind. But soon we're going to take Blackwind. I don't know. Do you want... How do you want to do this? How do you want to do this? 20 points. We can do it twice. How about this? Let me do this. Josh needs to stay. AGAR needs to stay. Sandro's too good. Like, all these heroes are too good. Like, everybody's too central to the story. So really, I've only got space for 2 heroes that are not, like, central to the story. But I do not want purple to go into this area, and I don't want purple to go into this area. So for now, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to sit on the lith. We're just going to wait, because there's only one place you can go. This lith and this lith. We're going to wait. First thing in the morning, we're going to see if the enemy lands, or if they take this and then they hop into a boat. I'm guessing that they will do that. And then we're going to retake Spritely Volcano from the other side. And then when they land again, we're going to have full spell points. We're going to evacuate the troops, and we're going to just bombard them again and again and again. And that's going to work out pretty well, actually. Since we can't take the Swordbreaker and I can't hire another hero because I just don't have space. I just don't have the ability to do it. We're going to head south. Don't want to lose 3 Bone Dragons, but we're going to go and take that Necromancer Castle that's here in the snowy area, kind of to the south there. We're going to take damage from all of these Phoenixes. So 1 Bone Dragon goes down. 2? Nope, just 1. And then a couple Liches. Let's see, 375 points. It's Phoenixes, so it doesn't do anything to them. Magic Arrow will do something to them. I think you're best off just doing your Steel Skin, because I don't mind losing other forces, but I'd like to keep the Bone Dragons alive if at all possible. Number 2, I'll have creatures here, creatures here. And we did not lose the Bone Dragon. Do not let the Power Liches hurt yourself. That's probably what actually happened in the previous fight. The AI is still doing its best and failing sometimes to prevent Power Liches from hurting themselves. So if you're playing against an enemy Necromancer, you actually have a little bit of an advantage in Heroes 2 currently. Okay, Castle of Almar, we want to get there as soon as possible. You stay, everybody else stays. We got a plan. Let's see what red does here. They do take the purple castle. Is purple player vanquished? Or do they have any other forces remaining that I am unaware of? No, I think that they have... Is Karlan theirs? Karlan might be theirs. Yeah, Karlan might be theirs. I don't think that that was a red player. And then remember, we do know that yellow is still somewhere in the nether. Oh, and they're up here. Yeah, purple's up here somewhere. Okay, worth noting. And then, yeah, Darlana the pirate. Darlana does need to get into a boat before I can do this, but I do want to hit spacebar one time just so I can plan out my steps. 2600, yeah, I can reach. Yeah, I should be able to reach, but for now we're just going to stay put. You can't do this with a normal human, but we don't play against normal humans right now, do we? No, we do not. No, we do not. I wonder if I can just do Steel Skin and get out of this fight. Here. I'll attack. I'll wait one round of combat and then I'll hit Q on this upcoming fight. So skip, skip, skip. Here. Let's go right there. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And then as we take this town, I don't know the likelihood of us holding Blackwind here. It's said that it is a town. We can build ships. We may need to get a few. There's a lot to be done for scouting. Yeah, if you rush into this area, I don't think that you can get here any sooner than like beginning of month 2. We're maybe 4 weeks further out than Tundar wanted us to be, but my goodness. Yeah, as far as scouting goes, this is not the easiest scouting route you can take. You just really got to hope that you can keep Phixxer alive. Otherwise, I think you just lose the scenario. Like, I don't know how else you win this scenario if you don't get the early boats and pressure advantage earlier than I have. We don't have diplomacy. Otherwise, I would absolutely see if these bone dragons would join. To get to Alamar, we got to go through Crusaders. We're going to go through those first thing in the morning. I'm hoping that they don't purchase any defenders there. We will see. Stay put. Very good, very good. And let's have Red's hero hop into the boat. Come on, baby. What are you doing? No. Okay, we will wait another day. Every time I see losses in these little fights, it just really makes me think that my liches are not doing a lot of good for me. I got a feeling, I can't be sure, but I feel like the liches just keep attacking myself. So no losses, and this is upgradable, but it's got so long to upgrade, and it's so very out of the way. Hold on. Yeah, you can get a shipyard here. That's crazy. There's like not really a lot of room there to get out, but okay. All right, we're gonna do this. We've saved ore. We weren't upgrading our other castle because we were talking about doing this. We're gonna pick up the shipyard as soon as we can here, so that way we can just set sail with Phixxy because he doesn't have summon boat. And that's really the whole reason why we're doing this. I'm going to hope that I have enough wood to get all of this taken care of, but there's no guarantees. Alamar does have 13 bone dragons now. Don't love it. They saw me coming. Whoops. But we are going to take this castle now with AGAR, level 22. He's got all these great spells. He's going to do just fine taking this fight. Losing 4 bone dragons feels like a little bit too much. But now this should be our 3rd or 4th castle here. And that'll be very effective for us. We're not going to cast the Armageddon. Don't click the red button. That's bad. 9 to 11 of the Power Liches, or you focus on the Bone Dragons. 11 attack versus 7 attack. We've got 9 and 14. I'm going to end up doing probably my Steel Skin. No, I'm going to want to cast a haste if I can. I don't have a haste. I'm going to do Steel Skin on the Bone Dragons. I'm going to focus on their Bone Dragons. 2 to 3. We killed 3. Very good. Dispel magic onto the Bone Dragons. Okay, all right. 31 of their Vampire Lords come out to play. I'm going to sit on their Liches here. Yeah, and I guess that my Liches are gonna blow my own troops up. Again, another case of just hoping that you do the smart thing and just don't hurt yourself. Sounds easy enough, but you know. Cold Ray, 320 points of damage, just to help prevent major issues. Royal Mummies, I don't think that they can actually reach the Bone Dragons, but the Power Liches are out of the way here. Yeah, just barely can't reach. Vampire Lords will do it. Okay, 1, 2, and 1, much better than losing 4 of the Bone Dragons. And this is a not fully upgraded castle because it doesn't have the level 5 Mage Guild, but remember that we don't really use the level 5 Mage Guilds at this point. And I'm starting to wonder if I should really be going for these shrines. You can get like 60, 70% skeletons if you use Sandro and Luna very effectively. And I'm just not right now. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should be. I know I should be. Like AGAR, yeah, you're a good hero, but you don't have the necromancy, so you can't be that good. With so many necromancer castles, though, I think it's about time. Yeah, I think it's about time that we made some changes. There's a new sheriff in town. There's gonna be new changes around here. Partner. Here and here. Once again, red's just kind of sitting there, waiting. This castle's already been purchased, so we're good to go there. You know what? So long as the big bad red player doesn't leave, that's still a win. If the Pirate King or whoever that is, if Darlana's portrait never leaves, that's still a win. Because that means that they're not causing hate and discontent on the rest of the map. So maybe just by having Phixxer sitting here, that's actually worth my time. I say that, but then I'm like, yeah, but not really. Because that means Phixxer is not getting stronger either. If Darlana stays here for one more day, then I'm gonna know where things stand. For now, I'm gonna send Sandro up so that he can go to the corner of the map, and then maybe he can relieve one of these slots here. And Miss Lunatic, I'm gonna send her to the center of the map because I want her to start making skeletons for me. So many skeletons. Good here, good here. Shipyard. And a ship. Okay. We'll go to this area. Maybe, we might have to just stop Carlon first as a little bit of a side trip. We'll go and deal with her, and then we'll be happy later. Because she might just take resources that we just don't want her to take. Lots of windmills here. You'd love to devote a hero. I'd love to have Luna or what's his name here just to pick up these. But it just takes a lot of time. Yellow. 1, 2, 3 castles that can be spitting out black dragons. Tell you what, this is the last day I can just sit here with Phixxer. Yeah, if what's his name doesn't go into a boat, yeah, I've got to make some adjustments. And maybe what I'm doing is wrong. I'm very attached to these heroes that Tundar has given us as the Mapmaker. Like, I'm very attached to Sandro. I'm very attached to the Lunatic. I'm very attached to all these heroes. But maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I should just say, yeah, I know you want to keep them just for funsies, but you can't really. You got to get rid of one because the positioning is most important here. Like, it's at this point I'm playing the game suboptimally because I care about this portrait and this love story. And that's not acceptable. It's just not. It's just not acceptable. Okay, tell you what. On Phixxy, I have lost you in every single playthrough I have ever had with you. And we are going to continue that trend. That's what we're going to do. We are going to continue the trend of not getting to keep you because, unfortunately, you're just too good for your own good. Resurrect True, I would hate to lose that spell. It's a shame, but we're going to lose that spell. And that means that a hero is going to come up from here. Let's call it Alamar, just so they can sit and secure this island so you can't lith hop through it. It's going to take you 1 day to get there. And then in a moment or two, Joe Josh is going to step off, so Phixxer the Redeemed can go here, go there, because we're missing out on all this other stuff. Trends. Sorry, Ant. Yeah. I don't like it. I never would have thought that I would have done this. It goes against my very nature. Yet, it's got to be done. It has to be done. The enemy has fled. They cost us a couple of these power liches. Remember, we have full slots. If we see a Sword of Anduran somewhere, we should really make that a priority. Wait a second. Didn't I see one? Hold on. Don't you have one? There we go. And you're just right over there, huh? I think Phixxy... I think Phixxy can probably take Draconis, and then we will BattleGarb our way back to there in 2 turns. And then after that, we will get a second BattleGarb of Anduran, and then we're just going to have the additional movement points. Okay, we are just about 5 hours into this playthrough, so I'm about due for another 5-minute break. It's weird. If I was working a real job, like if this was a job, I'd be like, I need a break every hour on the hour for at least 5 minutes. But I'm not. This is just something we do for fun. And so it changes everything. But still, several. And you're going to get more than several. You're going to have 9 bone dragons here, or 9 black dragons here. I'm going to be a tougher hero. I'm going to be better than you, but geez. It's not my favorite thing in the world. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, Joe Josh is going to step off. She's going to go through. Not there. Not there. There you go. And we're going to continue on with these heroes. Doing very important things, I'm sure. +1 of the sulfur, +1 of the defense. Steel golems are just experience. Wait, Phixxer still had slots open? How do you still have slots open? Ah, man. And look at this. Do you want leadership or luck? Either way, it's going to be wasted because you got the BattleGarb. On principle, I'm going to take the leadership. Because in theory, it's the best. In theory, it's better. Anyway. Pack of liches, we should be able to kill them. Whew, that was closer than I thought it would be. Good to know. And maybe these lots of black dragons, if I can get a hero that's got diplomacy over to there, maybe I can do some really nice stuff, right? Like maybe I can get lots of black dragons to join me down the road. Then again, maybe I defeat Pinehurst and I get my own black dragons to join me. I don't know. Is there anything special in here? It can be upgraded to a castle. That is what I would call special. Let's work on getting dragons in Pinehurst as soon as possible. Let's have Joe Josh step back on the Lith. Alamar too. There we go. And we will actually see, I don't know if Darlana is going to want to leave here or if she's going to want to stay. If my main hero, if they know, because I think that the AI knows. I think that if the AI knows that Phixxer is on the other side, that they're not going to leave, I wonder if they're now going to hop into the boat because they're like, yeah, the threat has passed. She's moved on. It's kind of cheesy because I'm sure that they don't have vision of this area, so they don't really know where Phixxer is. But maybe I'm wrong. Whoa, wait a second. Not you. Yeah, okay, never mind. I thought I'd seen those heroes before. Troyan I have seen before, but not very special. I don't know. If you want this castle, you gotta defeat red dragons or black dragons. We'll see. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Poi's in the chat. Hello, Poi. Nice to have you here. Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Players Union. Yeah. The other day, in one of the previous playthroughs during the break, we had a fun moment where we talked about like stay hydrated, friends. And then in the Phixfox Discord, I tried to reiterate that, like, hey, stay hydrated, friends. We need to look out for each other. Okay. All right. Brief disconnect there. As we've mentioned, the library kicks you off every couple of hours, every 6 hours or so. And so we are back. Here's a thought. If the Oracle is to be believed, then we're up against a gross attack level pirate. What if we use dragons and beat them down with spells? There's always a way. I could not agree anymore with you. 33 skeletons goes down. Are there dragons here? Yeah, they left the dragons here. Hypnotize, mass slow. Holy kittens. Tundar, did you mean to leave a 5th level mage guild here? That's pretty cool. I'm all for that. Let's see, we need to step out. We've already picked up what we need. The resources are fine. I don't really need the resources. I need to go to Draconis. Over here. And we need to make sure that we are stepping over here and trading up with these great artifacts. Because look, watch this. The BattleGarb of Anduran, the 3 Anduran artifacts magically combined into one, and now we have 2 BattleGarbs of Anduran, one for Phixxy, one for Phixxer, and we feel really pretty good about that. I do want to get this Thunder Mace of Dominion off of Phixxer, but it's really nice to have the secondary here that's just so good. Brooch of Shielding, I don't think I want that, because I think I'm just going to use dragons. Like literally, I think I'm just going to use dragons to overwhelm my enemies. Yeah, I think I do. So I'm going to pull the Legendary Scepter over because the +2/+2 is just as good or better here. And I will pull off this +1 attack. Staff of Wizardry and +4 of the Knowledge. These are great artifacts, but we're not going to take them with us. In fact, I almost wonder if I should take the Traveler's Boots and Mobility. I think I will. Just for the speed, we're going to leave one slot open and just be as fast as possible. That suits me pretty well, I think. Gonna take all these forces. It's about time that the unicorns go somewhere else. And where else do I need to go? We talked about picking up +1s here and such. We definitely want to get all the levels here from these trees. We definitely want the +3 here. I think it's time to go to Spritely Watch with Phixxer, our champion. And then from there, she can just grab what she needs to be effective, leaving behind anything that's not going to be helpful, because I think I can get out of this map in the next hour if I really make a concerted effort at picking up all my +1s and going from there. So that's my hope. That's my goal. We'll see if it works. Oh no, Rathmont. Maybe I can beat him. We'll see. Oh yes, and going back to Spritely. So we'll pick up the Dragon City, these +3. We'll pick up the dragons in Dragon City, then we'll go to here. And then take that, and then go down. Kind of fumbled my turn a little bit. That's okay. Okay. Star VT's in the chat. Hello, Star VT. Thank you so much for the follow the other day. I saw that you gave us a follow. Appreciate it. Nice to have you here. Just for you and for anybody else, we are currently playing Spritely's Pirates, the 3rd in the series from the Tundar maps specials, and having a real good time with it. As you can tell, we got some amazing heroes going on here, but as good as you think my heroes are, you should see the other guy. Our enemies are absolutely swimming in swag. They are like pretty much cash fantastique. I don't know how we're gonna end up defeating them, I don't think I have a good way forward in defeating them other than trying to get as many stats as possible. So here for our main champion, 43 attack and 51 defense, looks like a lot, not compared to an enemy hero that's got, let's see if this one Thieves Guild will tell me, 97 attack and 85 defense. That's what we have to overcome. Oh boy. Oh boy. So we're getting closer, but we're not quite there yet. And so it's going to take a little bit more time. We will see how this goes. Tundar says, I take the gamble of Dimension Door because I'm a badass map maker. Hey, that's the best reason to do anything. Again, as I said earlier, what did Kanye West say? I'm dope and I do dope stuff. Yeah, man. I'm glad you're dope. You just keep being you. Give them what they want. Give the people what they want. And Star says, I came across your Heroes Might and Magic 2 units tier list from like a year ago on YouTube, and it was an instant follow. Wonderful, I appreciate that. You know, that video, funny enough, I am really happy for it, but I'm kind of amazed. I didn't mean to spend as much time being in depth on that video as it turned out being. I think it's like an hour and a half, something like that. And we really talk about all the units. We kind of compare them back and forth. And I always worry that I'm going to be a little bit over excessive with my time and yours. Like I'm going to be a little bit, you know, brevity is the soul of wit, as Bill Shakespeare once said. I always worry that I'm going to be a little bit too wordy. That video, actually, many people have said that they appreciated that we did go as in depth as we did. So I'm glad that you enjoyed that video. And I'm very glad to have you here. So thank you very much. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, we're going to go Spritely. Back to our main castle here. And we're going to go finally defeat these lots of black dragons, take this red tent, all so that way we can potentially go through this red barrier. But we do need to go through the whirlpool with another hero, because apparently you can't reach there from land. Still, expert diplomacy. We got so much gold. Maybe they'll join. It seems unlikely. But a glorious victory does seem pretty good to me. Why am I still on grouped formation? Oh my gosh, the curse of grouped formation lingers. If you know anything about Phixfox, you know that I do grouped formation once and I forget about it and it stays on for the rest of the game. It's not how you win this game. Look at that, 8 black dragons barely killed 1 phoenix. That's insane, insanity. And then we're trying to get these creatures to hurt themselves. Doing a pretty good job of it. Yeah, we're gonna lose phoenixes. That feels pretty bad, but at least the unicorns have now gotten into the fray, and we're gonna get a nice double hex attack off with the red dragons. That's good. Dwarves in the rear. Hey, look at this. Even the dwarves are gonna get a smack off. Kill 4 to 9. Nice. Kill 5. Good work. Good work, boys. I don't like this double hex attack. If I attack here, I'm going to set myself up for a double hex attack there. And so let me actually kill in this direction, so it's still double hex, but then it doesn't look as bad to me. Never mind. This is bad. I don't like this. Here, let's kill here. 3 black dragons goes down. Man, there's damage going around everywhere. This is like when you see a cat fight and there's just fur flying everywhere. That's kind of what's going on here. By the way, the versions of dragons that you will sometimes see people draw, and the dragons are just like, they look more like cats than anything. That's my favorite version of dragons. No matter what the medium is, the cat versions of dragons, those are my very favorite. Looks like it's gonna be 14,000 experience, 3 phoenixes are gonna go down, but we're gonna get this red tent. And did you notice that we are actually out of movement points? Did you notice the aerial is here? I did not notice until just now. I'm gonna send the lunatic. She's gonna go south. I'm gonna probably hand off those troops to her. Maybe just like 1 phoenix. Yeah, I'm gonna hand 1 phoenix off to her. I'll spend the night in Spritely in the Mage Guild, and then we're gonna be back to our dimension dooring sort of ways. Okay, you know what? We've got Phixxy right here, right now. We can actually go through these liths. So let's put the liches in the first position, and then go from there. Tundar says, welcome Star. I remember finding Phixfox. I watched many streamers, but Fox was the only one who both had him talking and didn't save scum. Not looked back since. He's the best. That's the nicest thing anybody said to me all day. Thank you so much, Tundar. Yeah, I've still got a lot of room to improve, which is even better, right? Because I definitely think that there's a lot of twists and turns when it comes to Heroes of Might and Magic. I think that when it comes to streaming, there's a lot of different things to balance, and I'm looking to get better all the time. So if you're okay with somebody that is not perfect, which I'd like to think that people are understanding because nobody is perfect, then yes, this is definitely the place, and I really appreciate the time and the energy. So thank you very much. Oh, look at this. We made it to our destination with a very important hero nonetheless. I'm going to move over all of this. I'm going to consider, you know what? Let's give over this Armageddon spell. Let's give over the Armageddon scroll. Let's take the wood. No, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to leave the slot open so I can go pick up this other sword breaker in a moment or two. Oh wait, I just left myself with 30 mutant zombies. I'm gonna have to give myself at least a bone dragon and then, like, I don't know, 5 vampire lords. That should do it. Yes, and we're gonna send AGAR up to the north. So yeah, he's gonna go back. He's gonna pick up that sword breaker. But we've done it. We've gotten Phixxy. He's going to be able to bypass this little lake. I don't know if you were supposed to bypass the lake or not, but we've eventually gotten here. And whatever we can find here to the south, we're going to take and have a real good time with it. Sandro, by the way, folks, this has only been 5 months in the making, but Sandro is finally going to get to the corner. You sail to what seemed like a pointless part of the map and are rewarded for your commitment to the corner. 5,000 experience plus a Medal of Courage. We'll take the logistics. Tundar, thank you very much for being that kind of map maker that appeals to your audience and gives us what we want. You know that we wanted there to be something in the corner. Thank you for providing. Good stuff. Good stuff. StarVT says, honestly, yeah, it feels like less than an hour watching it, but I really enjoyed it. Good. Happy to hear that. And were there any feedback? Was there anything that you thought that I was completely off base on? Because I'll tell you that on the rewatch, since that time, it's been more than a year, I've gotten even more experience with heroes, and I look back at that video and there's changes to the ranking that I would make today, because there's things that, yeah, I've had more experiences and I've seen other opportunities that I've missed at the time. So have you seen any changes that you would have made to that? Any surprises that you thought, no, that's not quite correct or not quite the way I would have done it? Because if there are, I'm interested to find out where we compare notes and where we agree on those changes. I think for the most part, the list is still pretty good. I'm still happy with it. I'm not like sad and going to take that video down or anything. I'm still going to keep it up as it is. I think it's an okay list, if nothing else. But yeah, I think that there's still some changes we can make to that. And StarVT says, yeah, I've only really consumed Norovo content, but I'm really happy to find another Heroes of Might and Magic 2 creator since it's very rare to see. Thank you. And I really enjoy him. I think in one of the videos, it would have been the Heroes map. It's called Heroes. I think I even mentioned in that map in the pinned comment that I was trying to channel my inner Norovo because his voice is so very soothing. And it was a map that was simply made so that you could fall asleep to it. Just the most dulcet tones, the quietest and simplest little, whatever sayings we could, just for the people that like to fall asleep to Heroes of Might and Magic. That was my goal, and that was ultimately what we tried to do there. So hopefully I was able to be successful, and I sort of made up for any mistakes I might have made in that map by providing a good, relaxing experience. Yeah, Norovo does an excellent job, and I really appreciate the things he does. There's a lot of creators I really appreciate. I will tell you that the very first creator that I saw doing Heroes 2 that I was like, I really like what they're doing, and I wanted to see that continue, it was Ross from Kelvin's Coin. I know that Ross does some good playthroughs that are the exact chill sort of vibe that you really want to see somebody play with. When I see Ross, I see somebody that's very chill, and he's like, hey, I know who I am, I know what I'm good at, and he's done an excellent job in building up a wonderful community of great Heroes players. I really appreciate the things that he's done for the community, especially doing things like the Kelvin's Open. I think he's done a fantastic job there. I've really enjoyed Winnie Morrow. Winnie Morrow was one of the first people to kind of reach out to me, and he gave me lots of insight and help, and he you know, very not just encouraging, but like actively made me better through some of our conversations. So I've always got a great deep love and respect for Winnie Morrow. I don't think I'd be here today if not for Winnie Morrow. And Zapixo, I've come to really enjoy and love Zapixo and the things that he does. Excellent in the way that he presents himself. He's just a really fun personality, right? If you're watching somebody play Heroes, I think that you really enjoy the personality on them, because anybody can watch a playthrough of you just clicking through. But more importantly than that is, you know, do you enjoy as they're clicking through all the fun stuff that they're doing? Yeah, Zapixo just makes me laugh as he's playing. So good stuff there. And then and Liquid Yeti, recently I've gotten to make his acquaintance, and excellent at what he does, very tactically minded. There's been some battles that he's done that I've sat down and I've taken notes, because it is some good stuff that he's putting out there. So lots of great Heroes Might and Magic players and great people in the community. I'm just glad I get to be a part of it, right? When it comes right down to it, I'm just one person enjoying Heroes Might and Magic, and I'm so grateful for all the people that have come before me, and I'm grateful for all the people that will come after me, right? I hope truly, when we talked earlier about doing the advanced guides for the Barbarian faction and all the different factions, my hope is that maybe that there's somebody out there who is just like the perfect Heroes Might and Magic player, and they just don't know it yet. That's my goal, is that I can get somebody else hooked and excited to play Heroes Might and Magic, and then they could be the best there ever was. That's really, that would be an honor to be able to say, yeah, I was, you know, I got to be there at some of their beginnings. So anyway, it's a great game. It's worth your time. It's worth my time, that's for sure. And I really appreciate all the good support and the great vibes from so many wonderful people. So grateful to be here. Okay. Well, that was a long little thing. By the way, if there's a creator out there, I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. Just because I didn't mention them doesn't mean I don't like them, or doesn't mean I don't appreciate them for what they do. So please don't take my forgetting as a slight. That's never my goal. It's never my intention. My intentions are always good. Zam has several bone dragons, lots of liches, a throng of the skeletons, a horde of the mutant zombies, a few of the skeletons. I would love to hang on to this, and I would love to hang on to... It's the second castle. To this one. We're going to lose this castle, unfortunately. This is the exact perfect setup I want, by the way. If we had full spell points, oh, buddy, I would Armageddon you into the ground, and you would never recover, because I would be able to hire and rehire back and forth like 25 times until these forces were completely obliterated. There would be no more Titans. There'd be only a very few Magi Giants, a couple of Black Dragons. Sure, you'd have lots of Black Dragons. I can't touch those with magic, but everybody else, free game. So we need to stay in the Mage Guild overnight, though. 6 spell points, that's not going to do it. Sandro, he's going to continue on his way, though. I don't know. Maybe he's got room to pick up the Swordbreaker over here, just in case what's-his-name can't get back. I don't know. I just really hope that I can hold this castle, because if the enemy goes back into the boat, if they think that they can't beat me, then okay, great. We will come get you tomorrow with the BattleGarb of Anduran. Folks, for the first time, we're going to get a look at our enemy here, and I will get back to chat real quick. Ever since I started watching Phixfox streams and video, Poi says, I have picked up playing both Heroes Might and Magic 2 and 3. The thing that's been nagging me is that XL maps in 3 feel smaller and more cramped than in 2. Like large in 2 feels like an XL in 3, or is it just me? I think that there's something to that. I think that when you look at the passability of different objects in Heroes 3, yeah, I think that there's actually less map that is not crowded with trees and mountains and stuff. I feel like there's just more stuff in the Heroes 3 maps, and so there's less room to run. And so the Heroes 2 map, there's just more clickable places. Now, I could be wrong about that. This is just my 2 cents off the hand kind of comment, but evaluate that and let me know if you think that there's some truth to that or not. Because I think that there is, but who knows? Tough to say. 60 points of damage. 75 points of damage. If I do the math slow, then the bone dragons aren't going to get in, and then you have to whittle me down from afar. I'm just going to do the math slow. That might actually lead to more damage from left turret, right turrets, and moats. We're going to skippity skip, 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 skip. Phixfox, you didn't even shoot with your centaurs. Yeah, I will next time. That's okay. They'll take out this one single skeleton right there. We are going to do the lightning bolts on... I can kill one dragon every 2 turns. Should I do that? Really, you should be killing liches because you can kill 3 at a time. I'm going to kill at least one more bone dragon there because, you know, reasons. Let's see. We're going to kill here. We're not going to win this fight, but we're going to be very annoying the entire time. And that is just as good as a win, in my opinion. Okay, bone dragon goes down. Cool. Skip. Left turret, right turret goes down. We still got the big turret and the moat. Already did that. Lich is going to take their turn. Oh no. Did you notice that the slow wore off? So we didn't get 3 more liches there at the end, but we did get 62 skeletons and 1 bone dragon. We were annoying. You got to give me that. You've got to give me that. Phixfox wife says, did you start a new stream? Nope, this is the same one. Hello, Phixfox wife. Nope, same one. Still struggling. We're on the struggle bus. Hoping I can win this in the next hour, but no guarantees. Okay, glorious victory here. We do want to turn this into a castle. Uh-oh. We haven't really been upgrading our other castle, though, have we? Crypt Nest. It's day 5. Because of the ore constraints, we're going to need to just do 1 at a time. So let's just focus on Pinehurst first. It's still pretty safe. And then later we'll come back down and we'll work on Erlequin. Summon boat? We do have a summon boat. Gonna go to here. Yeah, because we already gave up Draconis. I don't feel like there's much else I can do. If Alamar could take Spritely Volcano, I would go over there. We got another hero, though, that can do all this other stuff. Let's go into the boat. We don't have any artifact slots, so if our friend Tundar has given us space, we're not going to be able to pick up whatever artifact that is. Is that going to hurt us? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And then we're going to ignore Ariel. She's just kind of a nobody hero. I'm going to go over to Blackwind. Well, hold on. So I want these +3s. I want the trees. Please, please, I speak for the trees. No, we're going to go to Blackwind, because then once we take it back, we're never going to lose it. And so then that's going to be 1 more boat. Very good. And we will take this back in like 2 days or so. Luna is just hanging out. Sandro, living his best life. 5 ore is actually a big deal. And there's this ore right here that we need to upgrade our castles. Let's go grab that before we do anything else. 2 more ore from this windmill. 2 gems. Through the other creatures. Ore. Perfect, perfect. Very good. Sleep. And I don't know. Did this guy run already? Oh, Darlana's in the boat. Interesting. I wonder if Darlana's going to land again. Let's see if we can waste their time. Yeah, we will see if we can waste their time. And Star says, well, on the rewatch, the only difference, and I think this is up to preference, you rank the Hydras very high. Yes, yes, I do. Above upgraded Liches, which I would bump down quite a bit. I rely a lot on ranged, speedy units, and the Hydras usually stay back. I completely agree. I didn't want to say that, but that has been a bit of a... That's been one of the big changes I've kind of come to in the last year or so. Now, I still believe that Hydras are generally underranked by the community at large. But I also do believe that I have underrated the Power Liches, and the Power Liches are much better than I gave them credit for in that video. I think that the fact that they become your only 6-speed creature, and they have the ability to do crazy damage because of their AoE attack, and because they have such high defense, so they're always going to be difficult to bring down. Yeah, I think the Power Liches, I definitely underrated them. And so I think you're completely correct on that. I think we completely agree. I will still rank the Hydras fairly high, but I think I must put the Power Liches just a little bit above the Hydra. A little bit above. Worth noting, though, of course, the dwelling costs. On the one hand, you have to have the Hydra in order to get into the dragons, and so that 10 sulfur cost it takes to get the swamp is important, sure, absolutely, and it takes you a little bit further away from dragons, but it's on the road, so it's kind of a non-negotiable. And the Power Liches, you got to have the level 2 Mage Guild, right? and the actual cost of the upgraded dwelling, like it gets pretty expensive, right? Because you got to have the level 2 for all these resources, not to mention these level 2s. It's the similar problem that we have when it comes down to getting the Arc Magi. Arc Magi, I feel like, would be ranked even higher in how good they are, except you've got to get the library. And so it makes them very expensive when you really think about it in those kind of terms. If you're going to get them anyway, it's not a big deal. If you weren't going to get the library, it kind of turns into a bit of a deal. So let's see. You got to get all this in order to get into dragons. We're up to 37 ore. I definitely regret not getting dragons here first thing this upcoming week. We could have made it if I just focused, and I clicked a little too fast once or twice and ended turn before I was really ready. So bit of an error there. Very sad for it. But I definitely still believe that I don't have enough ore to pick up to get both castles equally upgraded. I definitely believe that that's the case. Tundar says, Liquid Yeti likes to make it seem like he's struggling for his audience. Like he's just a genius and just obliterating enemies, but really he's like, oh no, woe is me. Psych. He's just killing it. Yeah, no, I've definitely identified that he is excellent at what he does. And I haven't told him that, but I hope he hears me. I hope I get the chance to tell him to his face and to his audience. I was in his chat just a little bit today before we started streaming here. I really appreciate, I don't ever want to go into somebody else's stream and be like, hey everybody, Phixfox is here. Like that's kind of lame to try and go into somebody else's stream. But he had a really cool moment and I was like, you know, hit him with the pog emote. He's like, oh, Phixfox is here. So my hope is that if I do go into somebody else's chat that I get to tell them like, dude, you're awesome. You're killing it. Way to go. Keep it up. You know, keep them hyped up because I sure appreciate the people that hype me up. So just want to encourage and continue that. I think, I don't know. Hold on. You sailed away. I'm gonna go right here. Hold on. What? The Pirate King sailed away? Are you gonna just give me this castle for free on day 7? I can't believe that you will, but you might. A little interesting. Okay. Sandro is going to pick this up after they pick up all that other stuff. I'm going to hope that Almar can actually do that fight. I don't know if he can, but I really want to see that happen. We will see. We will see. And then Phixxer, like she's got to go to another castle. I just don't have a good spot for her really to go. I guess I can go actually, hold on. I can go to Spritely Island Bay. Spritely Island Bay. And I can have her start to go through these liths where Jojosh is. Can she reach? I think so. And so then she will end up here. We'll pick up the +1 and +1 because we can't reach anyway, so we're just gonna grab this first thing tomorrow. Jojosh will stay put as my doorstop. And then final purchase of the day or of the week, it's gonna be the nest. Not my favorite thing because again we've kind of missed out on dragons in one case, but we'll be fine. When you have 2 BattleGarbs of Anduran though, anybody but the Pirate King, if they try and take these castles, we will BattleGarb our way over there and we will take it back from them. And in this way, we're actually not going to have to chase down enemy heroes. They're going to come to us. And that's going to make my anxiety go way, way down because we're not going to have to keep track of all these heroes we're trying to prevent from squirreling our way around. Recently, there was a nice comment on the Dulcivia Perencia map by Idruin, and they had mentioned, wow, you got the ghosts on that map from the Barrow Mound, if you recall that, and it still took me like an hour and a half to then win the scenario. And the reason it took an hour and a half is because it was such a big map and there was still so much to do. Ultimately, we did win the map, but yeah, it takes a long time, even with all these extra forces. And so my hope is that I can avoid what happened there, where enemies were just squirreled away on little islands and impossible to track down. My hope is that in this map we can prevent that. We can just win straight up and not let the enemies get away. Did you notice that they took Spritely Beach from me? See, that's the exact kind of thing I'm trying to prevent. Let's have Luna go and pick up whatever forces are here to go reclaim that. And then here, for example, oh, you see, but this is the one I can't actually take. I can't stop her. So we're gonna go back to Draconis just to steal the dragons, and I'm gonna turn my black dragons or my red dragons into black dragons. Whoop. Oh my gosh, actually, hold on. Wait. Stop. Wait, do you have phoenixes? You don't have phoenixes? Oh, you're so dead. All right, folks. With 213 spell power and with 1,400 movement points. Oh no, I lost. Ha. Psych. You thought. Yeah, you thought I lost. 39 spell power. What do you think we're gonna do? Get the hints. Satan. Yeah, 34 black dragons is still a ton, but we just killed you. We're only gonna have to do this one more time. We're gonna take out all your forces. I'm absolutely gonna pay the 8,000 gold to retreat. In fact, if I was smart, I would have only gone into that fight with one single black dragon, like what I'm about to do here. Boop. Doom, doom, do, 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 do. Because your stats are still insane. 97 attack, 85 defense. I don't think I want to try and tangle with your black dragons right now. But if I can eliminate everybody else, nothing else matters. So this is a good moment. This is a happy moment. I'm happy, you're happy. We should all be happy right now, because we still have enough movement points to rehire. We still have enough spell points to say goodbye, and we will just go back to another castle somewhere over, oh, I don't know, here in Spritely Watch. Lovely. And the enemy says, dude, what happened to my 10 titans? I don't know. You should have kept a closer watch of them, shouldn't you? Okay, we do want to go through these sanding stones. Really, I want to go through these trees, though. This is potentially like +5 or +6 attack. We'll come back for this later, because I think I just did the thing that I really needed the spell power for. The thing I needed the spell power for against dragons is this maneuver that we just pulled off. Nothing else really matters. So I don't actually think that we need to purchase any forces here. Maybe they even purchased the Hydras and they're much slower. I don't know. We'll see. They left it open. Look, they left open this castle with free phoenixes. That's insane. Thank you. I'm very grateful for all the work that the enemy has done to help me out. And as soon as I get enough dragons, I'm gonna come over there and kill you. It's gonna be a real good time. Okay. Let me get caught up on chat as I tell Sandro to go pick up the Swordbreaker. Good, 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 good. Okay. And lots of dragons still an issue. I completely agree. Completely agree. I can't remember. It's likely to be game breaking though. I forgot what was game breaking actually. Something was game breaking. I forget what it was though. Yeah, I forget. And Phixfox wife says, let it grow. Very good. My kid is watching Frozen right now. Phixfox, how do you know? Well, clearly my kid is watching Frozen, the movie about the girl with magical powers. If my wife is saying, let it grow. Let it grow, let it grow. It's not quite let it snow, but it's still pretty good. Oh, look, and they did pick up all these forces. They did not take the Hydras. That's interesting. Huh. Not sure what to believe with that. Phineas, Spritely Volcano, because we do own this blue area here. Tell you what, I'm gonna have my secondary hero here. We're gonna go to Spritely Volcano. Oop. And maybe we can even reach? No, not quite. So we're gonna wait here overnight, full spell points, and we're gonna pick up this boat in the morning. Do I have my heroes where I need them to be? No, I do not. Hopefully Alomar doesn't die through this lith. You've got to go defeat some trolls, my dear. Landing over here. That's a lot of trolls, actually. Oh, group of trolls want to follow? I guess I'll take them. We're going to lose out on these war trolls, but that's okay. Everybody else is steady. Here and here. And I'm gonna actually set sail with AGAR because I want to see what's in here. Yeah, I do want to see what's in there in just a moment or two. We got room for that artifact. We're waiting here. And remember that we are still purchasing these things. Another 20 ore. How many ore are we getting a day? We're only getting 2 ore. Why is there so few ore mines on the map? Tundar? Tundar? No, I think that that's actually a good thematic choice. I think that when Liquid Yeti says that the maps are slow developing, I think that he's mentioned his desire to have more mines on the map. I think that that's a stylistic choice from Mapmaker to Mapmaker. So I wouldn't stress out too much about that personally. Okay, we're gonna go here. Because remember, Luna is still a really good hero. We're gonna see if we can track down that enemy. And we are gonna wait on upgrading that other Warlock Castle until we at least have the Green Dragon Tower in the other one. I would like to send another hero to go pick up... Oh, look at that. To go pick up the Drakonia again. But there's still so many yellow dragons, I'm sure. Maybe we should go grab those sooner rather than later. Oh, there you go. Whoop. There he goes. I didn't realize that these two castles were so close. I'm like a little bit embarrassed. I only just realized that. I'm going to do this. I think that Alamar can actually reach. No, he cannot. Never mind. I think Alamar is actually fine to stay here. Cracked Earth, not going to be a problem for Phineas. I'm guessing Phineas can actually reach here. Yeah, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to track him down the long way. Manually, as it were. Trolls join, sure, why not? Trolls join, sure, why not? Trolls join, sure. Why not? Oh no, are you telling me I can't actually get through here unless I pick up this artifact? It looks like that's the case. So we do pick up this sword breaker, which I don't love because now I'm out of artifact slots. But interesting that you are unable to potentially progress in this area just because there's an artifact that stands in your way. You can't discard the artifact or just be like, yeah, I'm just not going to pick this up. I do think that backpack, right, in Heroes 2, that's been a point of contention for some people where they say, no, in FHeroes2, we feel like you should have a backpack like in Heroes 3. You can only have this many active artifacts, but you should be able to carry much more. I think it's actually like a skill issue sort of a deal with Heroes 2. I think that that's actually a point that the game designers balance the game around somewhat. And in fact, I think that you could make a map where you have some amount of artifacts that are completely useless, blocking other avenues, and then you have to choose what useless artifacts you want. You know? Like, you only have so many slots. All right, pick your poison. Which useless artifact are you gonna take? I think that'd be kind of interesting, actually. Okay, I'm way behind on chat. Let me get caught up. Poi says, Hydras are very powerful if you have no other units. Just 4 to 6 stacks of Hydras, very hard to deal with. I completely agree. And they are my favorite ghost killer. If you're gonna go take a cursed mine or like a haunted mine, I would recommend the Hydras do that because they are so good, 75 HP, and the ghosts gotta go and kill them if they wanna win the fight. Oftentimes they're not gonna be able to, so it feels pretty good when you're able to obliterate them and restore the mine to full production. That enemy is run. I'm just going to send Alamar up here to give over these forces. We're kind of collecting phoenixes and such. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope, never mind. Not with this hero, we're not. Phixxy is going to go to Blackwind. Darlana's losing troops, by the way, have you noticed? Not dragons, but other troops. I don't want to go to Blackwind and get, like, incur the wrath of that crazy lady. I'm gonna go to Alamar. I think I can actually do some good over here with Alamar. Haunted Mine, for example. Xanadu for another. Okay. And then I know that this enemy has a lot of troops. We're still gonna win because we got spells. Unless she's got some major spells, we're gonna be fine. Star says, yeah, the Hydra sustainability is absolutely legendary. Yes, legendary is the perfect word for it. And it's especially strong if you have teleport. I'm definitely guilty of underestimating them a lot. I love that you bring up the teleport because it is very true. Yeah, the teleport is, I don't know, which is better? The sustained increased movement from the haste or the teleport? I think that just dropping a stack of Hydras right on top of an enemy's main shooting force, I think that that is just too good. And so I understand why people could say, no, I think that you're better off, you know, using the haste because you're going to get multiple uses out of it, multiple rounds of use. I still think that the right teleport at the right time is too good. Funny enough, I actually think that the teleport is one of the most high skill capped abilities or spells in the game. I think that if you use the teleport correctly, it can win a game for you easy. Like, it's that good of a sort of a spell. But if you use it poorly, then it also has like a really low floor. So a really high ceiling and a really low floor. How true that is, I don't know. You'd have to tell me. But this is my postulation to you. Make of that what you will. How dare you? Those were my sprites. Those were my sprites. Hold on. 1 attack, 1 defense, or 1 attack, 2 defense versus my 4 attack, 3 defense. I'm better. I'm gonna win, but it's kind of frustrating when you see the steel golems actually do more damage than you would prefer. So long as I don't lose a second Phoenix here, I'll be fine. I'll lose any amount of these other troops. 32 steel golems down to 28. We will skip with the Phoenixes. Dwarves will do their damage. Cold rays continue to be a problem. Oof, I did not calculate that. I forgot that they were hasted, and so they're 5 speed. 2 speed if they're not hasted, 5 speed otherwise. Yeah, steel golems are very, very dangerous hasted. They can reach the druids right now. 7 HP. I could dispel. 24 spell points left. They're going to be able to haste if they want, but at least by the time these guys get to take their turn, they're going to be down to only 9. Yeah, and 3 elves perish. And 2 dwarves. Okay. Okay. All right. Petty. Are you petty much, Mr. Enemy? Yes, you are. 82 skeletons. Good stuff. Expert logistics. Wonderful. And, maybe more importantly, a boat. Luna is now no longer landlocked. Tundar says, you and Liquid Yeti both do a good job with my sprightly maps. I do make them with you in mind. Thank you. And I do think that they are for an expert audience. Ah, yeah, there you go. Well, especially if there's corners involved. The corner, LOL, yeah. And maybe the corner. We haven't been to this one because I'm worried because I don't have enough... I don't have enough artifact slots. I might lose an artifact there. There he is. There he is, Woodhaven. Rather than have AGAR go and clear this out with these troops, I'm going to let Phixxy take the Xanadu. I don't know, maybe I can I get into here if I just kill Phoenixes? I don't want to try. 65 Phoenixes feels like a lot. But the ore is OP, plus you're in the islands and that the royals go on holiday. That's where they go on holiday. Because we gotta be royals. Royals. Wow. That was just asking for a voice crack there. Glad we avoided it. Let's go for mysticism. Yeah, unfortunately I cannot talk for 6 hours at a time without some level of damage to my voice. We're doing the best we can though. Okay, we're up to expert in everything but leadership. Remember, we don't really need the leadership because we do have the BattleGarb of Anduran. So somehow we got up to 102 trolls. That's pretty nifty, actually. Let's consider 45, 58, level 28. We're pretty good. Where do we need to go? Tree, 2 trees, 3 trees. There's 3 trees right there. Let's go to Spritely Beachfront. Oh, that was incorrect. Beachfront it is. Is there a mage guild? I hope so. There is. Spell points, we're at half. There's a magic well up here though, so we're gonna pick that up on our way out. So no need to wait. And then Lunatic is actually gonna be able to pick up some of these forces. I don't think I really want the trolls to go with me. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. It's not a production region, it's a wealthy region. The islands That does make sense. Yeah, because it's got the precious resources there. And I only took one of each precious resource generating mine like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Thankfully, we've been able to pick up enough free stuff that, you know, I mean, these barrels are super nice on these maps. Oh, they're so nice. So yeah, barrels have been good for us, but it's nice to have some steady production as opposed to just hoping we get lucky. It's time to purchase the green tower. And now with 17 ore remaining, I wonder how many mage guilds I have. Excuse me, I wonder how many marketplaces I have. I think I'm trading at a pretty good clip. Yeah, I think we're trading at a pretty good clip. We're gonna go up to this other castle here. And we're gonna stay alive. We're gonna get enough dragons, and we just gotta kill, what, 35 dragons? Is that what we said? 35 dragons on the big bad red enemy hero. So long as they don't get a resupply, we should be fine. In fact, if you see them going back for a resupply, I think you want to attack them sooner rather than later, because right now she's got lots. If she goes back here, I guarantee you that there is, yeah, several. There's tons. We gotta be very careful. Gotta be careful. Warrior Sir is gonna go to sleep. Warrior Sir, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I probably missed you already, as I usually do. I hope that you're doing well. You have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for the time. The pleasure, as always, is mine. So thank you. All right, we're gonna hop into this boat, and we're gonna go here. And we're gonna take the wood pile because, of course, we are. And we're gonna do this. There's a second boat here. Maybe, okay, AGAR does not have room. Somebody's got to go to this corner. Please, one of you, do me the honor in going to the corner. Sail the long way there, Sandro. Sail the long way. Industry is up near Unicorn Peak, if you recall. Oh, okay, perfect. Next map, you'll be going deep into the northeast, where it's peaceful for the rest of history. Okay. Of course, if you're unaware, it is Tundar's goal to make these maps kind of cohesive, and if you put all the maps side by side, they would all actually flow fairly cohesively, so good stuff there. Glad to hear that it does flow cohesively still. I will look forward to that. I'll have a really good time with that. Was there a... yeah, you... I mean, I can run if I need to. I've got literally half your stats, though. There's no way of dealing with these dragons. Yeah, there's no way. I would like to start attacking you here, but again, I don't want you to get reinforcements from your other castle. I mean, 102 trolls. Hold on, hold on. We got... look, we got 18, 24 bone dragons there. We got 24 bone dragons sitting in the wings. We've got like 50 liches, not to mention 19 and 23. I mean, if we combined all of our forces right now, could we win? Like, probably not. Probably not. But don't you want to try and find out? Like, don't you want to try? We really shouldn't. We should really just take yellow. Okay, here's the deal. We've got so much gold. Alamar's here. Tell you what, we talked about going to these trees for the +3. Let's take these 3 trees, and then we'll go over to, and the +1. We'll take the +1, we'll take the 3 trees, looking for defense skill and attack skill, and then +1 defense, and then we will go here to Alamar. We'll go through here. We'll see if we can get the Phoenixes to join us there. And we're gonna hope for the best. Uh-oh, wait a second, hold on. Was I supposed to... were there Phoenixes there that I was supposed to purchase? I don't remember. I don't recall. Yeah, I don't remember actually. Probably. I have the advantage. If you've got the BattleGarbs of Anduran, you should win this scenario every single time. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts, right? But I say that, and I say, but There's still a lot of stuff going on here. Maybe the yellow lands actually have a lot that we can take. Is this +1 that important? It's so far out of my way and there's stuff to do. Like go here. That was +1 spell power. You see, it's not even that useful if you're only gonna get the spell power. And then there's this hero just sitting right here with Zam. I'm gonna go back to Spritely. Beachfront, Island Canyon. I'm gonna let Almar hand over all this stuff and take a jaunt out of the way. Enemy has fled. If for no other reason I want to take out a good lieutenant, I do still want to win this fight if I can. Mass slow, it's not gonna really help unless I can kill these black dragons in one go. I can. Yeah, it's still not gonna be enough though. I would have to get good morale twice, 3 times. We've already missed it once, so not likely. 16. Ouch, that was just rude. And then yeah, I am gonna go here for Alomar. Okay. All right, let's go get ourselves some nifty creatures. Star says, I love this game's artwork and animation so much. It's like the main reason I played over Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I completely agree. Someone once asked me, they're like, Phixfox, be honest. Do you prefer Heroes 3 just because of the aesthetics? Wouldn't you agree that the gameplay in Heroes 3 is better? So why wouldn't you play the game that has better gameplay? I think that the gameplay is so similar from Heroes 2 to Heroes 3, and I think that Heroes 3 does have some additional tactical opportunities and different depth and strategy and such. And yet, because it's so close, I can say without reservation that, yeah, it's close. But in a game or in a toss-up where you're trying to decide which one's your favorite, artwork can be the deciding factor. And I think that that's very fair to say. And the game and the animations, like you're saying, the artwork, I think that that's a good reason to consider this to be your favorite in the series. It's the reason why it's my favorite. I completely understand why it wouldn't be somebody else's, but it's the reason why it's my favorite. So I'm happy for it. All right, remember we do got to upgrade this castle here at the bottom. Day 6. We're not getting dragons this week, but okay. And Tundar says, yep, just don't let her take out yellow and get Dimension Door like Liquid Yeti did. Oh, that sounds bad. Let's not do that. Yellow is actually going to take that Castle of Draconia. That's kind of cool. Yeah, way to go, Airy. Way to go. Proud of you. Doing good stuff. Hold on. One of my heroes actually has a very important artifact. You, AGAR, come back. I want you to hand off that crystal ball. I want to know if these enemies are going to join me. Let's see. You can have 1 full sword breaker for all I care. Oh wait, it just tells me the amount. Never mind. Darn. It's not like the vision spell where it'll actually let you determine if they're going to join you or not. So I thought that I had a clever play there. I don't. But again, with all this gold, 65 phoenixes, we have enough gold that they could join us if they wanted to. They don't want to. We're going to lose 1 phoenix and a couple of troops. We're going to get a lot of experience. That's fine. Another legendary scepter. It's good, but you know, I'm going to dismiss these unicorns. It's such a waste. I'm going to do it. I'm going to dismiss the unicorns. Maybe 22 red dragons will join me. I don't know. Or a group of crusaders. 22 crusaders. That's an instant upgrade. Does that mean that I want to try and get somebody else here, though? Hold on. I guess I can purchase another hero. I guess I've been running around with only 7 heroes for a minute. Yeah, I'm going to give myself the opportunity because, again, she's got expert diplomacy. So she could do it. She could get these guys to join me. I don't know which is flagged internally in the game as being better, 100 war trolls, or rather 100 trolls or 22 crusaders. I'm gonna guess that 100 trolls just has a higher value. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that that's just more, I mean, it's more HP, maybe not more value. 1,000 gold per troop versus 600, something like that. I'm not sure if the math is mathing, but you can't play the game to math it out. You got to play the game just to have fun and do good things. And that's what we shall do. Where are you supposed to go? There you go. We still don't have any room. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this, and you're gonna go to the corner of the map and see if there's something special over there. Deal? Deal. More black dragons, that's good. And we're gonna ignore these red dragons because we're gonna try and get them to join us. BattleGarb is being busy. It's day 7, so maybe we can get there on day 1. I don't know. Kind of want this obelisk. Oh, but it's right next to this purple castle. I guess I don't want it that bad. Sandro is going for a whirlpool for whatever reason. AGAR now has room, so he can go to the corner for whatever artifact is in the corner. He is going to grab this guy, though. Wait a second. Ah! I'm never going to go to the corner of the map. I've just ruined it. It's over. It's over. Actually, yeah, I still want to keep AGAR around. He's still such a good hero. He's so good. Okay. Almar is solid. You're solid. Everybody's solid. Let's make sure that we purchase whatever we can in these armies. Here. Nest. And on we go to a new day. But yellow was Warlock on his last play. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty much what happened here, right? Because we've got all these yellow Warlock castles. So yeah, we're in a good spot. Uh-oh. AGAR's going down. Do we die before we get the chance to move? No. Oh, yep, we do. Oh, it's over. This hero is going to be like, whoa, that's a lot of artifacts. I'm going to be like, yeah, but they're not that good. But remember, AGAR was like a level 22 hero. Like, he's a good hero. I don't know. He's a good hero. I'm just struggling to use everybody as effectively as I would like. Oh yeah, we already took the Crusaders, and so now Phixxer. All right, lots of red dragons. Please join. All 25 are going to join. We're going to absolutely take you in. You have found a home. Oh, folks, we're going to do it. We're going to fight this fight right freaking now. Right freaking now. We're going to win the game right now. Yeah, we're going to win this game right now. The pirate had 200 black dragons with Dimension Door before he met the Yellow Lands. Folks, that is not going to be the problem here. Because look, we got 2 heroes with Dimension Door. And we know we need to go to... let's see, Forder Oaks and Winterkill and Alamar. Forder Oaks, Winterkill, Alamar. So let's do that right now. Forder Oaks. And we're just purchasing Bone Dragons. Winterkill. And we're out of gold. Yeah, we're out of gold already. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we just purchased it in Red Dragons. And then what was the other one though? Forder Oaks. Almar. Okay. We're going to move. We're going to go all in. Folks, we're going all in. I'm going to leave just a little bit of these other resources that might be useful for helping us get dragons in other places. 9 bone dragons there. We're going to go to Woodhaven. We're going to drop off these forces. Oop. Is that it? I think that's it. 49 bone dragons? I think so. Spritely? Okay. And then you got to get at least a couple of the phoenixes. 3, 9. You got to go to Spritely Island Bay. Spritely Island Bay. If you can get to Spritely Island Bay and back, then you'll have done a good job. Remember though, hold on, this is important. 435 movement points left. If we don't have the ability to get out of Woodhaven, then we're actually in trouble because this is our main hero. He can't just lose, right? Like if we lose this hero, the game does not go on. And then we're very, very sad. So he's got to have what he needs to be safe. And then Phixxer. Let's see, I think that we need to go over here. Spritely Island Canyon and Spritely Volcano. Who else do we need to pick up? I don't know about 18 Cyclopes. That seems like not enough. Okay, in Woodhaven, we're gonna pick up those black dragons. Let's get at least Spritely. Okay, hold on. Are there any other major forces that are like lower level that we're gonna want? I mean, we could get these 100 trolls upgraded into war trolls. That's actually probably useful. And then we'll pick up the Cyclopes just for funsies over in Spritely Watch. Let's go to Spritely Watch. But yeah, I am gearing up. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Okay, we are short on ore. I'm gonna trade for it. You're trading your sulfur? You better believe I am. Okay. Oh! Holy crap. The cost to upgrade trolls is insane! Not to mention, lest we forget, red dragons, didn't you want to upgrade them? Yes, you did. Okay. We just don't have enough gold. How much is it to surrender? I don't know. That's a good question. It's a really good question. As long as we have anything to run away with at the end, though, we're going to be fine. I see this as an opportunity. If we can defeat Darlana here, and she's got 35 black dragons, I mean... 47 and 60. She's still going to be doing bonus damage to us. I'm going to have 50 bone dragons. I'm going to have all these other forces. We're going to get rid of the battle dwarves. We're going to try and upgrade as many of these dragons as possible. We got 5 sulfur. Oh wait, no, we need 10. We're going to trade gems. Get 2 more. We're talking 35 black dragons. We're only gonna have 42 spell points. What spells were you gonna cast? What spells were you gonna cast? I don't think that spells are gonna win you this game. That's not the point of these spells. I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna not do this, but we're gonna do this. We have to do this because this just feels like too good of an opportunity. But yeah, how much is it to surrender? I'm gonna hope that I can surrender at the very end with just like nothing. We're gonna have 10k gold left. We're gonna have surrender cost reduced down to 20%. This is gonna be the fight that I want. I'm gonna take this fight. Okay, I don't care. We only killed 4 black dragons. You are, oh, why are we on grouped formation? Why are we on group formation? Okay. Do you prefer the artifact system in this game or in Heroes 3? I definitely prefer it in Heroes 3. Even though you have to, like... I don't know. I like the idea of only having so much in your hand at any one given point. I just kind of like that. I can understand why you wouldn't. But going along with, like, the charm of Heroes 2, like, I don't think that we should, like, rework Heroes 2. Like, I know some people like that idea. That's not my idea of a great time. Okay, 97 attack, 85 defense. 40 phoenixes are going to kill one, maybe one black dragon. You can't do it. You cannot do it. You can't do it. It can't be done. Not now. Not yet. In my desire to finish up this scenario in one playthrough, I have fought this fight. And what we're going to do is this. We're going to call this a day because there's still several hours left in this playthrough. I would say there's at least 2 hours left in this playthrough. I'm going to have to do a part 2. And that sucks. I don't like to do it. But there's still at least 2 hours, and I can tell that I'm flagging. When I'm reaching at straws, knowing that my attack skill and defense, that he's still going to be doing 300% bonus damage, and I'm going to be doing 30% damage to him. When I'm reaching that much, clearly I'm not in a sane and competent mind. So we're going to lose all the Phoenixes in retaliation. Darlana the pirate casts Dragon Slayer on who? Did your dwarves resist the spell? Heartbreaking. Even that is not good enough to win you this game. The terrain doesn't help, but even with the good luck and even with the good morale and all these other good things that I got going on, we've killed 2 black dragons since this fight started. I can't get the bone dragons in even. You would have to lose your turn. Even if you never attacked me, even if you just retaliated against me, you would win. Okay. Right now, we do restore 2100 HP worth of Phoenix. Where did the Phoenixes die? Right here. They're just that little pile of ashes right there. I mean, no. We're getting good luck. We're getting good luck. And we're still getting demolished. $21 Phoenixes at a time. We started off with 40. Trolls are pretty useless in this fight at this point. Maybe I can get the black dragons to chase them though. We've already killed way more than we did last time. And that's sad. Because you're going to lose all these Phoenixes on this retaliation here in a second anyway. Oh, that just adds insult to injury. Yeah, we set ourselves up for a double hex attack. This is so depressing. Tundar, what kind of monster have you created? Tundar, I feel the icy claws of death at my throat. Tundar, what have we done? Oh my goodness. It's an exercise in futility. Run. Oh. But I hope you can at least see what I was thinking. I was thinking like, look, when am I ever going to be able to deal with this many dragons ever again? We can't even surrender at this point. 10k? We need another 15k. I hope that you could see it's like, well, Phixfox was thinking, hey man, this might be our best chance to eliminate the stack while they're weak before they get more forces. It's not. It's not. Tundar says, the good news is that the next map doesn't have any silly bosses. You told me this was like a 4 out of 10 on difficulty, right? Ooh. Yeah. What to do? Wait a second, hold on. Does the Sphere of Negation remove... Hold on, stop. Now I understand. The Sphere of Negation does not prevent all spellcasting, it removes all magical resistances, doesn't it? Okay. Alright. Now I understand. Okay. Alright. So tell you what, there's still a pathway to victory here, folks. Here's the pathway to victory. You just got to get this Sphere of Negation, and then you got to do what we did to the Titans earlier, time and time again. Because yeah, the Sphere of Negation, If it does what I think it does, and I think it does. Hold on. Heroes 2, Sphere of Negation. Oh, no, wait, no, this is the one that negates the use of all spells by both heroes. I thought that this was like the Orb of Inhibition from Heroes 3. If it was like the Orb of Inhibition from Heroes 3, that it removed the magical resistance from creatures, then you could just end up Armageddoning the dragons, and you could just bypass the defense and the attack skill. So never mind, that doesn't actually do what I thought it would do. There's maybe a strategy with the Resurrection, though, and so many Phoenixes. That's still a strategy. But I'll tell you this, at this point, while I could maybe beat this map if I go long enough, this was clearly an absolute fail. There's nothing you can do except hit the autosave. There's nothing you can do. Everything we just did for the last 15 minutes of like building our forces and getting them back and yada yada yada, this was an error. So Tundar, what this means is that you've now officially, you're up 2-1 over Phixfox. Phixfox is now 1-2 on Tundar created maps. Yeah, you are up 2-1. I am down 1-2 because this is a loss. This just like in the first Spritely game, I gotta call this a loss. Like that was clearly just the wrong thing to do. So congrats to you as the map maker. Absolutely stunning, right? Good stuff. And I'm very happy to say that I will consider this map not completed by me, but I'm going to go back to this autosave at this point, and I'm going to carry on the fight, but it's not going to be today. We've been streaming for about 6 hours. I didn't take that break an hour and a half ago. Maybe if I did, maybe I wouldn't have done this. Maybe I would have said, no, Phixfox, just keep on pushing on. But what I am going to do is I'm going to save this off as its own thing. We're going to save this off 71 days in as Spritely Pirates. And I'm going to have to come back to this on another day because I just don't have the stamina to keep going. Truly, I don't. So here's the overview, though. We're still in a pretty good position. We got 2 heroes with the BattleGarb of Anduran, and having them work in tandem, we just saw we were able to get all these forces over into Woodhaven, something like 40 black dragons, or excuse me, the 25 red dragons we're going to get here, not to mention bone dragons, phoenixes, etc. You've got a lot of logistical capabilities. What you have to do is make sure that Darlana does not keep and hold 1, 2, 3. Maybe there's a 4th in here. Castles for black dragons. You've got all the reinforcements you could ever want from multiple castles. At this point, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 castles. We got 10 castles, but you have to be within at least, I would say, probably 10 attack skill and 10 defense of this main hero. When they have 90 something attack and 90 something defense, it's just too much. 97 attack, 85 defense. You've got to be at least within 10 to 15 difference between at least your defense. Right now, with our 47 attack, we are doing 30% damage. We're taking 300% damage and we're doing 30% damage. Just not good enough. Not good enough. So we're going to need to continue to work this map. We're not going to be able to get those stats through levels. We're going to have to try and get those stats through things like the BattleGarb. We're going to try and get those stats through, I don't know. I mean, maybe we got to pick up every single mercenary camp and every single fort. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Looks like there's maybe some opportunities on the sea. I just realized there. Maybe there's more to be found with this map, but it's going to take enough time that I will have to come back another day, another time. So, just so you're aware, the stats are achievable. Okay, I believe you. I don't think you would make a map that's impossible. And let's be clear, you've mentioned that Darlana, for other playthroughs, that they had like 200 black dragons. Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't ever get to something like that. So, folks, we are beaten, we are bruised, but we are not forever defeated. The nice thing about Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is that the game is not perfect because we never lose. The game is perfect because there's excitement, there's strategy, and there is struggle. And boy, am I feeling every ounce of that struggle. So, hey, it's me. I am back here. It's the same day. So I'm trying to do this playthrough tonight before I fall asleep. And so that way I can just do the entire thing in one day. I think that that'll actually be nice because then I can just guarantee that there is no part 2. Part 1 total would be kind of nice. So with that being said, we are going to have to hit in turn. I did do the I saved the game as its own thing, but I'm gonna go do the autosave. And I'll tell you why. It's because when I loaded up the normal save that I actually did, for some reason it wouldn't let me go through these red dragons. And I didn't like that. Like, I really want these red dragons to join me. So when I hit in turn and I just go in this one direction like this, it feels more true to life from where I was actually at. Yes, this playthrough is a loss already. It is what it is, but I do want to still complete the scenario. Tundar said that we should be able to get the stats necessary to actually win this scenario. And so I'm wondering if there's some hidden treasures somewhere on the map that we just haven't found yet. I'm guessing that that's the case. And I'm hoping that we can actually go through these red dragons now. We can. Okay, before it just wanted me to fight them, which was my least favorite thing that I've seen all day. Yeah, probably the least favorite thing I'd seen all day. I might as well take this legendary scepter for Thundaxe. I don't think that the +2s are actually going to be as useful. Not as much use as I would like them anyway. We have 2100 movement points between here and here. I think I've actually got more movement points. Yeah, 1500 versus the 2100. I think I'm going to have Phixxy go back and try and like just escape because he is the loss condition here. No sense in defending. There's just no point. It's already kind of over in that regard. But maybe I can get Phixxer into this backline and we can actually steal some stuff. So let's go to Woodhaven with the man, the myth, the legend. Let's drop off, oh, I don't know, 106 royal mummies. Just so we can steal a couple black dragons and spirit them away. Let's go back to Spritely just so we can be very, very safe. Yeah, very, very safe. Actually, do I have any castles that are under threat or under duress? I don't think so. I think everybody's fairly safe. Is there anywhere that I need to go after this? Maybe that's my new question. I see a Lith right here and a Sphinx. So I'm actually going to go here to this castle, Erlequine. I think that that'll be a possibility for me because I don't remember if I have some in boat, but I think I do. Yeah, I got some in boat, so we're just going to go over here. The +5 to the spell power, not that useful. We're fighting dragons. Spell power is not that useful, so we're going to ignore that for now. But everything else, we're going to just kind of stay steady here. We're not going to be able to take back Spritely Volcano with these troops. Maybe if I dropped all these off for Alamar, though. I kind of just want to land and clean up all this. Sandro, meanwhile, I think that I looked at this moment just so I could kind of figure out, okay, where am I at? What can I still do? Like, where's my failures been? I think one of the biggest failures is actually that I didn't really use the expert necromancy like I ought to have. I think by now I could have several hundred skeletons, and the only thing that makes me feel okay about not having that is that at this point, yeah, you don't have hundreds of skeletons or even thousands of skeletons, but thousands of skeletons would need so much attack skill in order to be even slightly useful against enemies like, I don't know, black dragons. This is actually a difference. I just realized, hold on. AGAR didn't get defeated this time. Last time he did. So by me using the autosave instead of me using the save point, I actually have saved myself some trouble here. I didn't even consider that there might be some differences from playthrough to playthrough, but this is definitely a difference. I am going to accept it because I don't feel like I can not accept it. It doesn't hurt my heart anyway, whether he goes down or whether he stays put. It's not like any of these artifacts are a big deal. Other than this view all. Actually, have I ever cast view all? I don't know if I've ever cast as view all, but it could be useful. As I'm trying to find stuff that could be worthwhile. I've got all of this pretty much scouted and taken care of. I don't think that there's anything secret there. We did get the corner here. I don't think we ever went to the corner down here, though. We might still need to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 warlock castles, 8 warlock castles. I think I was told that these are all supposed to be random, and they all ended up being warlock castles. So, bit of a shame that blue, or rather red, is here. I think that what this means is I actually want to try and go through and save as many of these castles as possible. Even if I can save 1 or 2 of them, I can always, like, I can go to here and work my way through and then come back to this castle and then go back through and then maybe just say 1 step ahead of red. That's possible anyway. But yeah, that's interesting. That's all warlock castles. and I think that that was indicated that that wasn't really supposed to be that way. I guess I haven't really scouted these islands yet. It looks like there's like a pyramid. It looks like dragons and a trading post. I don't know. Bone dragons? Water elementals. There's a town. Yeah, I don't know how this is supposed to help me catch up. There's a Sphinx. We talked about that going to here. And I don't think that there was anything. There's something right there. I don't think that there was anything else. It's another Arm of the Martyr. What's this? I don't think there was anything else on the mainland that we abandoned that was in this pirate's domain that was really going to save us in all this red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 castles, mostly knights, mostly barbarians, a couple of necromancers. At least there's no warlock castles in here. That's pretty good. Oh, there is a wizard castle over here, though. That's kind of interesting. Huh, real close to this area. Maybe we send Luna in that direction in a little while. We just gotta keep an eye out for this one yellow hero. They probably have some ill intentions on their mind. So yeah. Okay. Alrighty. I don't know what's best to do at this point, but these are just the things that I'm looking at. And then again, I've saved the black dragons that were here in Woodhaven. I'm just gonna go through and I'm gonna try to use my superior move speed to stay alive. I'm gonna go through liches because sure, why not? Observation tower because sure, why not? And then it looks like at least one of these castles has dragons. I'm going to go for the one that I can reach. We kill 3,500 experience worth of dragons there. Pick up 3 more. Level 2 Mage Guild. I'm guessing that it maxes out yet again at level 5. No good heroes in the tavern. I can't reach anybody else. I'm wondering if these are all going to get filled up with dragons. I wonder if these all have dragon towers in them. We know Woodhaven did. Maybe looks like this one's at least up to red dragons here in Fenton. We'll have to wait and see. And maybe red turns right back around. I don't know. Maybe Thundax is going to accidentally lead the enemy right to our Castle of Almar. I don't know. Maybe Almar is going to stay in his little castle. But at this point, I think that it's more important for me to keep moving rather than to stay put. I don't know how many movement points this red Darlana the Pirate has, but I don't want to find out. You did what? You know, part of the reason that I attacked was because I thought, look, they've got 35 black dragons. That's not that many. The other part of the reason I attacked was I was thinking to myself, look, I don't want them to take all of these other castles. Looks like I might not have needed to worry about that. Possibly. I don't know, but I do know that they just picked up a pack of black dragons here. I'm gonna try and clear out as many of these castles as possible. We do have a little bit of a road here, so there's gonna be one castle. Anything in here? Black dragons? We're gonna take these black dragons. Oop. Leave everything else. This place has already gotten its dragons. I'm not gonna worry about that. Castor. I'm gonna go over to here next. Maybe they've got dragons here. Maybe the AI is just out of money. Nope, never mind. Not out of money. We'll see what BAAACK does. I don't know if he's going to go here or what they're going to do. Maybe I just start heading out. There's a really weird reef here. That's kind of nifty, back and forth. Magellan's maps, we do already have that. Anyway. But the fact that the pirate landed, I don't know where they're going or what they're doing. It's kind of shocking, actually, because I really expected that they were just going to completely wipe out yellow. And now I just think that they were kind of silly. So, okay. But 15 black dragons, I should be able to beat Airy, 10 attack, 3 defense, even with the secondary hero. Let's go over to Blackwind. And we'll come back to this other castle later. Here. And I don't know, should I try to remove some artifacts? I don't think the AGAR's even got space to trade artifacts. Yeah. I'll hire another hero. I don't have room for another hero. I guess I could just get rid of Thundax. It's a bad idea. Who's not doing anything? So Sandro is going to pick up this. You stop to help a peasant catch a runaway mare. To show his gratitude, he hands you a tiny sphere. As soon as you grasp it, you feel the magical energy drain from your limbs. So this prevents all spell casting in combat. I thought for a moment that it was actually going to be like the Orb of Inhibition from Heroes 3. And if it was able to allow me to cast spells against enemies, that would actually be really good. It's not, so we're just going to be sad for it. Here's a castle, Mercury, observation tower. We should be able to find that somewhere on the map. Who's got the spell? Does AGAR have the spell? You all? Looking for Mercury, observation tower, castle. I'm guessing that the ultimate artifact is right about there, actually. Just from what little I can tell, this looks right about correct there. One more time. Yeah, that looks like grass. And then there's like a little bit of river there. No, the observation tower is above the castle looking thing here. There's a gold mine? That's gold, right? So where's a gold mine? There's no gold mine over here. No, there is a gold mine over there. But the observation tower's in the wrong spot. It's not this alchemist lab. Maybe it's right here. There we go. Look, alchemist lab, gold, castle, observation tower. And there's a little area right there. Boop, 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 boop. So there's a magic well right about there. I can't see it, but I know it's there. Yes, I can barely see it. If I didn't know it was there, I wouldn't know what I was looking at, but okay. So we know where the ultimate artifact is. That's good. We can't really stop this fight. This is my hero that if I die, I just lose. I should have plenty of spells, though. Yeah, look at this. 19, 23, 28, 25. Dude, I am so freaking good. Get out of my face. There's only one hero on this map. There's one hero on this map that I can't handle, and it causes me such great distress that I don't know what else to do. This guy's also got an Orb of Inhibition. Did you see that? Sphere of Negation? Dude, what are you doing? Alright, fine. I'm just going to kill 1 to 2 of your black dragons. I almost killed 2. I'm immediately going to go and deal with this other 1 to 2. Because I don't know where these guys are going to go. Ooh, good luck. We kill 3 black dragons. Bone dragons continue to do damage. The black dragons absolutely tank the damage from the Minotaur Kings. Like absolute bosses. Good stuff. The bone dragons, I don't think I've even lost a bone dragon yet. They're going to do 3 to 6 damage. The skeletons are going to just slice right through some griffins. With no spell casting, the power liches are just like, dude, I'm just going to poke you in the face. They're literally going to do that thing from the Three Stooges where they just like poke them in the eyes and they try to like, you know, that's what the power liches are doing right now. They don't care about anybody or anything. They feel no fear. They have no scare. Vampire Lords. You know what? If I can get like 100 Vampire Lords, that's still not going to really help me against the enemy Black Dragons, but I could probably give them to just like a single other hero and split them off. And then they're never going to be a problem. I don't know if the enemy's going to want to run. I don't think I care. Of course you care. I care so much it hurts. Skip, 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 skip. Vampire Lord should be able to finish this fight off, actually. 5 and 3. 11k experience. Not too bad. What was I doing? Oh, yes. I was going back here to Erlequine. Pretty sure that's not how it's said. But that's the way I said it. I said what I said. We're going to get into the boat. And whatever the Sphinx is, again, I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to get the stats necessary to actually win this game. Looks like the Lunatic is going to go down. I don't want to give over the 1,000 gold per day. Really, I'm kind of hurting for gold right now. I also don't want to give over the boat. I think there's still a couple of boats here. She's just going to stay right there and die, I think. Gold, ore, and Sandro's going to be very sad in just a moment or two. Because his sweetheart is gone. It's very sad. It's very sad. Okay. I don't know if I've got any other purchases actually to make. I mean, I got one. Two castles that can be turned into green towers. I think that with as little ore as I'm getting, I'm going to wait and just see if I can turn some of these other castles into something better. Like this Brendamore one. I think I just captured Brendamore. Yeah. I'm going to wait there and see what happens. And above all else, we're going to hope that the enemy does not come back. I'd like to clean out yellow and then pick up all these like little gems and sawmills and crystals. So that way I can trade for other resources. Let's see how this goes. Okay, on to the new day. What does yellow do? What does red do? Where are you going, red? Where is red going? What are you doing? Red looked at me and they said, absolutely not. You can do so many things, but we will refuse to allow you to come to this little spit of land. It's the one place you're not allowed. Okay, now that I know that the enemy is that concerned about that area, I think I can use that against them somehow. Folks, I will tell you right now that I will do this Sphinx first thing in the morning. I think I need whatever advantages I can get. So actually, hold on. Do I have any space? I don't. I'm not going to go for the Sphinx. Where does this Lith take me? To this southern one here? We're going to go grab that in just a second, but a little bit frustrating. Looks like we got rid of an artifact. I don't even know which one it was. It was probably the Arm of the Martyr, funny enough. I just paid to get rid of 3 spell power. It's not ideal. Let's not do that again. Looks like yellow did not move at all, so we're going to go and defeat them once. Dragons? No dragons. Twice? 10 dragons we just killed. Dragons? Yes, dragons. Just none here at the moment. And then, yeah, look, I got so many castles with dragons at the moment. I think I'm good. Like, if the enemy leaves me alone, I think I'm good. Huh. This is kind of an unexpected change here. This is not what I expected. I'm going to drop these forces off just in case. We talked about not really needing Luna at this point. I said it and I think I mean it. I'm just going to keep these forces split up. I don't have 6-speed creatures, so whether she attacks me or I attack her, it doesn't really matter to me. Everybody else is just going to stay put. And I will gladly give over these castles. Well, this castle, if it means I get to keep the Warlock castles for a couple of weeks. What are you doing? I don't understand. I am so lost. Red, what are you doing? I swear that during the off time, I didn't like upload a virus to my computer just so that the FHeroes2 AI wasn't working correctly. Like, this is it working as intended. I just have never seen it do this sort of stuff before. So anyway, okay. I'm gonna go through these bone dragons real quick. Oh, I'm gonna have them join me. Let's see where these Liths go. Oh, there's another wait, hold on. Do I have the other 2? I don't think I need this, actually. Yeah, look, I've already got 2. Yeah, I've already got 2 BattleGarbs, so I don't actually need this here, do I? Because it's just spell power. I don't really have much need for spell power now, do I? So we went on a crazy little walk. And now I think it's time for us to go back here. I do want somebody else to go get that Sphinx, though. So I'm going to go back to Erlequine. Yeah. I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to summon the boat for somebody. Not me, but somebody else. And then I'm going to go back to Spritely, because sure, why not? Let's just go home. Bring it home, folks. Bring it home. Okay. And we've already talked about how there's a couple castles in here that don't yet have the green towers, at least. Like one of these, Brendamore, I think. Doesn't have, yeah. So we're just looking for a little bit more sulfur, a little bit more ore. And because we didn't lose our other hero, what's her name? I think I'm just going to let go of Thundax. Because I want somebody to be hired here or here so they can just pick all this up. Pack of green dragons. It's just weird because Castor and Area are setting off. Ah, there's another castle down south I didn't grab yet. That's where they're coming from. Oh well. I guess I can just grab these on my way in. 1 and 2. Maybe I can take this. I can. Glorious victory. Definitely they got dragons there. Okay, so, I mean, with red leaving all these castles to us, I feel much better than I did before. But we do still need to take on one final bit of rough area to the south here. And we're going to see what these heroes do. They don't have much to their name. If they get close to any of our other starting areas, I think that they're just going to suffer. Let's send Thundax through the snow. He'll pick up here and here. It's going to be sulfur and crystal. Maybe gems in a moment. Alamar staying put. We're staying put here. I guess that Luna gets to just leave, free as a bird. I guess that nobody cares about her. That's just disappointing. Poor thing. She's probably like, why is nobody picking me? She's absolutely got that pick me girl energy. You know the one I'm talking about. You know, the girl that just says, pick me, pick me. Not very great. Not very great. Oh, there you go. Finally. Luna feels so happy. She got picked. I'm happy for her. She should be so happy to eat 4,000 damage from 34 black dragons. Those black dragons did more than 100 damage each. My word. We are going to cast one chain lightning. Apparently we're mostly going to hurt ourselves. Since we're going to go down anyway, I might as well do some damage. Oop. Wow, I didn't even kill all of the sprites. I thought I would. Huh. I can't even kill... 10 elves did 1 damage. Oh my gosh, just run. Leave. Goodbye. Peace. Okay. But every week that we hold on to more of these forces, the better off we are. One thing I didn't really look to do last time, and maybe I should have. In fact, I can almost tell you, like guaranteed I should have done this. I didn't really combine my very best artifacts onto my main hero here. I mean, what am I missing? I think the sword breakers are fine. I think you can get rid of 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 artifacts and replace them with your 4 best artifacts here. That would be 1, 2, 3. There's 3 anyway that are better than those other ones were. Yeah, but that's not going to be that big. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9 extra stats. That's closer, but that's still not enough. 69 defense. Nice. Yeah, it's still not enough. So, I don't know. Tundar. I don't know where I'm supposed to get all of these stats that you say are possible. So we're going to continue to search, because eventually I'm sure we're going to find whatever we're looking for, but until that time, just not going to know where it's at. Okay, one more castle to the south here. Apparently I forgot that before. Aha. Hail on the wizard. And... did we lose a hero? I don't think so. So I don't think that we can purchase a hero down here. I think we still have 8. No, we got 7. Perfect. I'm going to hire Luna back. She basically just got repositioned to down here. Redeployed, as it were. Let her go get this Sphinx and see what this brings us. If it's attack and defense skill, we're doing great. If it's spell power and knowledge, we're going to be very, very meh about it. 2,000 gold. Home of the legendary Black Pearl. The shipwreck. Oh, and this. There's an artifact right there. What is this? Huge Black Pearl. Rumors of a griffin of unusual size preying upon the countryside lead you to its cave lair. A quick, brutal fight dispatches the beast, and a search of its foul nest turns up a huge Black Pearl. Alright. Well. Way to go, Sandro. Somehow I didn't even see that last time. It was even on the beach and everything, and somehow I still missed it. I don't think sprites are going to make it into the final fight. I'm just not even going to look at those. I don't see any other big artifacts. Guess I can go defeat a horde of iron golems. It's pretty nifty. Everybody else is just asleep. I keep clicking on people, but they're just not ready to move or do anything, really. Stay 5. Let's see. Good, good, good. Green tower. Yeah, I got 2 green towers I could take. Maybe if I can take this sulfur patch from this black dragon or green dragon patch, maybe then I'll be feeling better. Oh, is that the big ugly evil guy? I think it is. I think that red is coming back for their dragons. At this point then, the whole name of the game is just to play keep away. All I got to do is make sure that they don't get dragons. Like, I just have to retake these castles on the day 1 before they can actually get any amount of troops. So Sandro stays. Phixxy, might as well just go. Just so you have something to do. You check that again. What was his attack skill? Oh, Darlana the pirate? What was the attack skill? Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Yeah, definitely. And maybe this is the end of yellow. It's not. Black dragons though, level 4 mage guild. No level 5. Okay, and we're still not ready. Still not ready to defeat Darlana. So they're going to take Woodhaven, and there's nothing we can do about it. I'm going to save the gold. I don't need any of these other forces here either. In fact, maybe they take the Hydras for me. Who knows? Thundax is slowly going to walk into this area. He's going to take the Obelisk and just see if he can waste time. Maybe this hero is going to try and go for him rather than something important. Sphinx. And I said I wanted to take these dragons. Let's go back to Brindamore. Whoop. Oh, you know what? I should try to get these guys to join me. I like really want them to try and join me because I got the gold for it. Tell you what, we've already used the reload once. I'm going to do it again just so that way I can actually be smart with my turns. Because like all this other stuff I've been doing isn't really useful for this turn. It's all about these major moments where we get the right numbers and levels of troops. So every time I use the autosave though, stuff changes. Like that whirlpool, this time the whirlpool didn't matter. Yellow landed again. Yeah, like last time red defeated this yellow hero before they landed, and now it's a problem. Huh. Okay. Well, this is why we don't use the autosave, because it just ruins everything. So let's not let that happen again. But we are going to go to Brindamore. Because again, I think it is the most important thing I can do. We are going to take out Vesper, because sure, why not? But we're going to leave the trolls. So we'll go here. And then we're going to go back to here, hoping that they join. Sweet. All 12 are going to join. And we're going to get 3 sulfur, 4 sulfur, +1 knowledge, and this sulfur mine. Might as well go to Sandcaster. I think that they've got a black dragon tower there. They do. It's black. What's this one? I just called it. Burlock? Fenton? I know Fenton's got one for sure. And so we're going to upgrade as many of these troops as possible. Okay, we're going to have one big stack of red dragons because they're too expensive to upgrade. Oh, did you see that? That was nuts. You tell me I need 74 sulfur to upgrade these dragons. That's insane. You're crazy. You're crazy. And there's no way I have the gold either. So don't even try me. Don't even talk to me about that. It's not going to happen. Okay, we said we were going to step on this Lith. We have. We're going to give over Woodhaven. We shall. Everybody else is kind of in whatever holding patterns. This is going to be an easy fight, and then we're going to hit in turn. Yeah, even just those 12 extra red dragons, it feels useful to me. I don't know if it actually will be, but eventually it's all got to kind of come out in the wash, as it were. Which I suppose is just a fancy way of saying, if you're going to lose, then 12 dragons doesn't really move the needle. Right now, it doesn't. Later, it might, though. As we get closer to the appropriate levels of creatures and stack sizes, it actually might matter. So, like here, I think it might matter to pick up every single red dragon from this dragon city here. Might have to go drop off some other forces, but we'll do our best. Let's see. Sphinx. We have a riddle. If you've played all 2 Spritely scenarios, this will be easy. What does Tundar always make unavailable to collect at the start? What does Tundar always make unavailable to collect at the start? What does Tundar always make unavailable? So at the very beginning, the first 2 Spritely maps, okay, first 2 Spritely maps, you're in the middle of the forest, and you can go left, or you can go north, south, east, or west. You've got resources all around you. You don't have any reinforcements. Reinforcements. You don't have any reinforcements. I am not getting this Sphinx without a... I'm not getting this. There's no way. I'm just going to put reinforcements. We've guessed incorrectly. That's very sad. Because we started here. We started right there. So we had troops. We had gold. We had experience. We've had knowledge and XP. We've had levels. We've had monsters. We've had lots of things. In the second map, there was plenty of sulfur on the beach. Was it one of the particular resources? Is there like a resource that we generally are not allowed to get? Maybe, I don't know. I think that we had plenty. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to disappoint Tundar forever for that one because I just don't know the answer. So, let me actually check. Do I got a hero that's got summon boat? Because remember, I still need to go to this corner of the map. I've been saying that forever, but I don't know. Still haven't done it yet. Is there a whirlpool? Maybe I can whirlpool over there just a little bit closer. Looks like I need to bring somebody over to Pinehurst, actually. So you there, go to Pinehurst. And we're gonna go stop this small little castor feller. Believe it or not, we actually want the enemy to go... Oh, and there's Yellow Player Vanquish. That was great. We actually want our enemies to go here instead of here. We should be able to evac all the dragons and such, but it's still gonna be a little bit of an effort. It's not even really worth the sulfur right now. We're not getting enough sulfur to really justify building another tower. So we're gonna wait for now. We're gonna let Thundax go down. I guess I can go to here to Erlequine. I think I've got the summon boat. I'll summon the boat and I'll go somewhere I actually want to go. Like... yeah, like Fenton, I suppose. I think we'll just go to Fenton. It's done pretty well for me so far anyway. Okay, with that being said, let's send that hero. Let's make it Sabu. Since it doesn't really matter who it is, he's even going to take 3 dwarves just for funsies. They're going to set sail for the corner of the map. Tundar, I've finally done it. It only took month 3, week 3, day 7, but we've finally done it. Where are you going? I don't get it. I do not understand. If I could manipulate the way that the AI is playing right now, oh, trust me, I would. I would pull out every dirty trick in the book in order to win this scenario. However, I don't think that that's necessary when I can't figure out what they're doing even. I have no idea what they're doing. Red growth is up by 5, by the way, as we drop off these forces. If I knew what the enemy was doing, I could try and manipulate this, but I don't know what they're doing, so I can't manipulate this. So I'm just gonna be sad, wishing I knew what to do and not really knowing. My goodness, what in tarnation? I guess I can't really reach Woodhaven, although it's possible that I can actually reach most of the way there. If I go to here in Alamar, I can maybe get to here, and then maybe Thundax can reach. No, Thundax is too slow. Never mind. They're gonna pick up dragons here in a moment or two. Okay, well, we're gonna go to Avalon then. Here. And again, just slowly work our way through, purchasing all the dragons we can as often as we can. And also going out of our way for the attack and the sulfur. That's 3 sulfur mines. There's +1 attack. And gazebos galore. Cool, cool. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. We made a mistake. We're going to lose this castle of Spritely Canyon. It's going to be 6 phoenixes it goes down. We're going to purchase all the big troops, I guess. Yeah, might as well. Elmar's not that good, but he'll do something anyway. And then we'll just hope that we can hold out against Sam. This is actually a fairly okay hero, all things considered, against this army. And then finally, we go to the corner. Last time was a badge of courage and 1,000 experience. Oh, that's pretty good. You sail pointlessly out of the way to check the corners. Likely you do this on every map. This time it was worth it. Dude, that's actually a big deal. Hold on. 10,000 golden gold bucks a day. 10,000 goose bucks per day. 10,000 goose bucks per day. When you have this, you can essentially trade. I mean, you can trade for resources. We don't have to be beholden to resources anymore. I can trade 10,000 gold per day for sulfur. How much sulfur does 10,000 gold per day get me? 10 units of sulfur. 10,000 gold per day? Am I missing something? No, that's correct. It's absolutely correct. So I think that means that we're going to start trading for these green towers, because it doesn't hurt me anymore. It does not hurt me anymore to trade. You might as well get the means of production. Let's do it just like this. Well, hold on. Let's trade Mercury first, because you're gonna have a really good ratio there anyway. So there's one green tower that we otherwise didn't have. Here? No. Here? There's another one somewhere. Here it is. Let's trade another 10 here. Oh no. Something awkward just happened. Did you notice? Oh, we need ore? Jeez. Let's just trade 1 billion crystal. Auntie Phixxy is back. We let Auntie Phixxy go, and Auntie Phixxy's like, hey, heard you needed a new hero. And I'm like, no, you didn't hear us say that we needed you. Actually, it's tradition at this point that we just let you go every single day, every single time. So please leave and don't come back. It's so sad. They're doing the best that they can, folks. Alrighty, I guess I'm going to start upgrading these other castles, because if sulfur is not going to be a problem anymore, because we're getting essentially 10 sulfur a day, then all right, here we go. Buckle up. Let's do it. All right, I don't know who this hero is. They've got 3 black dragons though, and 23 of these cavalries. Wow, Zam the Necromancer has 37 attack. I actually want to see if I can track this guy down and prevent him from running, because that might mean, with all of that, that might actually mean that we've got some opportunity. If he's got some really nice artifacts, we just have to steal the artifacts, and then we're doing great. So let's see if we can do that. Let's actually see if we can get the champions and the greater druids set up for a nice double hex attack. Let's go to like right here. Skip. Unicorns go here. Sprites kill where they can. And then yeah, the 7-speed Phoenix, they're just gonna do this. We're gonna lose them. They're gonna do like a little bit of damage. And then we're gonna hope that we can get the black dragons to, never mind. They didn't set up the way I'd hoped that they would. We were gonna hope that we could get them in a cool way where they end up hurting themselves with their dragon breath attack. Didn't happen. Very sad. Very, very sad. And pretty sad, because our whole goal was to hold on to these castles. After you take them, it takes much more effort to go and get them than it takes to just hold on to them. So I'm a little bit sad about that, but oh well, I suppose. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, we're just trading gold now for stuff. Let's do that. And shoot, let's just do that. And like, I don't know. That should solve all of our sulfur problems ever. At some point, actually, we might be able to get all those red dragons upgraded into black dragons. That would be pretty sick. That'd be a big ask. That would be pretty sick. I'm gonna go back to here with Sabu and just make sure he lands and just never leaves. We might even specifically send one of our BattleGarb heroes out to get him, just so that way we don't have to forget and worry about how our little golden goose is doing. Huh. We don't want anything to happen to our good little golden goose now, do we? No, we don't. Nothing better happen to you or else. That means that it's your job also to keep yourself safe. I can't be expected to do everything for you. So, we're gonna go... Yeah. I suppose that both these castles, I can wait. Pig's Eye, I don't actually know if Pig's Eye has black dragons or not. I don't remember. They do. And as we trade for just a little bit more sulfur, Like, holy cow. All of a sudden, we're up to 32 black dragons and 32 red dragons. We've doubled our offensive capabilities, our offensive strength, just in the last few turns. Yeah, just by doing this, I already feel stronger. I'm not strong enough to actually win the game. I'm not strong enough to beat the enemy, but I do feel stronger. We're going to sit here overnight. We'll wait till first thing in the morning. Pick up enough sulfur. Thundax does finally go down this time. And then, yeah, thankfully, Red's actually going to go for the Necromancers instead of everything else. Let's keep a good eye on Zam. If we can track him down as a captain, like right there. Yeah, perfect. Then we're going to track him down. We're going to defeat him. And not only is that going to take a major player off the board for the enemy, that's also going to make it much nicer for me to try and deal with these enemies. So let's go Spritely Island Bay, because that is my access to those other castles. So Spritely Island Bay. And as I go out to catch him, we're going to have Joe Josh trade for some artifacts I just don't want or don't need. Let's do it just like this. Armageddon we'll keep. We'll lose pretty much everything else. Oh, it feels good to actually have space in my backpack again. Uh-oh. Am I not going to be able to reach? I might barely not be able to reach. Let's find out. Nope, incorrect. Incorrect. There you go. Got him. Glorious victory, outright victory. I'm going to accept this because at this point I have no shame because we've already lost the map. So 3,500 experience. This is what it costs. I'm going to pick up a True Compass of Mobility, a Crystal Ball, Vial of Mercury, Metal of Distinction, Spade of Necromancy. That was all you had? No, that was all the slots I had. He probably had some really nice artifacts. I tried to get rid of... I could have gotten rid of more. Well, we're going to wait to see if we can find those artifacts later, and we're going to hope that this actually gets the red player off of our back over here and sends them back into the boat. That would actually be really, really cool if we could get them to leave us alone. Finally, we finally have access to this ore. 2 ore per day here, and then 2 ore per day here. Very good. I'm picking up the gazebos. I'm picking up the lighthouses, because you might as well. And yeah, let's see where this guy goes, because I have no idea. Sabu lands. Swamp, swamp, swamp. We do need just a tiny bit of sulfur. And it's really not been a problem to trade for it at all. Here. One thing I do need to do, though, I need to make sure that everywhere that needs a well has a well. Okay. Okay. Nope. Yep. Like here, this does not have a well. That's a problem. Like, you better fix that. Like here, you'll pick up a well tomorrow, but that was the castle we just purchased something in, so it's actually in an okay spot. Oh, and before I forget, let's send Josh back through this lith just to stay put. Just like... There we go. Just like there. Sweet. Let's see what red does. Okay, red is definitely going for our Necromancer Castle. It's got a couple of bone dragons, so we are going to want to take that before they do much. Man, how lucky are we in this map that all of this is like one castle, one warlock castle, and they didn't have like multiple warlock castles. Because if they did, we'd be absolutely in trouble. As it stands, I don't love this, but this is totally still more doable than the alternative. We will accept our loss there. We're going to stay put overnight. Do we need spell points? No, we do not. Never mind. Sally forth, my friends. Sally forth. And then Old Mother Hubbard here. Don't ask me why, but she reminds me of Old Mother Hubbard from the children's rhyme and cartoon. She's going to go to Alomar just to pick up whatever bone dragons she can. She's going to evacuate those. And shoot, at this point, I'm going to purchase everything I can in here because why not? Even if all it does is keep that away from the enemy, that's still going to be fairly worth my time. So let's move it to here. Oh no, we're out of gold. Yeah, I know. But again, we're getting 10,000 gold per day. So it's not going to be bad forever, just for right now. And then we're going to go back to Fenton. You know, tell you what, there's a chance that even though the attack skill of our enemy is super duper high, it's possible that they're going to see our army and they're going to get to the point where they're just scared of us too much to actually try and fight us. They're going to know that we could beat them if we had enough forces. They're not going to know that our attack skill is not good enough, and then maybe they will see us and they will run. That's actually fairly possible that we can get to that point. It's not likely that it'll last, and eventually you are going to have to defeat these enemies, but if we can get to the point where the AI thinks that we're going to beat them, they might leave us alone, and that would actually be really pretty cool. Okay, we're going to retake Spritely Volcano in just a moment or two. In fact, I think we've been here. Yeah, we've been here with this hero even. And I do want to make sure that I can take this red castle in just a moment or two. So we're just going to go to here. We're just going to pretend like we're here for the crystal, when really, next turn, we are here for the Woodhaven. Sabu stays. Jojosh stays. Sandro is just hanging out. Yeah, 10,000 gold per day. My goodness, I'm still reeling over that. It's kind of a big deal. And then I might as well just wait and see what red does. Is red going to go for purple? If red decides to drop everything and go straight for purple, then I'm feeling pretty okay. It looks like they're going to go for the Spritely's Volcano that I just took, that little castle. So Phix needs to get out of there as soon as possible. Oh, never mind. I just took it. That's okay. And then that means, because I do want somebody to be standing on this Lith, tell you what, it doesn't hurt my feelings if it is me. I will stand on the Lith. If no one is available to stand on the Lith, I will do it. And I will take your castle. But I do believe that the enemy is going to come back pretty soon for this. So we'll be smart about how long we stay here. We need to pick up this +1, +1, +1. I think I would like to get the gold from this gold mine every single day. 4961. We still need so many stats. Is it over here? Are there stats over here? Okay, hold on. We know that there's black dragons over here. I gotta get Phixxer with enough gold over here to get the dragons to join me. So it looks like I can set sail actually from here. Yeah, so tell you what, I'm actually going to ignore this for now, and I'm going to set sail from Brendamore soon, and we're going to hope that we can find some good stats on the high seas, because I'm still not sure what else I can do. Because yeah, great, we're getting all these dragons, that's great. Really, it's great, but it's not enough. No way is it enough. No way is it enough. I wish I could see. I wish I could like toggle it on or toggle it off. Oh, that's an opportunity I hadn't considered before. I wish I could toggle off how much vision the AI has, because at this point it would just be like a nice learning moment for me to try and figure out what they're doing and what they're not doing. Like what can they see and what can't they see. Opportunity, Olympus. Maybe there's something nice here. There's at least a Xanadu, so we'll see about picking up that in a little while. Ignoring that, going to Brendamore. Into the boat, and then we're still gonna have one hero that can puppy guard some of these other castles for us. Not this one. I'd like to take this castle, but it's a little bit too big of an ask. We're about to get more dragons. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 dragons, 24 dragons. We're gonna get 24 black dragons very quickly. Very quickly. Huh. Darlana goes into the boat. Purple is wasting time. You think Purple actually owns that castle? The wizard castle? They might. I don't know. Month of the Dragonfly. Kingdom tax yet again. I guess I can land here. No, it looks like there's a mountain range and trees. I'm guessing you have to go this direction. This is kind of neat how they did this. You recognize the strong currents from your crash before the fight with the Demon King. Before the Demon King, you get everyone ready, you prepare for the worst, you hope for the best. Wait. Is this from Spritely too? No, because this is the town of Spritely, and all of this takes place to the southwest. So geographically, it wouldn't really make sense for this to be something from the other one. Many of your men feel sick from the waves, but your ship has managed to stay upright so far. Your men, awed by the direction of your sailings, fight the waves hard. Alrighty. It's been a horrible journey so far. You wonder if it's all been worth it. Then you remember the pain these pirates have caused your family and rise to the waves for one last dance before the ground. Maybe we get bone dragons to join us too. Look at this. There's got to be something worthwhile over here. Look at all this. I mean, they made this very special. I almost wonder if there was some text earlier that I missed, and it like spelled out why this was such an important spot. I don't know, but I feel like I missed something. I'm gonna let Croto try and retake this town, actually, but I am gonna upgrade these two towns up to black dragons here. By the way, Halon's back. Whoa, look at Carlon. Good hero. Do I want any of these artifacts? Not really. Even the stealth shield's not good enough. Even the dragon sword of Dominion for the +3 is not good enough. Sadly. Okay, and we need just a little bit more sulfur. Like so. Okay. Alrighty, at least when we purchase dragons, it's black dragons. I'm wondering if we're going to see this red pirate go straight back to here, though. I'm guessing that we will. Let's hope that we have enough gold for all the things that we need. Let's hope that they start to lose dragons because they go through the whirlpool way too many times. There they go. They do. So Phixxy is going to go back and start to evac whatever dragons we need to. Because we can't hold that position, but we can reap the benefits from it. Purple is a coward, and they just run. Okay. So Woodhaven. That's going to be 3 black dragons. We're going to go to Fenton. It's going to be more black dragons. Uh-oh, out of sulfur, of course. A little bit of ore here we'll trade. Okay. Over to Avalon. And then I'm not going to move much further out for now, simply because I don't know if I'm going to have the resources to do everything I want to do. I don't know if I'm going to have the resources to hire so many black dragons and maybe these bone dragons as well. Because we see, the sea finally seems calm and land is at sight. The men cheer, prepare for a feast. We see just the tail ends of black dragons and we saw them with the view all spell. Oh, look, there's 2 hordes of black dragons, not 1 but 2. All right, let's hope for a great spell with this pyramid. Let's hope that we can get some dragons into our army. How much gold do we have? I'm going to wait one more day. Yeah, I'm going to wait one more day before I land. Is there anything else on this island? There's nothing else on this island. I don't have any room in my artifact slots. Alrighty, well, we're just going to wait one more day because, again, I do want these creatures to join us, and we are picking up 41,000 gold a day. So let's just wait. Okay, we lose 1 Warlock Castle, red goes back in. I guess I'm not under too much of a time crunch there, which actually feels really nice. Very nice, actually. And purple continues to peter around. Okay. And so, let's see. I won't mind spending a little bit of gold here and there. Just make sure that I'm up to date, as it were. Okay. Yeah, and with 170,000 gold, this better be enough if they want to join me. That's going to take 96,000 gold. So we still have 74,000 gold. So actually we want to wait another day because that took a lot of gold. But how many did we go up to? That was a lot of bone dragons we just got for free. Holy cow. Okay. That was a big deal. I just looked at the cost. I didn't actually see how many we just raised there, but thank goodness for, yeah, oh my goodness, thank you. Thank goodness for having a golden goose and for Phixxer having the expert diplomacy. Both of those things critically important. It looks like that blue castle's going to be under attack very, very quickly. Unless it's the red pirate king. I don't think I care. It probably is. Yep, pirate king. But Charity is another one of them. One of those heroes. Let's go to Spritely Canyon here. Here. Just so that way we can attack this one hero. And these losses actually look fairly acceptable. Yeah, 24 bone dragons for all this. 30 attack. How are you getting all this attack? I do think I have slots available. No, I don't. Ugh. But at least I can kill you, and then you're not going to have any other stuff later. I don't want to lose bone dragons if I can help it. I want to mass slow. And then just start to go to town on your forces here. 11 bone dragons goes down. Another 3 to 4. That's a couple anyway. I'm trying to avoid anything that might set myself up for a double hex attack. And kill all your royal mummies. And then do your worst. Boop. Boop. Uh-oh. Okay, so we did lose about... we did lose most of our vampire lords. Who could have predicted that? Do I have an animate dead spell? That'd actually be pretty cool. I don't. Oh well. Alright. Vampire lords are gonna not raise one more back from the dead, but that was 43 vampire lords. I guess I was never really gonna get them to be my #1 hero. I guess I was probably never gonna include vampire lords in the stack. But it kind of hurts that now it's definitely not going to happen. They could have been very effective on another hero, so my bad. Pyramid, Great and Ancient King, tempted to search. Do you want to? Yes, we do. Town Portal, already had it. It was a good try anyway. So last time it was 90 something thousand. I'm going to wait one more day just to make sure I've got it here. But yeah, boy, I don't know. I'd rather have black dragons than bone dragons, but I mean, I'll take what I can get now, and maybe getting all of these dragons would actually help me to get the black dragons to want to join me, because not always will they want to. We're gonna go to the Spritely beachfront and repel these invaders. Goodbye. Okay, so bone dragons, 87. We're up to 163 bone dragons. Maybe we don't need the stats. That's a lie. We absolutely need the stats. How much gold? I see, we have to wait. We just have to wait. We have to wait. And there's... It looks like if I get through here, actually, though, that I... Actually, it looks like there's another island maybe I don't have access to. Hold on. Yeah, you don't have access to this island unless you go this way. Interesting. Yeah, you cannot get here unless you go through these black dragons. What's here? What's here, I ask you? How many water summoning altars would you have to have in order to make that worth my time? That's a good question. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna have so much gold if I just wait like 5 or 6 turns. But I'm not gonna come back. Like, I'm not gonna leave and then come back. I'm just gonna stay put and just stay in the desert, camping out until I'm satisfied. Maybe at some point I land and go and get the ultimate artifact. Maybe. All right, let's see what the pirates do. I'm still hoping that the pirates are gonna go and defeat purple at some point. I do feel like that would be in their best interests. Yeah, Reddit looks like just went through the whirlpool like 15 times and they didn't get where they were trying to go. That can't be cost effective for your troops. Simply cannot be. Okay, what about this? What if I was able to take all the enemy's castles and then somehow I froze them out so they had to wait 7 days in order to get more forces? Now that's highly unlikely, but that'd be pretty funny. Huh. And that's exactly how funny it would be. Just this, that's how much you'd laugh. Just, huh. One little... how do you spell that laugh? H-E-H? Huh. Okay, maybe there are stats in the enemy's territory. Look at that. There's 2 trees. There's 2 Xanadu's. Even though I've already picked those up, funny enough, with Phixxer the first time. And there's another one over here. Maybe there's more over back here. In this corner. Again, maybe there's something here. And there's definitely something here. You're hiding them from me, aren't you? I'm going to wait one more day. I do not want these dragons to run away. I simply must have them. I wonder if we retook that castle on the beachhead. You know the one. The one that the enemy keeps landing right outside of with the whirlpool. You'll know it when you see it. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna have to show you which one. As purple continues to be a thorn in red side. And mine, for that matter. Jeez. Oh, really? Month of the Eagle. Purple lands right outside of one of these places. Pinehurst. Okay. Well, we're going to go to Pinehurst then. Hello. This would be so frustrating for purple. They're like, he's everywhere. Yes, he is. He is absolutely everywhere, and don't you forget it. I'm going to get this up to a red tower right now before I forget. There's Celia, by the way. She was a pretty good hero. We had to defeat her once. Natasha's not a bad hero. Yeah, she's not bad. Level 7, not bad. And then how much gold do we have? I'm going to wait one more day. Dragons are expensive. Dragons are very expensive. If we didn't have a golden goose, I wouldn't be just waiting. I would be trying to go out there and I'll try to do stuff. There's no need. Not at the moment anyway. At least not until red turns their attention back to the area where yellow once inhabited. You know, that area that's giving me 25 dragons a week. Yeah, that place. It's pretty good. Before I forget, I am going to do this though. I'm also going to just take the dragons from this black tower. What am I missing? Sulfur? I will wait because this is actually a hefty amount of gold. And again, I'm trying to get creatures to join me. Is this enough? 163,000 gold? No, it wasn't enough. You're kidding me. You are kidding me. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to accept these losses. We're going to take our +1 spell power. And we're going to wait 2 more or 3 more days. Because oh, this is only lots. This is lots of black dragons. The other one was a horde. These ones should definitely join us, right? Yeah, 29. Oh, it's so sad. Like, still better than it was, but man, that could have been even better. We're going to fight the servants. 2,500 gold. Sure, why not? We're going to take our 7 boat. And whatever's on this island, this has got to be worth it. This has to be worth it. Maybe there's a town, actually. Hold on. Do we have view all? Yeah, there's a town there. Looks like we're going to have to land and then walk all the way around. Maybe we can just barely walk through. We'll land right here so we can walk that way. Artifact. 2 artifacts. And then there's 2 artifacts over here, but I can't tell what they are. But yeah, this is where I think that red is trying to get to. Woodhaven. Maybe not. Maybe they don't even know where they're trying to go. Oh, they've realized where they want to go. And they're going to that same basic continent, but they haven't yet explored the area that was once inhabited by yellow. And so they're not really pushing into this area. They have to see Fenton. They have to see Fenton by now. They're just not doing anything with it. Alamar. Okay. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? We don't have enough artifacts slots available. We're gonna take Natasha just so she can help defeat this guy and steal whatever artifacts he has, because he's got to have good stuff. We're gonna get rid of everything that casts spells, everything that is resources, everything but the movement, because I don't know, I might want that later. This is how many slots it is. If that's not enough, I don't know what is. Maybe this guy just naturally has 38 attack, but something tells me he doesn't. I'm going to sacrifice 7 bone dragons and 2 black dragons just to make this happen. Ice Cloak, Battle Mercury, Endless Perch of Gold. No, he was just bad. He was actually just bad the whole time. I think we all learned a very valuable lesson today. Don't trust anyone. What a shame. What a pity. Well, I suppose we're going to do it like this. I don't see anything else being all that useful here. Maybe this. 5 artifact slots left. Oh well. At least we can take this now. 33 bone dragons. Maybe they're going to join us. Let's give that a shot. Oh, look, and you can land. You go, girl. A horde of water elementals. I don't really want them to join me. Oh no, it's another... That's not a good artifact. That's the +5 to spell power. I just don't need it. And I don't think that you can tell the shipwreck survivors what they should have in their pocket, so it's kind of bad. Oh look, +1s on defense though. That could be good. Let's pretend like, let's put a positive spin on this. Let's pretend like this is going to be the best adventure ever. Let's pretend like we are Boy Scouts. We're going to summer camp. We're going to learn archery. We're going to get our swimming merit badge. We are going to get our knot tying merit badge and environmental science. That last one is actually for you people that were actually Boy Scouts, because you know, if you were an actual Boy Scout, that environmental science is the merit badge that you have to get at Scout Camp, because if you don't, you're never going to get it anywhere else, because it takes like 2 weeks of intense ecological study in order to get, and you can actually do it in 1 week if you put your mind to it, but very few young men have the desire to do it. They don't have the follow through unless they're at Scout Camp and they have to go and get their merit badge anyway every single day. So yeah, who would have thought? Phixfox, you were a Boy Scout? Uh-huh. You better believe it. Phixfox, were you the best Boy Scout ever? Uh-huh. You better believe it. Really, you were the best? Did I say that? Did I say that was the best? Nah, I really wasn't the best, but I was good enough anyway. I was good enough. I had a really good time with scouting. All of the negative things that you hear about scouting, I'm sure that those things are true, and I'm sure that those things happened to somebody else, but not to me. So I had a really great time. But I was surrounded by good other young men as I was working through those merit badges. I had good counselors that cared about us and actually tried to work with us, and I don't know, they put up with a rowdy group of young men, which, I mean, how much more can you ask of such people? I'm sure that they had fun, and in fact, it's one of the things that I'm looking forward to doing at some point. I'm probably not going to actually put my kids into Boy Scouts as it's currently constituted, but I am excited to maybe be like a youth group leader with my kid. Like when my kid is ready to do it, I don't necessarily trust the other dads to keep the kids safe, because I know what I have my standard of safety to be, and I don't know if other parents have that same level of care and concern, and I'm not going to risk it. And so I'll just buckle up and I'll be the leader. Looks like it's a brooch. That's a little bit sad. Another brooch where you lose a little bit of spell power, but you get the shielding from the Armageddon. It's not as good as I would have hoped. All right, it looks like it's time to set sail. Summon boat. Shipwreck survivor. I know that there's 2 artifacts here. We're going to find out what those are, and then we're going to set forth from there. Enemies are still not attacking. That's good. I think that one of the enemies just scuttled the boat. Did you see that? That was weird. Huh, I don't think I've ever seen that before. But I think red does have all 8 heroes. But unlike me, they're actually using all 8 of them. Right now I'm using many less. Much less, many less. Water summoning altars. This one's got 56. I don't think that 200 water elementals are actually going to win the final fight for me. I think I just got way better troops. It's not going to be battle dwarves. It'll be something else. Might as well pick up stuff. Another brooch of shielding. Is it even worth landing here? Can't quite tell. There's a town or castle, so I'll grab it real quick. Not to mention a gold mine. Sure, why not? I won't take this artifact though. There's another one up here. We'll figure out what that is in just a minute. And yeah, I've defeated all the lieutenants I can, and none of them had the artifact I was looking for. And I did have slots. Last time I defeated Zam, he just naturally had 30 attack. Don't ask me how, but he did. So that's not my fault that he doesn't have artifacts. Maybe I'm just going to need 200 black dragons to beat the enemy's 35. But you can also see again why I fought earlier. I fought because if I could get out of the scenario earlier and defeat that final main enemy, I just should. It just makes sense that it would be good to try. Ultimately, it ended up not being the play, but we tried anyhow. 1,000 gold. We're going to go through the vampires here. Vampires want to run. We don't let them. We take this town. Glorious victory. Oh, it's a BattleGarb of Anduran. Well, that's good. That's actually really good. Out of pity for the poor peasant, we purchased a chest of old junk, and they're hawking too much gold for it. Later we search through, we find the 3 legendary pieces, and we combined another BattleGarb. So that's actually good, because that's actually 5 additional stats. That's 5 attack, 5 defense. That's super solid. That's really good. I'm totally okay with that. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. Okay, yeah. Sweet, no problem. This was actually worth it then. That was actually worth it then. I hate that that was actually worth it, but it actually was. And we picked up +1 here and +1 here. Yeah, that was worth it, but yet again, is there another sword and breastplate anywhere? Do I own another sword and breastplate? I do not. Nothing else that's gold. So then really, this other Anduran artifact is kind of useless. Unless I get into this backdoor area, I just think it's kind of useless. I'm going to go to Avalon. I don't know when the last time was that we had the cold hospitality of a dragon's cave. I still don't have the sulfur. It's so much sulfur. Okay. Hey, look at that. We're going to upgrade 37 black dragons. We are up to 100 black dragons. Exactly 100 black dragons. Okay. Well, first thing in the morning, we're going to grab this. At some point, 100 black dragons and 161 bone dragons and however many phoenixes you can get, like, that's got to do it eventually. I mean, I'm wondering if we're already there and we just don't even realize it. I want to try again. Even if I lose again, I'm going to try this one more time just because I feel like I should be so close. I feel like I'm so close to beating this guy. And if I do, then the rest of the map is a cakewalk. And then this way, it's still going to be a massive fight because the struggle is going to be his major stats against my major army. And right now, there hasn't been major resupplies. He's not been able to bring in 20 black dragons, but I have tripled my force size. There you are. Lots of black dragons, a horde of crusaders. That's actually kind of a big deal. But it's day 1. So Phixxer's going to go. We're going to capture this castle. The enemy's going to see how many dragons we have. We're going to trade all of our excess resources because, sure, why not? Natasha's going to go out. And let's start actually with Alamar. We're just going to go to Alamar real quick, and then we're going to go back out because there should be some amount of bone dragons here. Yeah, 9. Perfect. Great. Good. Back to Woodhaven. And then I'm going to give my secondary hero here the opportunity to bounce around, claiming dragons wherever they can. And in fact, actually, Spritely's got phoenixes. You might as well just go from top to bottom and just bring everybody you can. So 15 phoenixes, bring them. Spritely's watch. There's Cyclopes. We have 100 trolls somewhere. I don't think that's going to be nearly so useful. Let's go to Winterkill. We're going to pick up 24 bone dragons there. Nice. Going on over to Spritely Island Bay. Should be a couple phoenixes here. 21. We only got 20 because we're out of mercury. Okay. Over to Pinehurst. 12 black dragons. Good. You see, like, we've got major forces. But can we get them all? Can we use them all? Avalon, we've already been here. Okay, but at least we know where we're at. So we've already been to Avalon, over to Fountainhead for another 6. Brendamore. Okay, and there's 7. We're basically out of resources. I'm going to wait one more day, and then we'll trade whatever resources that we also need there. Red has seen our army, and they are either going to sail right on over to try and fight us, or they're going to run. I don't know which it is. I don't know which it is. Amazing that we've actually run out of resources, though. That's crazy. Holy cow. Let's trade everything. Just trade it all. Except for the mercury. Except for, yeah, and the gems. Trade the gems. Okay, up to 25 sulfur, so another 3 black dragons there. We're down to Burlock for another 9. Out of gold, out of resources. I guess we got ore. Trade that over. Okay. And then where else do we have troops? Oh my gosh, there's still 24 bone dragons in Forter Oaks. Who is sitting in Forter Oaks so I can't take those troops? You. Get out of Blackwind. I don't even know which one Forter Oaks is. Here? Yeah, Forter Oaks. I guess I just missed it. There's 24 bone dragons there. Yeah, let's see what this guy does. Let's have Phixxer actually leave so that way we can get our enemy to maybe come in a little bit. Forter Oaks. And yeah, I think we got this. I do. I think we have this. Let's go to Pig's Eye. And then we're going to bring these troops and then whatever else we need to in just a moment or two. They land. Good. It's going to be an epic clash once we finally have it. And remember, this time we're going to have even better artifacts than we did last time. All of Red's forces are just massing right on our doorstep. I don't know. Black dragons are just better than bone dragons. They are just simply better. So we're going to take those. Oops. 6. Is that 3 more? 2 more? And then that means that in Forter Oaks, we only have enough gold for 8 more bone dragons. There's still 16 left on the table. We could wait, but this is really a great chance to clear out all these forces. Oh, look. Look at these forces, Roxana and such. Tell you what, we're going to go back to Woodhaven right now, and we're going to defeat the lieutenants. Because these forces are absolutely going to obliterate these guys. Enemy runs. We're on grouped formation because who knows why. Roxanna the Necromancer. Geez, look at these forces. These are actually pretty tough. I wish I combined all my forces just a little bit better here. Mass slow. You can't ever go wrong with the mass slow. And then we're going to use the Phoenixes to kill so many Crusaders. Because the double damage. Slow on the Bone Dragons. Double Hex attack there. Don't love that. I will kill... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So the Cyclops actually can't reach. Neither can the Bone Dragons. 1, 2, 3. So I'm just going to attack here. I'll take the damage from the Crusaders. I think the Phoenixes will be fine. 1, 2 dragons. Bad morale. Gonna end up hasting my Bone Dragons in just a moment. Just so that way they can be in the fight, ready to go. Do we kill all 50? Yeah, we better. We killed most of them anyway. Bone Dragons gotta go down. Cyclops have got to go down. I wish actually... Oh boy, I wish I'd saved a blind. But I didn't. I don't know, maybe the 92 Cyclops say that they shouldn't run. I think that they should. They do. Okay. Poorly fought. Very poorly fought. You should have done everything you could to make sure the enemy didn't get to run. That one probably should have done the same. I'm gonna go... Yeah, I'm just gonna go right here to Avalon, though. Just far enough out of my way that you can't get to me easily. Spell points won't really matter. 242 out of 300. So I'm going to go to right here. I think maybe I can reach you first thing tomorrow. Yeah, if you get back into the boat, I think I could still reach you. Because we are out of gold. Here comes red. Here comes red. Purple being squirrely. Playing spoiler, as it were. Okay. And so we're going to go to Forter Oaks with Phix. We're going to get 16 more Bone Dragons. Very good. And then back over to Avalon. Right about... Well, actually, hold on. Is there anything else I need to grab? I could get 34 Cyclops. It's kind of a meh. I could get so many Hydras. At this point, it's kind of a meh. I could get 48 Unicorns. Kind of a meh. I guess I should just go back to Spritely's Watch. Very quickly, I'll grab the Cyclops because who knows, they might be useful. Oh, could I only get 8? I was out of crystal. That's what you get for trading literally all your crystal. Alright, whatever, that's enough. And then back to Avalon one more time. And remember, this time we're actually going to trade over these artifacts. So we're going to send all these forces over. We're going to end up doing this, where we're going to split off the one single Phoenix stack so it can take a retaliation from somebody. BattleGarb has to go over in place of the spell power, because spell power doesn't matter. Spiked Shield is better than the knowledge and spell power. Here, better than the boots. And then the Legendary Scepter is still stats, so it's still better than the boots. So, folks, I don't know if this is enough. In all honesty, this is crazy that I don't know if this is enough. I don't know if 169 Black Dragons, 238 Bone Dragons, 15 Cyclops, and like 60-something Phoenixes, I don't know if this is enough. I really don't. But we've got 3 BattleGarbs of Anduran, 3 Ultimate Shields, 2 Holy Hammers, 2 Sword Breakers, 2 Spiked Shields, and a Legendary Scepter. That ultimately is going to bring us up to 67 attack, 77 defense, and I still know for a fact, I know for a fact that the enemy is still tougher than us. They are going to have 34 more attack than we do, and they're going to have an additional 10 defense. 9 defense. They've only got 9 more defense than us. That's actually okay. They're not going to... Well, actually, wait, hold on. It's 14 attack over defense. 70. So we're still going to be doing reduced damage. but we are going to prevent them from doing 300% bonus damage. I'm going to save. I'm going to beat you. I don't even care. The enemy has fled. Get out of my game. Okay. We're on group formation. Why? Why, Kiki? Why? Porque why, Kiki? Why? Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to save my spells because I don't know what this person has. We're going to take this retaliation. They're going to kill their own crusaders. That's very good. It's very nice. Let's keep doing this. This terrain sucks so bad. This is horrible. This is awful. 65 Sphinxes are going to kill one black dragon, and that's it. You are kidding me. What? That's nothing. Slow on the bone dragons. Double hex attack there. So we just lost how many black dragons? We lost a lot, but we are killing 3 to 5. For all of my failures, I'm still killing 3 to 5. And the slow, I mean, okay, hold on. I could haste. Tell you what, I think I might as well just like Dragon Slayer on my bone dragons. Do I have Dragon Slayer? Yeah, I got Dragon Slayer. I'm gonna Dragon Slayer my bone dragons so they have more attack against these black dragons. We're gonna attack here. I'm gonna do everything I can to buff these bone dragons because they do more damage than the phoenixes. Barely. And they can currently reach. We're going to try to make sure we don't set ourselves up for a double hex attack. We just killed 6. So right now the bone dragons are doing more damage than anybody. I have a choice. I can Bloodlust again to do straight damage, or I can do like a steel skin, and that's going to take them from 86 defense against 111 attack up to like 90 something. That might be useful. I think that the enemies are going to keep focusing in on these black dragons. We're going to have to wait and find out. I'm going to use the phoenixes because they're so useless. I'm going to use them to kill everything else. Okay, bone dragons took a big hit there because we've already kind of committed to them doing damage and not reduce, like, staying alive. I'm going to bloodlust them. Yeah, I guess I'm going to bloodlust them, and then next turn I'm going to steel skin them, I suppose. Okay. 36 more dragons, and the enemy runs. They run with 16 left. You ran with 16 left. You absolute coward, you. The enemy said, whoa, this is way too hot to handle, and they just ran. I don't like that. We're gonna go Spritely Bay. Folks, the route is on. The enemy is not giving me the satisfaction of dying a clean death. Wherever they run, whatever they do, I will find you. I will hunt you down. I will take great pleasure in making sure that you don't get the opportunity to bring me any more pain and suffering. I don't know who you are. I don't know why you thought that it was a fun idea to just leave. But trust me when I say you will not do it again. Wait, did they run or did they surrender? Hold on, that's a big deal. Did they run or did they surrender? I actually don't know the answer. Did they run or did they surrender? Did they just run instead of surrender? I don't actually know. Okay, we're going to play a little bit of defense here. Hold on, not you. We're going to play a little bit of defense here. We're going to go to Spritely Beachfront. We're going to play a little bit of defense because I just want to make sure that we don't lose any ground. That'll be really nice to make sure that we don't have to backtrack later. I can't believe what I'm seeing here, though. Okay. Okay. And then back. I can't believe what I've seen. I actually can't believe what I've seen. I think that they might have run. And if I've broken your main force, there's nothing left. I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to get one more week's worth of troops I'm not going to split my forces because I want to make sure that I have one pirate king killer, but I'm going to take these forces with Phixxy, and they're going to go here and such, and they're going to deal with all that while we go back to Spritely Island Bay, go through the Liths, and we're going to pop out over here so we can manage these ugly fellows here on the sand. Huh. I'm so confused. Enemies fled again. She just keeps lightning bolting me for like 750 damage. Okay. Wait, one more turn. That might actually be the Pirate King. The Pirate King might just be on the main island at the moment. Wild. Very wild game. All of this was completely unexpected. Okay, last day to wait before it's your time to shine. One enemy goes down there. Gonna go through the Lith to reclaim Spritely Island Canyon. Okay, red is trying to go through the whirlpool. That's got to be the hero, though, with like 96 attack. Maybe they did find reasonable resupply forces. Maybe they did. So she's back, but these forces are not going to be the same. We're going to be okay. They just ran. I can't believe that they just ran. I never would have expected that. Never in a million years. Oh, I lost my BattleGarb. I can't wait. We're going to go to Avalon real quick. Here. We're going to give over one of the BattleGarbs because at this point, it's just more important that we do it this way. I'll take back the knowledge and the spell casting that way. And I guess I'm just going to go to Blackwind. We're going to have AGAR step out of the way. Back over to Blackwind. And we're going to try and catch the enemy as they come out. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm absolutely in shock because all of this building up we've done, it feels like a little bit of a letdown. Like it feels like it wasn't the fight that it should have been. And I'm smiling as I say that, but it feels incorrect somehow. I don't know what to say there. I just don't know. We have to dismiss because this boat is actually blocking that little pass there. In order to get out, we had to sail that way, but there was two boats there. Okay, we're just gonna go deal with purple real quick. We've got our BattleGarb, so let's just go anywhere that's a castle for dragons. Let's just go pick up a couple of dragons. Weird. Very strange. Very strange. And so, thoughts on this map, because there's no doubt in my mind that we've now officially defeated this map. I feel like this is a well done map. I feel like there's a lot of effort that needs to be put into it from your part. And I got to tell you that I love, as opposed to the previous map where you were able to get so many forces that you could just beat the enemy through stats and forces. In this map, it wasn't so. In this map, you did have to get the main fighting enemy at a disadvantage where you were overwhelming them with troops, but not so much that it was an easy fight. Like, we were able to overwhelm our foes, but if we didn't have all these dragon castles spitting out dragons for a couple weeks, we never would have gotten to this point. And so, I mean, there's definitely a bit of luck in the RNG that we rolled for these maps. Like, for this map, there was definitely some RNG. Yeah, but it feels like I got lucky, and at no point did I ever feel really in control. Even that last fight, I didn't feel in control during that last fight. We won, but I didn't feel in control. And to be honest, when you have 5 times the amount of forces that the enemy does, nay, 20 times more forces, you better feel comfortable with winning. Darlana's back. Okay. I guess we're gonna land here. So we can take this. That means that it's your job to hop back into the boat. Here. And so we're going to turn this castle over first thing in the morning, and then we're just going to hope for the best, I guess. But yeah, just it feels weird that it never felt like we really had the advantage. And I'm just as surprised as anyone that the enemy ran at the last moment. Look at these secondary heroes. Look at these lieutenants. Yeah, there's 32 attack. Like, what are you supposed to do with this? If you're not the main hero, what do you do? I'm gonna Disrupting Ray. No, I'm just gonna call it. I'll let somebody else deal with that. Truly, I will. We'll come back for Spritely Volcano later. Come back for Phineas later. Somebody's got to just take out. You horrible, horrible person, you. I can't believe you. Auntie Phixxy joining the enemy side. I am so very disappointed in you. How could you? How could you? Level 5 Mage Guild. Well, okay. Avalon it is. But yeah, at this point, the enemy's power is completely broken, so Darlana can do whatever she wants. It's not going to be enough. She goes back into the boat, trying to run. We keep trading castles back because I've got 2 heroes, and they've got however many they need, but because they've got such strong lieutenants, I can only defeat them with my 2 strongest heroes. Oh, Auntie Phixxy, are you really returning? Okay, well, after we defeat this little island, we are going to go back to Spritely Beach later, because I don't think that these forces are going to be able to defend. Taking back 1 castle here. And in 2 more turns, we'll take back that castle over there. I don't know where Red will go. Oh, they want to take this castle? That's fine. It's totally fine for me. And this was one of the bits of feedback that was actually given to our designer for Final Invasion. The idea that, yeah, there's no problem with having whirlpools, but the more whirlpools you have, the longer the map is going to take to complete, because you're eventually going to run into this issue. Oh, by the way, they ran away. You're going to run into this issue where the enemy is going to go through the whirlpool and the liths. They're going to duck in and out so many times that tracking all of them down is just going to be not fun. It's just going to be a bit of a chore. Like right now, this is more of a chore than anything. How do we lose this fight? This is Phixxy. You can't lose this fight. If you lose this fight, you lose the game. Hold on, Armageddon? Elemental Storm, that's something anyway. Okay, don't panic. 38 attack, 17 defense, 12 attack, 19 defense. We can kill most of these creatures. I think you want to focus on the Vampire Lords just because of course you do. Bad morale. Oh, look at that. And they've actually done a solid for themselves. The anti-magic onto those creatures is really a good choice. I'm going to Elemental Storm one more time because it's still my best spell. Oh, wait a second. No, it's not. Just Orc Chieftains left. We kill a couple there. That's not even funny. Oh, are you just going to Resurrect True? You've got 145. 145. That's crazy. And I'm out of spell points. Yeah, of course you lose if this is the case. The enemy has to kind of like lose their turn at some point. Good luck. Okay, whew, enemies fled. Well, let's not do that again. And from here on out, we're just going to sit in somewhere. 13 black dragons. You thought that 24 was enough. Clearly it was not. We need to stay here overnight for the spells anyway. Old Mother Hubbard has 204. She'll be fine. Jeez, that was a scary moment. Oof. Oof. here I was talking about how it's not fun or a challenge to finish off the map, and then we almost lose. Oh. Oh, but this is good. Yeah, this is actually fine, because then... Let's see, Aunt Phixxy. Let's see. It looks like she can't do both. She can't take this town and go there. Oh, yes, she can, actually. We're going to get you out of here. I don't care where you go. Forter Oaks? Sure, why not? And then to Drakonia we go. Even though the enemy is going to get back into the boat, we will chase them in just a second. And they're not actually going to get to run. So that's good. And the poor AI is trying to path appropriately, but they can't path appropriately when we keep changing the goalposts. They're calculating, oh, the enemy is here, the enemy is here, and then when we pull the rug out from under them and we immediately move halfway across the map, the AI just can't really account for that. And that's not like a negative, that's not like a fault of the AI. Like, who can calculate that? I'll tell you, there's nothing worse than trying to defeat an enemy when they have Dimension Door or any of these other skills and stats. Okay, back to Woodhaven. We're going to defeat you, Darlana, with your few black dragons. It's not enough. The enemy has fled. We're going to have to try our best to keep you from running. I can either do the mass slow or the mass haste. I'm going to do the slow. We're going to kill one black dragon. I can't even hurt you. It's so sad. Lightning bolt and gone. Okay. Okay. But I'm going to go back to Spritely Island Bay because it's not too far away. And I don't even know where purple is. I haven't seen purple in a minute. I know that we haven't defeated them, but I don't actually know where they're at. Red is all on their island and that one other little island. Month of the Dragonfly. Very cool. There's Darlana again with a few Titans. And it looks like I'm going to be able to catch up to this area here in just a moment or two. Spritely Island Bay. Very cool. Okay. And having taken these two castles, we're going to have a forward position from which to deal with these other enemies. So here. Then back to Draconis. How would I do this without... How would I do this without the BattleGarbs of Anduran? I don't think I would. Truly, I don't think I would. Okay, we can barely knock it into the boat. We will deal with that another day. And even if Darlana comes back, which I think she's about to, I don't think she's got a chance. I think that we're going to send both of these heroes back into the boat. Where did you just summon that boat? Over here? Maybe not. I think Phixxer's going to wait, just so that way I've always got one hero in the water. Or like on dry land where I can respond wherever I need to. But I'll summon this boat. We'll land here. We'll see where this red player goes. Ugh. Sickening. Okay, well somebody's got to step on these liths just to make sure that nothing bad happens. So there's one lith here. No. There you go. And then back to here. So we'll hand back over this castle. I just don't feel comfortable fighting. Even with 12 black dragons, I don't feel comfortable fighting this fight. Insane. Absolutely crazy. Okay, so we land. We'll take Olympus. We should have enough movement points to actually come back and catch up to her after we take this castle. No problems. Level 5 Mage Guild. Cool. Really glad that there was no dimension door in there. If there was a dimension door, we would have been pulling our hair out a long time ago. So this time we're going to go Spritely Island Canyon. And first thing in the morning, we should be able to catch up to Darlana. Wherever she goes, we'll catch up to her. Yeah. Thank goodness she kind of hunkers down so we don't have to worry too much. Purple player's been vanquished. Wherever they were just sitting, and then their heroes have finally abandoned them. This would be the time where if I was playing Heroes 3 that the AI would backdoor me and they would go through the Liths and then just take out Phixxy. Because I've seen them do that way too many times. They're really good at it, actually. Like, they're exceptionally good at it. Okay, you know what? I don't have time for you. I never want to see your stupid face again. We're going to cast Armageddon. Let's see you counteract that. Oh no, we lost 18 Phoenixes and 12 Bone Dragons, but it was a glorious victory, and I never have to see you again. In fact, the next time I see you, given that Purple's already been vanquished, the next time I see you might actually be only after. Only after I find you in a tavern. So, with that being said, I will try and get Phixxy into the water now, but only now because I think I should be able to pick up a couple of extra forces with them. Meanwhile, let's find what we're looking for here. Let's be smart. Have one single Phoenix, not once but twice. Just in case the Whirlpool claims a victim. Does not. Whoops. There's one. There's two. Aha. Nope, not quite. I said aha as if I did something, but then I realized I didn't. Okay, we are technically there. This is close enough. Yeah, this is close enough. And then actually wherever the enemy lands, Phixxy will track them down because he should be tough enough to deal with them from that point on. Like here? Yeah, we should be tough enough to grab forces and then reinforce that. If we're not, then really I've done a poor job. 12 and 19. When is that ever not enough? The answer is here and now, today. We're not going to pet the cat. I've thought about it, but actually that's a fun interaction, and I don't know how that works. A few and several? Jeez, Phixxy actually needs to go and pick up the best troops. Where are they? Everybody's got 9. Anywhere you go is going to have 9. So just go Spritely, pick up 9, so on and so forth. But I do wonder, with the BattleGarb of Anduran, how does that interaction work? How do you account for your morale turning into something else? When you're doing +3 for -3 sort of thing. And the point of the matter is that I don't know. It's a new interactable adventure map object, and so how does it interact? I don't know. Does anybody know? I don't even know if anybody knows. I don't know if everybody's thought about that. I can imagine that that's one of the few things that the FHeroes2 team, good as they are, that they might have not even thought about that interaction, right? It's possible that they were just like, I don't know, we didn't really get that far when we were thinking about it. Because as good as they are, they can't think about everything. Nobody can. Nobody can. Also, what nobody can do is buy dragons without sulfur. My goodness, thank goodness for this golden goose. Brenda Moore. And I'm going to assume that this is enough. 46. If 46 black dragons is not enough, then so be it. Spritely Volcano. Oh, we are out of spell points. Alright. Alright, whatever. Whatever. Okay, we're going to stay overnight. We're going to lose that little castle. We're going to pick it up soon after that. But we did just grant over 9 more phoenixes. That actually is kind of a lot. So we'll see. Okay, about to hit here. Let's go to Fountainhead real quick because I thought I saw like 9 black dragons there, and then we'll settle. We'll mosey on our way. We'll set forth. Yeah, 55. 55 better be enough. Spritely Island Canyon. Cool. 3 Titans, 12 Phoenixes. 38 attack, 17 defense. I should still win. Yeah, enemy has fled. Got it. +1 spell power. Very good. And I don't think that there's any enemies currently in the water. If they want to get into the water, they have to... Oh, there's one more hero in the water. I don't know where they're going to go. They're just going to take 15 seconds to go back and forth between the whirlpools. Which is actually kind of the reason that I'm clearing in this direction. There's another one. I'm gonna go to Blackburn. But that's why I'm clearing in this direction like this, so that way nobody else is gonna get into the water. The heroes in the bottom right, they don't have access to the water. So we'll see where these other heroes land in just a moment. And then we'll swat them away as we pick them up. As they attempt to take castles, we'll swat them out of the way. I have no reason to believe that we're going to lose at this point. There's 1 hero that landed, and there's 2. So we have 2 heroes that we need to defeat now. There's Darlana, she's back, but here in Woodhaven with 59 dragons, that should be far too much for her to handle. Okay. Enemy sled. And then Spritely Volcano. And folks, I think that there's no question in your mind. With that final attack repealed, is there any chance that Phixfox can lose this map? Not unless I hit in turn many times and just completely lose my head. Maybe the last big thing to wonder is this. Are there interesting things hidden in the shadows in the bottom right corner? Are there things that we haven't yet seen that are worth noting? I think that there was the one map that Tundar actually said that they were a little bit sad about. It was the previous map for Spritely's Demon, and they were sad that they had done a great job in making a beautiful map in the enemy's territory that you never as the player got to see, because the goal was to kill the Spritely Demon, and once you kill the Spritely Demon, nothing else matters. And so they were very sad about that. I'm wondering if, because that's no longer the case here, if they've left some secrets or some surprises in that territory just to add some flavor to your magnanimous victory. I don't know the answer, but I do think that that's kind of interesting to be able to find out. So we're going to continue on our way. One more castle on this side. +1 defense. Hey, we finally killed enough people that we've got enough experience to level up. That's pretty cool. And then we're going to have these 2 heroes go to Blackburn, and I am going to send Phixxer all the way down. They're going to be the one that takes these final bits of troops. Everybody but the Hydras and the Gargoyles. So I see one hero yonder. It's AGAR. He's back. He was a good hero for us, but we just ended up losing him for reasons that were completely outside of his control. The enemy's cowardice has cost them. They're going to run for tons and tons of gold. So no level 5 mage guild here. Now that's kind of interesting. I guess that they can't get it. Gem the Sorceress, we had to deal with her a couple of times. She wasn't that big of a hero. Mandigal, I don't think he ever saw any action. And then with this final observation tower, it looks like there's 1 Necromancer Castle, 2 Necromancer Castles to deal with. If we wanted to start digging, I would probably start digging right about there. I don't think it'll be necessary. I suppose if the ultimate artifact spawns in a better location, it might factor into your ability to win this scenario. I probably could have backdoored the Pirate King and spent more time trying to take their legs out from under them, but these Knight Castles and this Barbarian Castle, these just didn't feel worth it to me anyway. So even if I got them at great personal risk, it was never going to be worth giving up all of this. So ultimately, I'm happy with the way that the scenario turned out. I wish I hadn't have gotten too aggressive right here and just lost the scenario. Yeah, that feels pretty bad, actually. That really feels pretty bad. But I'm glad we tried, actually. Like, I think I got more joy and more satisfaction out of this map because we tried that little gamble that didn't pay off. Especially after 6 hours, I think that my brain was just like, Phixfox, we got to get out of this. Let me free. And I said, okay, my dear brain, best of luck. Folks, red is somewhere in Raw's Common. I thought that that was the final battle. It was not. Spritely Island Canyon. And then a little sail over is going to do it for us. For your playthroughs, let me know how things change, because I think that it's going to be a lot of variation and a lot of RNG from playthrough to playthrough. I think that you're going to find some new avenues maybe that I didn't find. I ended up trying to recoup all of my... I tried to claim all of my castles and all of this area to the north and all this area over here. I don't think that that was necessary. I think that you can maybe... I don't know. I think you can maybe try and find this big area and do a lot more work in that direction and be more effective with your time than I was. There might be some other angles I just haven't thought of yet. And that's the reason why I'm asking you to find the angles that make the most sense to you, because I know it made sense to me and that's what I tried to do in this playthrough, but ultimately a fresh set of eyes can maybe find something a little bit more unique. Folks, red player's been vanquished. And with that, we're going to get out of this scenario. It's probably going to take, it was probably like 120 days, I'm guessing. 135 days. It was still a rating of a Black Dragon, score of 255, but man, I do not feel like I earned it. We completed the scenario, but I don't think I beat the scenario again, because if I had to use the autosave like I did, then it just doesn't feel right to me. So I'm going to put this together right now. I'm gonna go and splice the two videos together. I'm going to try and make one map here. I'm glad I got to finish this map. I'm glad it gets to be all part of one video. I'm very excited to get to present this to you wherever you catch this, on Twitch, on YouTube. Folks, I cannot say this enough. This is the most important thing I can say to you. Thank you. Thank you. Most people, they don't get to play games and make friends online playing games. And like, I know that we're not like really friends in a lot of ways. Like, I may never meet you. And I may never like look you in the eyes, and I may not ever be there for you when the chips are down and you need something. And like, I know that it's a parasocial relationship in a lot of ways. And I know that it's a video game that we're bonding over. Like, I get it. I get how other people might not feel like this means that much, but man, it really means a lot to me. And I appreciate all the time that every single one of you spends on these videos. It really warms my heart when I get comments, good feedback, constructive criticism, just general good vibes. I really appreciate this. Over the last 2 years, my depression has steadily improved, and I blame all of you. I blame all of you. And I'm grateful. God, I'm grateful. So, I didn't mean for this to take that kind of a turn. But it's real. It's true, and I'm thankful. So, with that being said, folks, do me a huge favor. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. Take very good care of yourself, because if you don't, who will? My name is Phixfox. I'm looking so very forward to seeing you in the next one. Take care. Until then, I'm out. Peace.